up.
Am I back? Did I come back?
The swastika sword. It says, isn't it weird that you did this? Isn't it weird that IDubbbz did this? You did this in your house. IDubbbz had the swastika boy. IDubbbz has this in your house, and he didn't say anything.
I knew it would get glitchy. I didn't think it would completely crash my stream.
Swastika boy. It's like, what the fuck? Wait, did it start with the Fortnite L dance? Like, it just looks pathetic when this person is trying to genuinely have a conversation with you and they're trying to define some words before you get any further, like making sure we agree on what a Zionist is, the definition of what a Zionist is, agreeing on the definition of what a genocide is, agreeing on the definition
this is so fucking boring.
Variety of things. And then
this is so boring. Are you trying to make this unwatchable?
L dance, this L dance, guys, we have to talk about the L dance. We have to talk about the L dance. It's like, holy shit. Like, you don't actually care about having this conversation. You just really need to get your gotchas in. And then if the person starts responding with any facts, you just say,
Popo chat.
This is boring. People don't care. Dude, you're making this unwatchable.
I can't believe she's suing him. That's fucking sick. That's so sick. What happened on Twitch? Oh, I'm back. I should be back up and running now.
CPS worker in that field for a decade. I love that you're taking this step. It's wrong to make false CPS reports, but it's also wrong to go out.
I was installing a brand new, I was installing a new video driver, and it crashed my streaming software. I should know that. I know it. I did it. It did it before. I should have remembered that it did. It just does that when I try to do that.
Really press play on the rest of that clip before right after the cut, and it's me saying, but regardless, I don't think we should use CPS this way. I don't think CPS should be used for someone like Ethan Klein. I talk about how I respect that he doesn't bring his kids on camera, and I talk about how
I disagree. I respectfully disagree. If you're gonna tell everyone on the internet your kid's got a disease from eating shit and the CPS gets called, I think that's a relatively good thing. I think that it's not like swatting, it's not like calling the cops on people. It doesn't put anyone in danger. All it does is ensure that the kids are safe and healthy. That's all it is. It's a good thing overall. Sure, a little rattling for the parents, but just if you're good parents, it should be nothing. It should be a walk in the park for you. Oh shit, no, fuck, these people are crazy. I was joking or whatever on the internet. Just don't say shit about your kids getting sick on the internet from your fault and your lack of cleanliness.
Content every single day, and it's like 30-40 minutes.
Why?
It's like that is not.
Why are they turning the internet off?
Acceptable. That is not acceptable.
What city are you in?
I think the rules should be way more strict.
I'm kind of curious. I want to look up your town.
One rare L at this point was him pushing legislation that makes it harder for parents to abuse their children for content online, specifically family vloggers. And for those people, in my opinion, that feels like child exploitation. But I gave Ethan credit for not engaging this behavior. I gave Ethan credit for this and saying, yeah, I appreciate that you don't use your kids as content. And I don't think you should have CPS called on you.
I agree to disagree. I think he fucking got that. He did that to himself. Period. That's all that is. No one being mean. Oh, holiday! If they shut down the internet for security reasons in Moscow. That seems excessive, but yeah, I guess yeah, for security reasons. Moscow. Is it Moscow? Moscow. Oh, what? Some dancers? Homophobic. Look at this shit. Battle of Moscow. I'm not pro-Russia or anything. I just have a lot of Russian fans. You know, Putin's a fuckface. Just so everyone knows. Woman drinks Taco Bell sauce? Uh-oh. I know you're gay, but I'm like, well, maybe it's propaganda. I've heard that it's a fairly homophobic state. Maybe I've been lied to. Yeah, Rasputin was a banger. I got some boogers. Nigel, why isn't this? Oh, I need to redo this chat.
Denims is streaming.
Dan is the one exception
Maybe-
to this
maybe
rule
I've been
where he
propagandized
actively participates in
to
the
believe,
lies that
Russia
Ethan
is
pushes. Like
homophobic.
he engages
'Cause
with
they
it.
do
and
that a
even
lot.
with me, he did it.
The American propaganda machine is like,
Where he has to be
oh
in
no,
on it.
they're
Like he has to
homophobic.
know
We're justified to kill them all.
that he's lying, that he's knowingly lying.
Oops. This is true.
And he's just getting his bag.
Ooh. Ooh.
I know, like Zach and
Which is so weird because like
Love and all those other.
America is so fucking homophobic still. Like, what are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? America's crazy homophobic. Chat is disabled for this live stream? What? Why? No, it's not. Oh, did it restart on YouTube? Oh, it might have restarted. I see. Dang it, it restarted on YouTube. That's okay. Sorry, Nigel. So bored. I'm telling streamers they have bookers. That's how I'm doing it. Fair enough.
Post character
So, hey,
growth
that's-
so we can get her to cry.
That's a
while
good
she
use
is
of time, in
vulnerable.
my opinion.
Tom,
You made me check
Why
my
are
nose.
you-
What if you actually saved someone's butt? What if they did have a booger?
why are you making videos on your channel defending?
You might be
It's
the
like-
hero that someone didn't know they needed. I can be your hero,
Dude,
babe.
come on.
Well, in our country, it's prohibited by law.
I don't have it on hand.
I don't know
Maybe if
about
somebody
America,
else has it
but
on
for
hand.
LGBT propaganda can go to
the-
jail. Oh,
the
really?
fucking
Okay,
Arabs
that's
comment.
way more homophobic. That's way more homophobic. So it wasn't just propaganda. Is it that you saved someone? You saved someone some booger
And the
embarrassment?
response to
That's
the
good. Good
fucking
on you.
Arabs comment?
We don't want no booger embarrassment. We don't want no booger embarrassment. Okay, so Denims is suing Ethan.
This comment?
Not by choice, but because they were forced out.
Who
The
forced
vast
them?
majority went to it. The
Oh,
fucking
this-
Arabs.
Oof. Oof.
The Arabs, the anti-Semitic
go.
Arabs.
Racist.
There you go.
What? The Arabs? What? That's my point.
His voice goes so high.
Are you
I rest my
okay?
case.
Okay. Well, I mean,
No,
you
you're
can.
too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking
That's
chirping on. That was my
unbelievable,
entire
bro.
point. Thank
It's
you.
historic. I mean, it's historical.
And I was like, it's okay.
The
He's
Russian
gonna get on the
disease
show
of
and
falling
explain
out of buildings?
and
I don't know.
denounce
I think
the
someone's
phrasing
being
that he used here. Right?
being mean to Russia in this chat. I know, like, there's the Russia has an epidemic of the parkour kids, these fucking nut jobs that like they do this shit in Russia. This might not be Russia. But this shit's bananas. Like, what are you guys doing up there? Ah! Ah! I don't think that's Russia. I need to type in something that looks way worse than it is, but
It occurred
to
to
get
me.
it.
Why? Well,
I
that's
will.
why you have to regulate your
There's
your
nothing
anger
I
in
can do.
moments. like that.
There's literally nothing I
I
can
mean,
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
kind of agree.
There's literally nothing I can do. I couldn't help screaming the fucking
I had to write
Arabs.
Russian kids hanging from buildings, which sounds really
there
horrible,
was
but I mean,
nothing I
like, they're
could
like
do.
hanging off
Just
a
because I know
pole.
you, and I think you're right that there's nothing you can
Well,
do.
not just that.
We love Russians. We love Russians. Look at these nut jobs. That's like, no way that's set up well. Ugh. It's so scary.
Station.
Close your
did
eyes, rubbing a
Hassan
booba.
say, quote the fucking Jews, end quote. Hassan managed to not say that after a 5-hour long discussion. What's Ethan's problem? That he couldn't resist.
Is a moment clippable? I mean, kind of understandable.
But like if Hassan said the fucking Jews, there's no way you would have dropped that.
Yeah, because it doesn't make. First of all, that's what
Because it doesn't make any sense, but it does make
Well,
sense
if he
to say
was, I
fucking
don't know,
Arabs.
whatever.
Ah, he
The
just doubles
Arabs-
down.
the Arabs-
He just fucking doubles down on the shitty things he said. No responsibility, no apologies, no.
Yeah, it would be within the context of the Nakba. And it would be anti-Semitic to make that claim because you're
No, nothing.
stereotyping.
Is there
and
an
you're
HD
creating this
podcast?
group into a, or you're making
'Cause
this
I
group
like,
into a
I like to
monolith.
react to the podcast itself. That's how I got my. That's how I got that viral Tic Tac. Oh God, what is this? It's crazy Russians. Crazy Russians. I have no fear.
Блять, ебучка.
What is happening? Oh wait, is this from the? Is this the helmet vid from that fucking? That same thing where they jump off the building with the
Я
rope?
так сейчас как дам туда и капец, держите меня 7.
A wild female appeared. That's a funny username. Wild female.
Все, в сторону повернулся, пошел, инструкции помню.
Oh, okay, that's brutal, Nigel.
Если мишки
That's a brutal thing to say.
были пчелами, то они бы ни почем никогда и не подумали
What is he saying?
так высоко строить. Нихуя!
He turned into Arnold Schwarzenegger a little bit there. Yeah, I'm jumping off the roof. Ah!
Да ну нахуй! Ебаный в рот! Пиздец, граждане! Балконы! Балконы!
If anyone like,
Пронесло! Пронесло! Ёб твою мать нахуй! Сейчас разобью что-нибудь! Ой! Блядь! Ну это пиздец!
Нет! You want to do that?
Нахер!
Are you not scared of heights? You could probably go. I don't know. Go find one of these ropes that's just hanging there and jump off.
Твою мать! Я сейчас там... У меня бы... Что орёшь? А что мне еще делать?
sure you'll be
Блядь, это не
fine.
страшно! Ну-ка я! Уехала! Кулексуя! Усохарисуля, блядь! Будет она меня учить, как орать, как не орать! Выйди сама, прыгни!
It's like, I'm not saying it doesn't look safe because it's Russian. It doesn't look safe because it's a bunch of teenagers on a roof.
Извини, пожалуйста, боюсь очень! Надоели, все, сейчас замолчу, опустят,
In like
убегу.
residential setting, it's just like two abandoned buildings with a fucking rope ripped across it. It's just like, that's so sketchy.
What?
Did he? Is he already?
Because these people
or
are
is
out
she?
and
Is she
open
already
liars,
done
and they
talking
have an
about
entire network.
the lawsuit? I want to know. I want to know more about the lawsuit. I need to see it. She's suing him. It's funny.
Saying that
EthanKleinLied.com.
these people are open
Let's check out that
liars.
website.
Out and open liars.
I know they lie nonstop.
And they have an entire disinfo network. And the disinfo network is a clip of the two of them talking.
Oh yeah, look at that! Holy shit!
And
No, I got you. I mean,
and,
who
and-
even?
and second of all, I think there is a time to raise your voice and get passionate, and I think that was
This
one
guy?
of the times. And
He does. I don't think he has autism. He's Tourette's.
Yeah, we're not talking about what you're actually talking about. Just
I don't
giving
think he has
people
the
that
excuse
clip.
of autism to act like
that
this.
phrase. I
He might.
get it.
He'd honestly. He'd have more self-awareness if he was
I
autistic.
understand what you guys are saying, but like
Autism would help
nobody's
this
perfect.
guy, Ethan Klein, if anything. Did I react to this? I think I reacted to this live. I probably should just do that. Look at this. Donate 7%. Oh, it's a $150,000 goal. Jeesh. I'm so excited. But he's just gonna retract. Oh, the GoFunds will be refunded. Okay. He's just gonna retract. He has no shame, that guy. He's gonna be like, I didn't even say that. I didn't even say that. That's not even what I said. Fine. Sorry, Denims. I didn't say that. That's literally gonna be what's gonna happen. Hell yeah, you do. Jinx the baddie.
Don't have any. I don't have any words. For
Or not
that.
Jinx the
It's
baddie.
so
You're Jinx.
awe-inspiring
Denims.
that you can be friends with or married to someone.
Oh,
who
but you have the
says an
fascist lady as the profile picture. She's like the worst character in the series.
It was a really long stream.
I think. Is that her? That redheaded cop lady? That horrific lady?
What?
Rennie?
Okay.
No, Maddie.
Which kind of makes me want to watch like a little bit of this soft take video because
Maddie Nolan. Fascist.
I feel like this is a small like microcosm of what this video is trying to talk about.
Do we got any Arcane fans up in
a lot
here?
of the stuff that Hila talks about on the podcast, she does not hold pro-Israel voices to nearly the same standard that she holds pro-Palestinian voices to. Ethan can like fall over backwards on himself saying unbelievable statements, and it's 5 hours long, it was really hard, no one's perfect, that's not what he meant. And the second anyone else does anything that she disapproves of,
Oh, let's watch that.
they should be deplatformed.
Media groups are alarmed by Israel's naming 6 Algiers. Hey guys, it's a soft take.
Oh, it's an hour long.
Usually referred as a
Dumb fucking moron.
Hila Klein, once the reserved counterpart
Let's watch The Raider of Ramallah.
to Ethan. She was known for her
Ramallah.
awkward charm and subtle humor. In the early days of H3, she was the shy,
Ramallah.
friendly
How do you
presence besides
pronounce that?
Ethan's loud personality. The things she would
Eat a
say
bowl
were
of
once
cringe flakes for
lighthearted,
breakfast,
grounded.
honestly.
She left last
Yeah, no,
time
he
as an
eats that every
Israeli.
fucking day.
She enters today.
That's
as an
exclusively his
American.
diet.
Hila, how does it feel? Tell me
I
everything.
feel like now I can
Handfuls
really
of
ride,
amphetamines
the
and
flags the
cringe
balloons.
flakes.
Like, I feel like every old person on a mobility scooter, they always have this like personal life
Right.
attached to it.
Absolutely.
And now we got ours.
Right.
To have shifted into someone who appears more vocal than thoughtful.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. Yeah, Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn. I know
Eh.
you already did most of the work. I'm just
And also someone who seems to donate money to a slop tuber who hosts a show called Ultimate Review that picks apart sexual
Ultimate
allegations.
Rape
And also
Review
Lol
is
Cow
the
Live,
most
a podcast
fucking insane- uh-oh.
co-hosted by Keemstar, someone that previously made her life hell. But first, who is
happened?
Hila actually? She's the co-host of a podcast with her husband who's turned arguing with everyone into a full-time sport while she contributes to the show by slowly rotating in her chair. She's the founder and CEO of Teddy Fresh, a streetwear brand.
Why is it
with a
not working?
questionable
Hold
theme
on.
That appears to some
This is weird. Did the screen die for you guys? You guys can't see the screen on
designs. Teddy Fresh
Twitch anymore?
also has a good causes section on their
What the
site,
fuck's happening?
proudly listing charities.
Why is it showing there and not there? Where is it? Oh my goodness. Is it, did I like move it to a place where I can't see it? That's so weird. God, sometimes I hate this fucking thing. Display capture. Oh god, okay, I'm gonna I'm just gonna delete it, and I just gotta re-add it. Sorry, everyone. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Display capture. Add source. Add source. There we go. All better. All better. Like it never happened. Everyone can not make fun of me for being stupid. That would be much appreciated, because I am stupid. I'm very not smart.
Support, which is a great
very
thing.
not
I
smart.
appreciate them for doing.
I'm kind of an idiot.
Let's just say that I found out that
It's okay,
not
though.
everything
It's
on
okay
that
to be
list checks
stupid.
out, which I will get into later on. In the
I fixed
video.
it.
She loves to draw, present her.
I
unique
used to watch that guy. I watched H3 for a long time. He seems like that guy in high school that discovered deodorant late. That's a good description of Ethan Klein, actually. That's pretty good. No, he used to be pretty funny. Like, he had some bangers. Let's give him, like the downfall of H3. I used to think he was funny. The Vape Naish. The Vape Naish video, like this was kind of funny.
Hey, what up,
like
peeps?
when it
It's your
came
boy
out
Ethan
9
from-
fucking years ago, it was kind of funny.
H3, the sun finally came out. It's a beautiful, nice, warm day here in New York
He's
City.
like, it's a completely different human being. It's crazy. Oh. Shut up. Shut up. Mute. He's a completely different fucking human being at this point.
I wanted to show you all at home what I'm about. A little peep into the world of EK from H3. Vape Nation, y'all.
So lit.
Today, I'm on a mission to rip the fattest vape. So I'm headed down to my favorite smoke shop in New York City to vape up.
How the mighty have fallen. It's crazy to call this guy
Welcome to
mighty.
Vape City, home of the
But like,
fattest
look
cloud
at,
rippers in the
he was a massive YouTuber, not like almost 30 million views.
world. I'm here.
This was before the adpocalypse too, so he made fat stacks of cash off this video. Just money bags.
Kick it up a notch and become one of the best. Let's check it out.
And then he used all that money
Hey, what's going on, man?
to become a maniac.
Here.
Yeah, we do.
Cool, dude.
Sick.
Sick.
I quote that still to this day. I quote that. That's how the influence of this was. You missed his rise. Yeah. This is definitely nostalgic for me. Like this is like I was like 29 years ago. 22. I'm old as fuck now. I'm a boomer. I gotta start putting moisturizer on my face. I gotta start using like smooth skin smoothing filters. But it's not funny anymore.
clothing style on social media.
But she was pretty quiet back then. She would film all his videos. This is his wife, and she's a former IOF soldier. Yeah, she's not so great these days.
Media, and
People
she's
don't really
also
like her too
someone
much
that gets
these days.
particularly vocal when criticism of Israel arises.
Hey, Jeff.
It's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hassan. They don't fucking,
Yeah,
but
I
it is
don't-
dangerous.
Maybe I
It's a
come
war
over
zone.
today.
Sure, it's a war zone.
That's such an insane thing too. Oh, it's not like Israel's going to purposely target journalists like they've done over and over again since its inception. What the fuck? Why does that keep happening?
They may.
But what?
He was in the running for anti-Semite of the year. They may.
Nah,
And
it's
I
all
don't think
different
you guys
worlds.
understand
Yeah, it's a
Israel. It
different
doesn't work
world.
like that.
They're
It's-
not-
And this is
It
where she
literally
gets quite
works
a
like
lot
that.
of backlash. It's not because she's from Israel or that she served in the IDF. Well, actually that could be reason for some, it's mostly because of the dehumanizing language she uses for Palestinians and her relentless defense for Israel. Also, I just want to be clear, I don't want to make Ayla responsible for
sound might
Ethan's
glitch out again.
flip-outs, but you cannot be dismissed as a silent bystander while Ethan spreads false information. And when
Stop
she does
going
decide
over
to
there.
chime in, it's either about Hassan, defending Israel, or defending their takes. Took one look at her and assumed that she's an undocumented migrant.
The audio might cut out here for a second.
They all go with this narrative,
my
but it was
drivers
his
are out of
mom.
date.
It's just unbelievable.
But what about them talking about Hassan going to Gaza?
Was like, I want to go to. I'm thinking of going to Gaza.
I feel like I found out they don't have like a 5-star suite for me with private security waiting there.
I would have bet my goddamn
Jesus
house
Christ.
that he would never step foot in Gaza. It's insanely pathetic. Somebody.
Song. It kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza.
Yeah.
Like,
What the hell is this? Hello. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I had to update my my audio drivers too. Everything was out of date. I should have did that before I went on, but I was popping off on TikTok and I wanted to hop on live, so I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything I
sorry,
needed to.
guys, I'm not going to this war zone unless they can.
So much to the point that they started fantasizing how his visit to Gaza could look like.
They managed to keep the hostages alive. You can go be in the tunnels, I'm sure. You'll
I mean,
be safe
he's a
there.
high-value hostage for Hamas.
Jesus, they're crazy.
They kidnapped Arabs
They're
and
so
Muslims and
fucking evil. They're so just evil. You could go to Gaza. You could go in the tunnels. You're a high-value hostage. Like, they're just fucking evil fuckers.
If he's actually just worried about the Israeli side, like seriously, they can take him to the tunnels and he'll be safe.
They
If he
wouldn't.
entered
They
through-
let journalists in. Hamas doesn't kidnap journalists. Has there ever been a case of Hamas kidnapping journalists? Let's look it up.
Egyptian crossing, and just went into Gaza like that. I think there's probably a more likelihood that he'd be kidnapped by Hamas than precision striked by Israel.
Yeah.
And then pedal it all back.
It's literally
It's
just a
crazy.
silly joke.
We're just criticizing you.
It's literally just a silly joke.
Comes across like a fucking pager.
It comes across as a pager joke.
Hassan should go to Gaza. And if he doesn't, he should be severely judged by his audience for
I
being
mean,
a
it's
total
part of
fucking
why
coward.
I judge him. He doesn't know shit about that conflict. He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know.
No, but they're trying to paint Israeli journalists as terrorists. That's the articles I'm seeing. Every journalist in Gaza is Hamas. Terror. It's terror journalism.
Know shit
Terror.
about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not. But he talks like with such authority. Oh my God. You would think he's been there like 5 times since October 7th, right?
This small bit of premium content is just
Oh
a
my
tiny
god, this is so funny. Israel critiques deplore scores of journalists killed in this war. Why seldom pausing to ask how Gaza could have so many involved in supporting terrorism. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Do you just the people, the journalists, if they're trying to be honest about what's happening in Gaza, are terrorists?
any part of a larger pattern.
Is it
Elan's
fucked?
reasoning is
Sorry, I
just
just
as
came across
inconsistent. Let's try and understand
blatant
Elan's logic here.
propaganda article.
Hassan can't understand the conflict because
I've only been streaming for a couple months now, 3 months now. Ooh, heck yeah, David. Ooh, I gotta slow down on my nicotine pouches. I'm day 3 or 4 away from vaping, and I'm running low on my nicotine pouches, but I'm trying to slow down because I don't want to keep buying nicotine pouches. You know,
he hasn't been there.
Oh, you got a date tomorrow? Hell yeah! Good job, David. Let's go. David's got a date.
Is the only way
David's
to
got a
grasp
date.
reality.
David's
if
got
we
a
were
date.
to even go with this logic, then why does she not know about what's going on with the Tesla stock and Elon Musk's
believe in you.
actions, despite living in the very country where it's all happening?
Be
That's what's getting
unapologetically
crazy
yourself.
lately. Like
they're down
If
like
yourself isn't a creep.
vandalizing the f- out of them and like bombing, they're firebombing their factory and shit.
USA.
To, like,
I'm a little like I don't know if I'm out of the loop, but did something specific happen that all of a sudden this is happening?
I mean, that's quite an integral part of the ongoing events in the United States and its political landscape. While selling anti-Elon shirts in her own shop. And by the way,
Okay, it looks like 17 years ago there was a reporter held in the Gaza Strip. But it was like not as a fucking hostage. He was taken to the offices of the Prime Minister. He was there for 16 weeks of captivity. He was British guy. Working full-time in Gaza, he went missing in March. His captors declared themselves to be the Army of Islam. Oh, so that's not even Hamas. That's Army of Islam, Al-Qaeda inspired group. It's not even Hamas. It's fucking the Army of Islam. Kidnapped a journalist. Hamas, as far as I can find, has never kidnapped a journalist. But Israel, okay, how many journalists has Israel killed? I'll tell you right now. Israel as of September 2024, the Committee to Protect Journalists counted 116 journalists were killed. 116 journalists. They were for a little while, but I think they killed all of them. Yeah, 2024 is the deadliest year for journalists in CPJ. Yeah. At least 124 journalists killed as media workers, and two-thirds of them were killed by Israel. Updated count 168. Israel's war on Gaza, the genocide, has killed 232 journalists. So I'm getting a lot of different numbers here, but all of them are over 100, which is insanity. 200, that's fucking crazy. That's absolutely fucking crazy. Sometimes I get that I'm smoking and then I start to feel dizzy. Ooh. What do you call people apart from hallucinogender? I don't know. What do I call people apart from hallucinogender? Oh, what do people call me? They call me Zane. I'm Zane. My name's Zane. Oh, banned. Hell yeah, thank you. I was just about to do that. I forgot that half my chatters are fucking mods. Okay, yeah, but yeah. So, as far as I can find, I cannot find one case of Hamas kidnapping a journalist. I cannot find one case of it. But I have found between 160 and 232 journalists have been murdered directly by Israel. So, take that to the pipe and smoke it there, fucking Ethan Klein, trying to say that, oh, Israel doesn't do precise strikes on journalists. It seems like they do. Or their strikes are so not precise that they just kill everything around everywhere, which is also the case. Like, both are true. They do target journalists specifically.
You're watching this and thinking, oh, how come all the soft take can do is bring up Hassan? And well,
that's such an awkward interaction when Gila finally meets Hassan. I think it's either for the first time or she's just asking him. Insane to the membrane. But yeah, she's almost like gushing over him. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Can you be in my vlog? What the fuck is this? I'll find it. I'll find it somewhere else, but I'll keep this playing for now.
well, the answer to that is simple. I don't. They do. What am I supposed to talk about when almost all of their content is referring back to Hassan? I just follow the storyline they keep writing. But anyway.
It's really interesting how we just cannot criticize him.
And then
Whatever we dare to say about him in a criticism manner, we are a threat. We are backing genocide. We're
She was, yeah, it
children
was weird.
killers.
She was
Myself,
like
that's what they
giddy
say
almost.
about me. It's like, no, I'm just criticizing you.
Oh,
I'm
here it
allowed
is.
to criticize you.
Look at this. This is even on the original fucking H3H3 productions. This Hassan and Hila is so wholesome and innocent. They both get cutely shy and awkward here.
They'll share it. I haven't seen you in pretty much never.
Yeah.
You want to be in my vlog?
Sure.
Starting it up.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! I just started vlogging recently as well. I feel you. It's hard. It's awkward.
Yeah.
Hi everybody.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, we see that.
I came here to say thank you.
Wait, why? No, thank you.
For supporting Teddy Fresh so much.
Thank you for making the big baggy pants. I love them so much. Oh my god.
Because you love it so much, I was thinking to do it also in black.
Raiding the fridge for
I love
colas.
that. Thank you. I'll take it.
Oh, I constantly do that. Oh, who else are you watching? She wants his D. She wants his D. Maybe. Yo, free Palestine, baby. Look, I got the Palestine soda pop and I put it around my my microphone. Back to the topic of moderators. Ever since I was adopted, I feel like I'm part of the group and useful in the chat. Aw. Aw. I'm glad. I'm happy. That makes me happy. You too. Stay safe. Love you. Love you. Yeah, denims. I'm so curious about this fucking lawsuit. I don't think it's cool. Like, it kind of bugs me that she's raising money for this stupid lawsuit. Because, like, money, like, people need the money a lot more than this. And she should just...
Just a full 5 hours. While you
How
make
expensive
a fucking fool of
is a
yourself.
lawsuit? Like, how much does it actually cost to sue
look
someone?
so dumb. And it's so disheartening knowing that the crew is stuck. Yeah, they can choose to
Palestine
leave,
and Philippine,
but they
hell
have
yeah, dude.
spent years of their lives in this profession. And what are they even supposed to do now?
Oh, you're also watching Denims. I could just
They
watch
leave.
Denims. You can get us both.
And where are they going to go? Who's going to want to give them an opportunity now being associated with Ethan?
Honestly.
Dan has been there for how fucking long? AB and Lena, who are just, you can tell that they are all such amazing people. And they're fucking stuck. And the hate that gets thrown their way is
Depends on the lawyer. It's
disgusting.
probably fairly
'Cause
expensive
what
in
the fuck would you do in that
LA.
situation? Go from making, I'm sure, the amount of money that they make to going and working a fuck.
And it's like, I think a lot of people's sympathy is running dry for AB, especially, oh my god, after those videos.
Yeah, no, AB killed any chance he has to become
I just want you guys to know, I watched
a standalone
part
creator
of AB's video, and I literally, I couldn't finish it. I was like, dude, fuck, man.
Oh yeah, I said to your reply,
Cameron Casey, thanks.
I said, "Aw, I love that so much. That makes me so happy that you feel part of the group and feel useful in the chat. That makes me so happy."
And also, yeah, I give some empathy or some sympathy to the person making this TikTok. She just changed her mind on the criticism for the clue is going to be a slower burn. Yeah. Because I think there are people like Dan.
A nice gay community that's nice and happy and fun.
And there are a lot of other people where it's like,
oh, who's my favorite drummer?
Like,
That's a good question.
Like Olivia, I think, is a good example where she literally doesn't speak at all.
Trey Cool, Trey Cool's pretty good from Green Day. Smelly from Green Day.
Unless it's a fun topic.
Or Smelly from NoFX.
Like there have been multiple episodes I feel like that I've watched.
Not a lot of drummers.
She didn't say anything because all of it was just about his song.
Go crazy about.
I've been pretty forgiving on the crew, maybe unreasonably, but the Bad Empanada video on AB was very convincing. I can't lie.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh my god, the apartment tour video.
Yeah, that was fucked. What the fuck? In the midst of all this, did you guys see that?
Dude, like,
he's out here fucking shilling for his goddamn Zionist boss. And everyone's like, you're a fucking sellout. Like, the money is worth it. The money's worth it to you. Like, fuck you, dude. You're Lebanese. What are you doing? Why are you shilling for this fucking guy who hates all Arabs? Like, what are you doing? So he thinks it's a good idea to be like, let's do an apartment tour on my $4,200 apartment. Like, what the fuck, bro? It's like the most tone deaf, out of touch bullshit I've ever seen.
What do you want from me? Or that other couch that she got from him.
Yeah, anyway, it just blows my mind. Blows my mind.
Crime was agreeing with Mike from PA.
What other drummers do I like? That's a really good question.
And
Nigel Moe.
Mike said basically, you know, like, you're fucking complicit. Like, this is unacceptable behavior. Like, you are on board on all this shit, right? And I think that reasonably could leave a bad taste in people's mouths, especially Arab people who, like, you see like a white guy talking about shit, and he can be right, but it feels like you don't particularly enjoy watching a white person lecture.
Yeah, Eric Sandin, probably.
Any other group of people's culture, or like, it's like hearing white people be like, well, maybe the black people should simply blah, blah, blah. And I'm not saying that they're exactly the same. I'm not at all saying that. Mike is very informed. He fights for the Palestinian people. He uses his platform for that.
Nothing pisses me off when people have giant fucking TVs. Let's see. Does he have it? They have giant fucking TVs.
Additional monitor.
And they use the fucking speakers that come out of that TV. You have like a 52 fucking inch TV, no sound system, no fucking speakers. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? That's so stupid. Sound is like 50% of the experience of watching a fucking movie, if not more. Get a goddamn surround sound system so you can experience your movies in fucking proper way. Don't just listen to your fucking TV speakers. Drives me fucking crazy.
If I need it. Also,
I guess they have these little tiny speakers on the desk. Is that what they use, maybe?
Since you guys have last seen it, there's a lot going on back here, but you don't see it. And over here we have the back.
Poor Lena. I love Lena. She's so lovely. I don't know what's going on. She seems so sweet and nice.
In the same vein, the fact that like AB went so hard on Anthony the
money
Arab
changes
dude,
people, or the promise of money. Honestly, I think that's a big thing. That's what happened with Ethan and the whole crew. I think money just kind of perverted their minds, you know. Oh, bye, Robin and Boba. Love you. Take it easy.
Being a huge asshole.
See you later. I'll probably be live all day.
And then saying like, oh, you know, like, I'm sure the Zionists love your form of Arab or whatever. It's like, dude. And then when it comes to Mike, he's like, yeah, whatever, Mike, you're a loser. It's like, damn, you have so much energy for the other Arabs that you feel like aren't behaving correctly, but then when it comes to like white guy Mike, you're just like, yeah, he's an idiot, and then you move on. Like
AB is
when
one
I
of the
see
most
that,
insecure people ever.
Yeah, hell yeah.
when I see that, and I see the way that you attack people who criticize you differently,
But also, I'm very
and you
biased
save
because
a
I'm
lot of the criticism and a lot of the anger.
I'm definitely an audio pervert, you know, an audiophile. I'm nuts about my high res, my hi-fi.
I thought that it was I thought it was weird.
Ooh, Stace Kadek.
I thought it was fucking weird, dude. AB had more
Honestly,
smoke
that
for
blows
Anthony
my
than
mind.
any.
But she was definitely, Ethan fucking bullied her out of it. Was probably like, Lena, you know how much hate you're gonna get if you do this? Lena, you better not go. Lena, I don't think it's good if you go. Oh, Lena. Like he was definitely fucking pestering her to the point where she felt obligated to quit. And then he's like, well, I'll give you 14 grand. And then it's like, okay, seals the deal.
They can't even use his name.
Like-
Also, yeah, them calling him like Millhouse.
But yeah,
whatever. I don't know.
What like Ian says it best in his videos because they're like, you put Lena in such a bad spot because you said all this. It's like, fucking you started it. You put her in a bad spot, Ethan. You started coming after Ian and Anissa. You could just shut your fucking mouth.
I think you're making a bit of a mistake.
But
Because
you
your
put
actions
her
and
in a
inability
bad
to prove
spot.
prove a damages component of the required
Because your
elements
ego
of your
is
suit
so
succeed will
fragile, you couldn't
unfortunately
handle
lose
her
staff.
working with
You
them.
also
You
open yourself
fucking
up to discovery, which I think will be an issue.
bullied her
Just my
into
2
quitting.
cents. Wait, who?
It's true. Very true.
Who asked, dude? Who fucking asked? Second, you clearly didn't even fucking read the demand letter. And you're clearly not a lawyer. You just probably asked ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
It's libel per se.
It's not okay. So she's not
Damages are significantly less important
not
for
suing
libel,
for
libel per
damages.
se.
It's like slander.
I don't know why you're coping and telling everybody, like, I'm actually...
I don't know if you're watching, but it's slander, and it's like defamation of character versus defamation that because in a lot of defamation accounts you have to prove damages. Like you got to be like, what this person says caused my business to lose money, caused my or just caused a loss of money, and my business suffered because of it, or whatever. My financial situation is worsened. But yeah, per se is just like
Jesus.
defamation of
All right.
character. So now people think that Denims is this evil person that called
Anyways,
CPS.
yeah,
So
the
that's
apartment
what she's
tour, and then mentioning that it was 4.2K.
suing about.
And then you got a dog.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, dude, oh God. It'd be like, as someone who is really trying, I've been trying since fucking day one. You don't have to fucking believe me. It's fine. If you want to shit on me, you can do it. I don't care. I'm not gonna shit on you back. I'm not gonna be I'm not gonna be rude about my criticism. I'm just gonna state my criticism the way that I feel that a lot of other people feel. People want to defend you. They want to be on your side. When you make a video about your apartment tour that cost 4.2K a month,
Yeah,
in
Jesus
LA.
Christ, man, so out of touch.
and you're
Like, how the
wearing
fuck?
like, I don't know, an expensive watch, I'm not sure, and you just got a new dog, and dogs are famously not
yeah,
necessarily
exactly.
cheap.
That's what I'm saying too.
I didn't get a cat. I mean, cats are
It's
way less of a hassle.
defamation per
and I didn't get a
se.
cat until I felt very financially comfortable. So getting the dog is a signal of like financial comfort, and
Libel,
you're
slander,
to
quad.
other people who
Special
want to
damages
defend you,
need to be
like
shown.
me,
Special
they see
damages
that,
do not
and they
need to be
see, like,
shown.
Yeah, I'm profiting off of my job where I agree with my boss who does these terrible things and lies about people and doesn't care. Like,
It implies.
if I was AP and I'm sitting there and I'm
What
watching
is
like
this?
Ethan
Hold on,
Klein
give me a
making.
second here. Slander is not actionable per se unless it impugns a crime punishable by imprisonment, impugns a certain existing disease such as venereal disease or AIDS. It impugns unchastity, adultery, or lesbianism in a woman, is calculated to damage the plaintiff in any office, trade, or professional held or carried on by him. What the fuck? If you be calling people lesbians, that's defamation. What the? That's crazy.
Fuck me, dude.
Yeah, if you call someone a pedo, if you if you attack
looks
someone's
so
character in a
cold.
way
That
that
looks
changes the
ice
public opinion
cold.
about them. Like if you go around like if you go saying, "Oh, that person's a rapist," and everyone thinks they're a rapist, even if their group of people still support them, and like it's not true, you can sue for libel. Like
I don't know why you're typing this in here, chatter, when you should be typing it
like
to
that would be
Ethan
like
Klein, who
for
originally
all
claimed
these
that
the
mass
false
rapes won't happen in
accusations that
Israeli
people like to bring up. That would be the lawsuit for it. But also a lot of those probably have a
I'm sorry, the
provable
UN report did
damages.
not show any mass systemic rape on October 7th.
Exactly. Like
if you don't
over
like
and over
it,
and
you
over
can go
again.
take it up
Old
with the
Dan
UN.
Clancy.
Unless you think that the UN is Hamas run. In
The
which
UN's
case, I think you might
Hamas.
just be fried.
The UN is Hamas. You ain't gay, bro? Are you sure, Nigel? It's pretty cool to be gay. My audience is pretty gay. You should hop on over to Twitch. You could join all the gays. What's up, fellow gays?
All right. I want to finish this video.
Fucking regular 9 to 5
Yeah. What's
Ethan
her
was
name? I want to watch
full-time.
her video.
has been doing
Wonder if I can find it.
all of
Bad empanada
in
jump
front
scare.
of our face. And there's still people who their eyes weren't opened during that debate. And it's crazy to me. But I guess I can see how, because it took me this fucking long to realize.
Does anyone have this on hand?
So I really do hope that a creator
Holy
out
shit, I
there
have so many fucking
eventually has
messages and
in
shit
their
on
heart
TikTok.
to
My
give
TikTok's
his
going
amazing crew
crazy.
a chance and an opportunity to get the fuck out.
I don't think so. I think this is a really good vehicle to address. Like, Ethan's been a really good vehicle to address Zionist talking points and get a lot more eyes on it. Because if you're just sitting there talking about about Gaza, if you're just sitting there talking about the genocide and talking about historical facts and whatever, it gets pretty boring. You don't get a lot of eyes on it. But because Ethan is doing blatant Hasbara and using Israeli propaganda techniques, it gets a lot of people like, hey, look at what he's doing. This is what he's doing. And then because it's like drama fueled and everyone's so fucking content pilled and loves that shit, it gets so many more eyes on it. So I think it is helpful in that regard, but I don't think it's helpful materially. Like, it's,
yeah, she did. Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's all just entertainment.
No, all these people deserve it. Yeah, but like fucking
Gay reporting in.
He's participating. He's getting his fucking bag, dude. I don't fucking care.
Oh, did I? Hell yeah.
But
okay, that
I
makes
want
me
to
so
get back
happy.
to this soft take video. Wait, stop.
Oh, really? When you Google
No.
denims?
At the time I clicked on the chatter, they were already banned.
It
You're all
comes up?
terrible people. I'm not on anyone's side. So brave that you would you wrote something so brave in a Twitch chat. Wow. Everyone clap. Oh my God, he's so brave. He didn't feel like actually looking into anything and deciding which party was more at fault. So instead, he was brave.
have you guys
and said,
played Ark?
I'm not on anyone's side.
I'm trying to find that video of
Okay.
that kid.
You're right.
That kid
You're so right, King.
talking about it. Does anyone have a link to that video?
It's like, I feel like every old person
I
on
wanna
a
see her whole
mobility scooter, they
statement.
always have this like personalized touch to it.
Absolutely.
And now we got ours.
Right.
To have shifted into
Was that a good answer there, Rebecca J?
someone who appears more vocal than thoughtful.
Rebecca.
I feel like now I can really
I went
ride
to
it, you know,
Vietnam.
get the flags and
I went to Vietnam for like 3 weeks, and the people I was with, their younger brother, didn't speak a lot of English, but he really loved the name Rebecca, and he would just go, Rebecca, Rebecca. Cute kid.
McIntyre needs to just like disappear. Yeah, Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn. I know
Late
you
to the
already
game.
did most of the work. I'm just
And also someone who seems to donate money to a slop tuber who hosts a show called Ultimate Preview that picks apart
Our best friend, Nicholas Eat Oreo.
sexual allegations.
It's
also
probably
Lol
mostly
Cow Live,
slacktivism, but it gets a lot more
co-hosted
people
by
informed,
Keemstar,
I think.
someone
A lot more people that
previously made
wouldn't
her
be.
life hell. But first,
And
who
if
is
only a
Gia,
handful of those
actually?
people
She's
get
the co-host
actively
of a
involved, then
podcast
I
with
think
her
it's
husband,
good.
who's turned arguing with
But yeah.
everyone into a full-time sport while she contributes
It's
to the show by
entertainment at the end of
slowly
the day.
rotating in her chair. She's the founder and CEO of Teddy Fresh, a streetwear brand with a questionable theme
Oh my God, Shonda Black, thank you so much
this
for the
fucking picture is
raid.
so
What's
scary.
up? Thank you. Welcome, welcome,
Well,
welcome.
why are you dressed up a teenager in a teenager's room with like I heart cum and
Hi,
shit
hi,
on the
readers.
walls?
Welcome.
Tasteless. Was it like this was like right after the Balenciaga
STAV raid. Yeah.
shit that was going
Wait, I was
on?
gonna say
Why is
something.
fashion so creepy?
Forgot what I was going to say.
See Murray on Joe Rogan?
sorry, get
Really,
back to it.
Here's to
Murray?
sometimes allegedly borrow designs. Teddy Fresh also has a good causes section.
Like that guy that did those videos
Your insistent
or that TV show?
usage of this term following 1 minute ago makes me think that you're a double agent that's trying to prove that everybody else's audience is cruel and sexist secretly. Tell Ethan Klein you're going to have to try a little bit harder and you're going to need to make at least 7 other burners to get away with it.
But also at this point, I think a lot of people are very vindictive against Ethan Klein. They feel betrayed. Like I'm one of those people that like I was following Ethan Klein and I was all here for his leftist arc. And then the debate, capitalism versus socialism, happened, and I lost all faith in the guy.
Famous instances
And
of a
it broke
content
my
creator
heart.
sort of becoming more mainstream.
So now it's just
with
like,
what
fuck
they
you, dude.
make. Like Teddy
And also,
Fresh
like,
was
don't shill for a
iconic.
genocidal
And
state.
They easily
Gross.
because the thing with content creation that's kind of tough is you can't outlive. Sorry, you kind of always have to keep working to make more money, right? And with a good company, you should be able to continue an income flow even after you're not streaming or even after you don't make content anymore. And they were the first really to do it in a big way. Teddy Fresh being this constant income source for them.
I need to find the fallen
Even after their
that fan
content?
video, the fallen fan video. No one's got it.
Was dope. Like it's actually incredible. It's really cool.
There's this one.
And
like every job, sorry.
This is a fall. Oh, this is like 10 minutes long. Okay, I might watch that later.
Normie jobs, office jobs, you can work them until you're like 60,
To watch like
70,
fallen
fucking
fans
80.
talk about it, that
Someone who's worked
'cause, like,
office jobs.
I was a fallen fan just before October 7. That fucking capitalism versus socialism debate, that's what got me. That pushed me over the edge. I'm like, I can't, this guy's an idiot. And like, he just wants to justify the fact that he can use underpaid labor to make his shitty clothes.
Work so many jobs and you don't
I was
have to
never a
fucking like
Teddy
your job
Fresh
at all.
fan, that's for sure.
Because it doesn't matter. And you can work the job for decades and decades and decades. With content creation, one, you never know if you're going to fall off. If like you did unboxings for like a decade and then suddenly nobody gives a fuck about unboxings. Algorithms change. Certain content formats become more popular. This is a big one with TikTok. Short form content has like taken over so hardcore that people who make longer form videos just like haven't been able to like rebuild themselves and remake themselves, right?
Well, that was Douglas
So, or
Murray.
like, let's say you're a Twitch streamer and you play video games, right? Like, fuck, dude. What if everybody stops playing Overwatch and then you're fucked, right? There's a lot of things with content that are uncertain and you don't know if you'll be able to stick around forever. And most content creators, you're not reasonable. It's not reasonable that most content creators will be doing content for like 4 or 5 decades.
Who is Joe Stannon?
Still
Or
better
Douglas
than a service
Murray?
job. When did I say otherwise? This is a pancake moment. I have literally said service workers deserve the right to tase customers.
Ew, he's British.
A service worker can spit on my food in front of me, call me a vile
Well, look,
fucking human.
we have fallen fans all over this place here. I was a fan back before the podcast. He kept saying weird shit. I started watching again during frenemies, but I felt like I was taking crazy pills because he was gross to Trisha, regardless of her past. Honestly, that I didn't like that either. Like, it felt so weird watching that podcast because like he was clearly just taking advantage of someone who was like mentally spiraling a little bit, or just like, and he'd just poke and pry to get fucking content out of this poor, like, she's a dickhead. But you can't exploit dickheads that are mentally unwell. Like, that's still not cool. So watching all that was fucked up. I wasn't a fan of all that. I really didn't like Jimmy Lee. That shit put me on edge. Every time Jimmy Lee would show up, I'd shut the podcast off. I really didn't like what they did to Seaman. There's a lot of stuff I didn't like about the podcast, but I liked the crew. I really liked Sam and Cam and Ian, all the ones that are gone now. And I liked Dan for a long time too. Ethan was like the last person I'd watch it for. Sometimes, like, if he was going banana modes on people who deserved it, that's funny. Like, that's funny to watch because he is fucking unhinged. And if it's aimed at a target that's like genuinely harmful, then it's good. But if you and now he's just, his target is pro-Palestinian creators exclusively, that's not good.
I'm sorry, the number of people in here that played Dwarf Fortress while they're watching my stream.
We just covered that. We just covered that, and I just looked it up. There's no instance of Hamas ever kidnapping a journalist. There's not one. But between 160 and 260 fucking journalists have been killed by Israel. The most ever throughout history at one time. It's fucked.
Stuff that comes with streaming.
How did they say that?
The concerns about doxing or swatting, the concerns about like harassment, the fact that you have to be constantly like, you know,
the
on
Fires
your shit,
podcast
or you
with
get
Will
clipped
Osmond?
or whatever. All these aspects. In
I
my
love
experience
Will
working
Osmond.
in an office, my office job was easier than this. My personal opinion, maybe your office work is really difficult. And your office work is harder than my streaming job. I don't know. I don't work your job. I'm only speaking about my experience in the work field. Only about my job. I'm not making a claim about anyone else's job. I'm just comparing one type of labor that I did to another type of labor that I did. Okay? Call center job is an office job and it's hell. I mean, I had a call center job for a little bit.
That would be brutal. Call center job would be similar to
the
streaming.
script down. And I would put Netflix on my phone. I worked really long shifts at this job too. It was really annoying, but it was fine. Because I would show up exhausted.
Yeah,
and
actually,
fucking stay
that
up
was
all night
fucked.
playing video games.
I remember that.
And then I would show up at
because
work.
William Osmond was just kind of starting. Like, he wasn't a big channel yet. Yeah, and he had his segment for like 10 minutes. He built the fucking... Was this before he built the beanie that talked? And yeah, it was fucking awkward.
Calling about other
I
stupid
remember
shit.
that.
It's still work and it's still exhausting and people scream at you and all this other stuff and that sucks. I'm not claiming that it's an easy job. I'm not claiming that it's an easy job. It is very mentally draining. I'm just saying I personally appreciated that I could just fucking turn on Netflix, show up fucking on like 2 hours of sleep and I felt fine doing it. If anything, I think people who've done call center jobs, you know how it is really tiring to use your voice all
TikTok
day.
popped off.
So you have probably a much better understanding.
I need
of
to
it.
find that
There's
lady,
pros and
though.
cons. I don't want to get
Is
into
that
this
her?
fucking debate and then get clipped a million times.
No.
And people are like, "Guys, so what you're saying is streamers are it's the most difficult job ever." It's like, no. Food service workers have the most difficult job, okay? Obviously, come on. And then people have to fucking clean up popcorn because the kids are screaming chicken jockey.
Oh, God.
That's up there. That's like top 5, okay?
Yeah, cooks.
Moving on. Okay, all I'm saying.
Okay, someone get me in front of Kate, please.
Different pros and
I want
cons.
to talk to Kate.
And more importantly,
Kate's so good. One of my favorite creators right now at the moment.
Wait.
What was
Why
I
did I
gonna
even bring this up? I got so stomached I forgot why I brought this up. Oh, you can't do content for like 5 decades in the way that you can work in like an office for 5 decades. Maybe that's just my opinion. Maybe other people disagree. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know.
trying to find
the
that
creativity
TikTok.
aspect
The
for
one
it
with
for
the
me.
nice
I don't
eyelashes.
feel like I could do content for 5 decades.
Because I found this one.
And most content creators, they like retire after a decade or
But
two.
the one Denims was talking
Because it's
about.
very creative heavy. I mean, even Derma said, like, I'm not going to do this forever. Like, I can't do it forever. Because, again, the creative aspect of it is, like, it's a very different type of job labor than, like, working a service job. Or, like, working a whatever type of job, right? All of that was to say, Cutie said that too. A lot of content creators have said that. They've said that, like, I don't think I could do it for more than a decade.
Oh God,
because I don't.
That was the grossest fucking thing. Oh my God.
Use all of
and you know,
for the
oh my
lawsuit.
God,
Do you
okay,
know
I'm gonna
what you'll
pull
do
that.
with the
That shit was fucked up.
Like the extra going to a Palestinian charity or something. Again, sorry if this is a dumb question.
Oh, it was gross. Where
what I
am
would probably do is see if there's a way to contact GoFundMe and say, like, the percentage that was used, can that percentage be refunded to everyone? So, like, if you donated $10 and I used 80% of the GoFundMe, $2 would be refunded back to you, right? Anywho,
Oh, this was it's just so gross.
That would be in my opinion.
And the funny thing about this is, in Ian's video, I don't know, maybe I'd missed this part. He straight up says, "Ethan, you're just one step away from calling me a fucking cuck," and he just doubles down on his fucking right wing
sloppy and loser
slander.
behavior. What a dumbass.
This is gross. This
Can't
is
believe I
so
felt
gross.
bad for you.
Trigger warning.
And by the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6 tonight at 11.
Excuse me?
Because I'm gonna fuck him for her? Because she's the cuck? No good?
Okay, Ian?
Him.
Right.
Anissa reached out to me.
You know, the first time that you made the Anissa the cuck joke, it hit really good.
Well, what happened?
Fucking Dan's excuse me is so good.
Because she's the cuck? No good?
Excuse me?
The Motel 6 tonight at 11.
Excuse me?
Excuse me? Honest, this was so fucking gross. Here, I'm liking that one. So gross. Anissa reached out was the first thing he said when I tuned in. A cosmic coincidence. That's the word I was looking for in that video. Fuck. Cosmic coincidence. Yeah, no, isn't that fucking gross? So gross. What a fucking feminist hero over here. He thought about it. That's amazing, him looking at the button. I love that so much. Sarah McLachlan song over this picture. Will you remember me? What? I can only go so far. What the fuck? That's so funny. Be a coal miner? I would be. If there was a coal mine near me, I might do it. I think I got the black lung, pa. Which one is this on? I gotta be careful with this specific. I have two accounts. This one I used to run my spicy side. My spicy website was run on this one, so I should switch it to my other account on this, to be honest. Just in case something, I don't want to get banned again. Anyway. The line, I need to reach, yeah, that's crazy. He even said a few minutes later that he thought about buttoning the joke. Yeah, straight up. I don't know why he didn't. Like, that's exactly something he should. But no. But, I don't know, just the button existing is such a red flag. I can't watch my mouth enough. I need a whoopsie button. And the way I explained it kind of is like, I can go live without a safety net, and I get hammered drunk on here sometimes, so I'm very loose with what I'm saying, and I have no fear I'm going to say the wrong thing or a cancelable thing, because I don't have anything inside me that would come out accidentally that would get me canceled. Ethan has a lot of things inside of him that could come out at any moment and get him canceled. Like, even with like like even if he's joking, it's like those jokes aren't on the tip of my tongue like that guy. He has those like things. Oh no, I haven't. The thread about Hilla's Instagram? No, I haven't. Hilla. I say Hilla like Jimmy Lee. I can't do that. Hila. He's cracking under the pressure. The criticism about the button. Oh yeah, fair enough. The button is so fucked up. It's such a red flag. I didn't even... I thought it was funny when I got that. I'm like, yeah, that's probably good. Oh, has everyone seen the video I made? How many new people do we have? Okay, this is my video. I'm in this. I made this. I directed this. Co-directed it. Look, that's me. I'm gonna post this in the chat there. I'm gonna pin it. You guys can check that out. Maybe if a bunch of people show up in here, we'll watch it. But yeah, this is, and I think this ends. Yeah, this ends on a clip of the button that I think is really funny.
Button is going to save us all, you guys. We have sponsors lining up. They heard the button, the holy button. Oh,
I miss Chubby Ethan. I miss Chubby Ethan.
Going to this war zone unless
Look
they
how
can
scary he looks. His eyes are so scary now.
How his visit to Gaza could
Like
look
what?
like.
They managed
The
to keep
eyes
the
where the
hostages
whites
alive.
is
You
on the
can go
top
be
and
in
the
the
bottom.
tunnels,
It's
I'm
just
sure.
kind of
I'll be
spooky.
safe
He's a
there.
high-value hostage for Hamas. He's an American citizen.
Okay, she's just watching this
Well,
video.
well,
I can just
good
watch
stuff
this.
to
I don't need to
happen for
watch her
Palestine.
react to this.
Like,
I
I
can
can
react
do
to this.
both.
I'm
It
just
was
as
really
good as
hard for me
Denham's.
to find
Just
those
kidding, I'm
moments
not.
where she shows that she wants good things to happen for Palestine. The ones I found are in this
Not even
video.
close. Denham's is queen shit.
But let's talk about the labels Hila deals with. And could it be that they come from Hila's patterns on the H3 podcast? Patterns of
Honestly, straight up, like, and he flip-flops on, like, he's a Zionist. He flip-flops so much. It's a genocide. Oh, it's not a genocide. Oh, the IDF's a terrorist organization. Oh, it's not. Oh, what else? Like, flip-flops. Zionism means, oh, all you believe is Israel should exist. Oh no, Zionism means, I don't know what else he would even, that's pretty much all he wants it to mean.
of deflecting, dismissing.
Zionism is an inherently fascist ideology that wants the existence of an ethno-national state. And the requirement of that is death and destruction of an entire people that exist on the land before people showed up there, because it was not a land without people, it was a land with people. Okay, you don't know the button lore. Okay, Ethan is such an unhinged maniac that he can't watch his mouth, so he had to spend 20 grand on this button on his podcast that erases the last 30 seconds of what he just said. So if he accidentally drops the N-word or something, he can hit the button. Or if he says something real naughty, he can hit the button and it erases it. Oh, what do we find? Oh, I did see this. This is amazing. Out of your league. That's not the reason. It's like Raider of Ramallah. This one was so good. I downloaded this picture. I almost made this the background on my TikTok. Maybe I should. This is so good. Guardia Mama. I was only a Nazi secretary. Oh, it's herself reminded of my haters. It's off? Oh, is this just the template? It's a war. My kids will find out that I'm a genocidal apologist and hate me for it. Hopefully, yeah. His lawyers can't do fucking shit. That's so funny. Oh, that's true. She is in her camo pants. IDF core style? It is true. They always have their fatigue pants on and t-shirts tucked in. You submitted one? Oh, I wonder. Okay, I'll try not to view their name and I'll see if it's the funniest one. Oh, okay. I rated Ramallah and all I got was this stupid shirt. Jesus, do not come. Oh, okay. Yes, girl, give us nothing. My diary is extremely smelly. Oh my god! Ah! That's fucked. That's funny though. That's a good picture. Out of your league. Oh man. Yeah. Did I see it? Denham's is streaming. I don't know. Dyer's under front under. I don't know what that means. That's my reaction. How far down is yours? Woo. I missed it. Or maybe I saw it. You still don't know what the button is? It's a whoopsie button. If he hits the button, it erases the last 30 seconds of his stream. So if he accidentally says something fucked up, he can hit the button and it erases the last 10 seconds.
And downplaying Israel's actions.
It's so complicated.
Yeah.
I don't know if I saw it or if I blew past it.
These guys.
But they go specifically to people who they know are terrorists, and they have a history of that stuff, and they know they have guns.
And the thoughtful criticisms Hila shares about her self-declared enemies looks something like this.
What is this frame, bro? Why are you just like in the corner?
It's absolutely
Frame
terrible.
it up, man.
That's
So
funny.
change his background.
I hate
AB
it.
would love that. Although,
Hey, Hassan, I
looks
hate
like a
your
pet
new
store,
background.
frankly. Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. I think his room looks better with
It
like
makes no
Hamas.
sense.
Or hear about Matt Lieb.
It's graceful to participate in a snark page.
Oh, please don't come after Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is like the best. I love Matt Lieb so much. He's so funny.
It is. And
I think it's
Maybe I could do it. An example of the button. It's genius. It's genius if you fucking if you can't watch your fucking mouth. What's more genius is not having shitty opinions that might accidentally slip out on your fucking podcast and get you in trouble.
How to point it
That's
out.
genius.
And also,
And
as
if
a,
that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
right, or
And
at least get off.
maybe don't work for a reputable company like Red and Link.
Red and Link.
You don't deserve to work there.
Or
Oh,
this
there it is.
very
I
reasonable
mean,
criticism of
that's good.
Sam Cedar.
I'm Cedar, another
That's a
one I'm
good
ready
one.
to burn.
By the way, Sam Cedar agrees with me.
I
I saw a clip
mean,
of him the other
that
day
was
being
horrible,
like,
though.
saying
Well,
that he's too
Watching her
state.
do that. Oof. Oof.
I don't know.
Oof.
Too
I
state.
don't
I was
know
like,
if he
I
agrees
have.
with you because he also like protects Hassan at all costs.
You're ugly and you're dumb and you're not funny.
Hila and Ethan have repeatedly stated that they oppose Netanyahu and his government.
So here's what I'll say about Israel. Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times.
I think in this era of him, I think this is where his brain fully broke because he looked so sick. He looked so ill for like 3 weeks. And then he like lost a bunch of weight really fast. So I don't know what the fuck was going on during this specific time. Yelling at AB is a good one.
The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis.
They voted against Netanyahu.
You mentioned that we lived in Israel and we voted against Bibi. Even Ethan, we both voted.
Yeah, I was in, I think, 2 elections, and both time I voted against him.
So like, what do you guys want from us?
And here's them showing empathy for Palestine and being pro two-state solution.
The problem is the
This video is going
extremes
crazy.
on both
Yeah,
sides.
drugs. Honestly, like, it's pretty safe to assume drugs. Like, what else could do that? Like, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're being ableist. He has Tourette's." People on Tourette's can still do drugs. It's ableist to say he can't do drugs because he has Tourette's. Also, he's on air bagging his employees for some of their ADD medicine, which is an amphetamine, which would definitely fucking cause your ticks to go up and causes paranoia and lots of fucking bad side effects, especially if you don't fucking have ADD.
Orthodox Jewish people
And the
cause
extreme-
trouble.
yeah.
And the terrorists.
Yeah. Well, you know,
who do all the terror attacks on the other side, they
Yeah.
cause the trouble.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you ask most people, especially my age, they'll be like, just do whatever it takes. Just
They don't
do it.
care.
Split
They're-
it. Do the
Itchy nose.
two-state solution. Do whatever it takes.
And by the way, I find it quite fascinating to see how their public statements and attitude
Google
has
that 'em?
shifted over time.
The,
lot of drug problems.
the regular people there are, I mean, everyone feels bad for them, even on the Jewish side.
Oh, yeah.
And they're just
What can you do?
they're just
Because-
stuck there.
On the surface, they seem to present themselves as neutral voices, people who acknowledge the suffering on both sides, distancing themselves from the more extreme
made.
Zionist rhetoric.
Yeah, it's being Israel is bombing the fuck out of Gaza right now, which is a horrible humanitarian tragedy that's
Yeah.
happening.
But if that
I'm sorry. This video is going crazy. It's almost at 60,000 views. It has 168 comments, so I'm just reading some of these comments. I popped the fuck off on TikTok. I just wish it translated to more views on Twitch, but it doesn't. He said something about there being danger of the leftist party taking over if Netanyahu wasn't in power or something, but I looked it up. There was only left party and they had the least votes. Yeah, of course. They're a fucking crazy right-wing nationalistic country, and that fucking leftist party is probably not leftist at all. It's probably very, very right-wing Democrat at the most.
That's the case. Why do so many see them as pro-Israel, anti-Palestine, or even Zionist apologists? They themselves cannot grasp as to why. Could it be because of Ethan and Hila saying things like they want to travel to Israel to show how beautiful the country is and how diverse its people are, all in the midst of a genocide?
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip, and I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, you know.
Can you please end the apartheid? Please stop subjugating us to inhumane treatment. Just please. That's like a Matt Lieb joke.
Like Jim Crow style of society.
And after making jokes about Hassan not going to Gaza for months on end, they kind of seem they want to be a bigger part of their own joke as well.
Currently, we're waiting for like a peace deal or something to go into effect.
Yeah, we put the visit off while the war's
because we want to come with the kids, and
I don't want them to have to deal with sirens and seeing all that shit, hearing all that shit, you know.
Or is it Hila's constant IOF apologies instead of finding one critical word about her own service or the IOF in general?
And there's other countries that have mandatory service army.
Very common.
You're just being racist. If you have a problem with the whole country, that's racist.
Turkey has mandatory military service.
Yeah, and my parents were not the rich kind that will pay to get me out, but even if they were, they would not agree to that because they think it's important to.
I broke 2,000 followers on TikTok. That video really popped off. That one video got me like 500 fucking followers. No, nah, not that many. 100. There's literally a mega leftist party, and they're fucking nut jobs. It's like the Communist Nationalist Party.
I think in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide. Okay, I'm not gonna do it, but everybody else will. I mean, when you're growing up with constant terror attacks,
it made me sad because I really like this.
Is a necessity.
Yeah.
For one person to decide I'm not gonna do it is a very selfish decision, because meanwhile you're not doing it, everybody else is doing it and putting their life on hold. Very important years of your personal development, you're putting it on hold.
Communist Party USA, is that the one?
It helps nothing with your career afterwards. You finish it, then you start.
First of all, you would also be putting your life on hold because you'd go to jail for refusing mandatory service. And secondly, if it's selfish to not serve in the military because everyone else is putting their life on hold, then how selfish is it to go along with mandatory service and contribute to the oppression and killing of Palestinian civilians? Hila framing the issue that it's simply about mandatory military service is ignoring the unique and highly controversial role of the Israeli military in enforcing occupation. While other nations have mandatory military service, most do not involve an ongoing military occupation of
There's
another
literally
population.
a party
Comparing Israel's conscription to countries that also have conscription,
and it makes me sad because I was a big fan of Eddie. You guys, you remember Midwestern Marks? Eddie Lager Smith, is that him? This guy. I was a fan of him, and then he got all weird, but I think it's because he hit his head too many times wrestling. But I liked him. He used to be really good. He used to be really good, and then he became like a literal mega communist. He's a Stalinist too. He became a Stalinist, which is stupid.
Switzerland or
your white family loved the apartheid, and I can still talk about, and they still talk about how beautiful and safe it was. Yeah, that's so fucking. I want to show you how great it is for me, a white person, to walk around apartheid South Africa. It's fucking such an insane statement.
or South Korea is ignoring a massive difference and labeling criticism towards the IOF as racist against.
Like Hassan is one of the more tame leftists. He's like just on the left side. He's like he doesn't even have a fully defined, like, he doesn't take any stands or anything. Like, he's pretty mainstreamable, which is good. And he doesn't advocate for anything that's extreme left-wing stuff like MLM shit, or like you know what I mean? He's not scaring the hose like a lot of leftists do.
Against the whole country is attempting to shut down the conversation. It's just as Hila said.
It's like, if this is your argument, we're never going to be able to talk.
Well, so far in these few clips alone, you mirrored Israeli government rhetoric.
He's not good anymore. You don't need to know.
Serve as portrayal rather than moral stance, and you framed criticism for joining mandatory service as racism, despite the IOF's well-documented war crimes. But that's not everything. Let's keep going. Hila seems to deny Israel to children.
People are saying Israel does that on the daily. The idea
that's not what I'm talking about. See, that's what you're doing. You're excusing people being burned alive and kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. Now, I'm not denying that.
I am.
I'm not denying that. So are you in favor of an Iraqi terrorist?
How can you deny that? It's the most documented fucking genocide in history.
2022 states
we have the footage of Israel burning
become
kids.
The deadliest year for Palestinian children in the West Bank in over 15 years. An article from 2023 marks the deadliest year on record for children in the occupied West Bank. This article is about 1 month before the October 7th attacks. Now, it is worth quickly disclosing that the next few articles I'm about to show...
Is Jake Shields the founder of the MAGA lefties? Is he involved or something? The name's familiar.
After she said that she denies this. But Hila never seemed to have changed her mind about this, at least not publicly. An article from 2023, after the 7th of October, more than 3,195
I've seen him on Twitter a bunch.
In 3 weeks. In 2024, the Gaza Strip was recognized as the deadliest place on earth to be a child.
It was so... Okay, I don't know if you've ever seen this guy. I've seen some of his tweets, and it's so weird because it's like... It'll be like, hey, that's a good take, and then it'll go fucking all the way. It's like, whoa, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? No. And he's actually anti-Semitic and like a piece of shit. There are a lot of people that they hide behind pro-Palestinian activism to be anti-Semites, but it's none of the people that Ethan is attacking. Like, go after the actual anti-Semites and people would take you seriously. But you're going after people like Hassan, who spent years and years and years before this trying to get rid of anti-Semitism and exposing anti-Semitism. Like, that was the whole thing. That's like, I say this time and time again. One of the first things you do when you become a leftist is learn about anti-Semitism because of its close relations to fascism. Like, anti-Semitism is like hand in hand with fascism. Like, you start to believe these anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and then you get dragged into the alt-right pipeline. Like, it's you gotta get rid of your anti-Semitic thinking pretty quickly to become a decent leftist. You know?
Finally, since the breakdown of the ceasefire on the 18th of March 2025, the Gaza Strip has left at least 320...
I can't believe anyone in the UFC would be listened to. Your job is to get punched in the head. Your opinions don't fucking matter.
2 children and 609 injured, constituting a daily average of around 100 children or maimed over the past 10 days, according to an article by UNICEF.
Kids being murdered. You're saying Israel does that on the daily. I'm not denying that. So are you...
This kind of disbelief in what Israel is capable of seems to have rubbed off on her husband,
like,
Ethan.
What did he say? He said the other day, I respect Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. Like, fucking actual prominent vitriolic anti-Semites, and Nick Fuentes is like a neo-Nazi, an open and about neo-Nazi. He respects him. It's absolutely batshit, you know? Batshit insane, man.
in surprisingly
Fucking
positive
batshit crazy,
People are
mate.
so weird about Israel media because, like, you'll see people all the time being like, even according to Israel media, they said this happened. But then at the same time, it's like, oh, she reads Israel media, so she's obviously brainwashed and a Zionist. It's like Israel is
You're
a
missing
free
the point.
society with free press. It has the whole gambit of
Range
media
of opinions in the press.
just like America.
This Israeli propaganda. That's so funny.
Does, you know what I mean?
Israel seems to have a wide range of media sources. Calling it free press is again comfortably painting Israel in a very nice picture. When you are aware that pressures from the government, military censorship, and violence against journalists
Smells like
are a
popcorn.
recurring theme, and then you have Ethan calling Israel a free society here.
Yeah, that
what
was
could it
fucked.
look
Him
like
saying
when
that was
Ethan,
fucked.
whose wife served in the IOF,
That's some of like I want to. We should make. I should make a list. I should make a list. There's a list. I don't want to write shit down. But some of the worst shit Ethan has said over the past little while, like I wouldn't respect Anne Frank in the same way if she resisted against Nazis. Like, Anne Frank is known for being a pacifist. She's famous for being a pacifist. Yeah, I respect Candace Owen and Nick Fuentes. What else? What else do we got over the most unhinged fucking Ethan points?
comfortably states the opposite of what is widely evident. Freedom of speech, assembly, and the
Fucking Arabs. It's the Arabs' fault that everyone had to become Zionists. Like, that's an Ethan quote.
right to protest are enshrined in Israeli law, but are they equally distributed?
Yeah, he's
Reporters
a
Without
neo-Nazi.
Borders states Israeli journalists identified as Arab face more intimidation
Maybe I
while
should
working.
switch this.
Since the start of the war in Gaza, the authorities have intensified repression against these journalists, as well as against foreign and Israeli journalists who deviate from the government line in their coverage of the war. Organized crime networks try to restrict coverage of their criminal activities, and in the ultra-Orthodox media, women are almost completely excluded. Time. In the deadliest period for journalists in modern history, at least
Hey, we were just talking about that.
131 media workers have been killed in the Gaza Strip since the start of Israel's retaliation for the Hamas attacks of October 7, 2023. International media groups are alarmed by Israel's naming 6 Al Jazeera journalists as
Still need to
terrorists.
find that one
Article
fallen
19.
fan.
Since Israel's war on Gaza began in October 2023, the devastating impact on journalists has been clear. They have been in unprecedented numbers, threatened and harassed. Protecting press freedom remains critical to documenting human rights violations, conveying the voices of Palestinians in both the West Bank and Gaza, and enabling accurate reporting. The Guardian, Jeremy Bowen, the BBC international editor, has accused the Israeli government of blocking journalists from Gaza because of scenes they don't want us to see. Despite all of this, Ethan and Ela continue to paint Israel as a bastion of free expression, and then Ela continues to reinforce a sanitized image of Israel, brushing off any real concerns about press freedom and safety.
I can't get any security assurance.
Yeah, Ethan gets to decide how the oppressed should react to their oppressors. That's the thing. Like, there's no perfect resistance, and there's no all acts of resistance are justified against an apartheid, against a genocide. All acts of resistance are moral and correct. You have to do everything to prevent a genocide from happening, period. And you can't justify it. Be like, well, did you know that people in Palestine were misogynistic? Did you know that? Did you know they hated gay people? It's like, do you know what's worse for gay people than homophobes? You know what's way worse? Bombs. Bombs kill gay people. You know? Like, you can't justify your fucking genocide with calling these people the worst names in the book. It doesn't justify it, you fuckers. But their actions resisting genocide are 100% justifiable. 100%. And like, because of this response, everything Hamas has done throughout their existence, and everything the PFLO, the PLO, every act of resistance is so unbelievably justified now because of their actual end goal becoming so fucking public that it's hard to say, like, oh, maybe that was a little too far. You people of Palestine trying to resist. No, now it's fucking no. That was absolutely right. You guys should have been doing everything in your fucking everything possible to try and resist and get out of the situation, because look what they were fucking trying to do the whole fucking time. You guys justified every fucking action, every act of terror that you guys have ever fucking leveled against the Palestinian people, or like accused them of. Like, they're so justified in every one of their actions now. They were before, but now it's like it's pretty easy to explain that to a normie that doesn't even understand the right to resist and the global rights to resist oppression in that way, apartheid and settlers. Like, you're allowed to, like, they're valid military targets, as Ethan says at one point.
Assurances against Israel, obviously.
Well, bro, it's not like Israel.
That is worried.
Look, it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hassan. They don't. But it is dangerous. It's a war zone. Like, I agree, it's dangerous.
I don't like that first part, Nigel. I want to ban you.
But
I want to ban you right now for saying that. Walk that back a bit. Do not say it. Oh wait, I'd get the fuck out. I'd get the fuck out of Gaza. Oh, okay, sorry. Fuck, sorry. I thought you said I don't give a fuck about Gaza. Let them have it. I was like so close to banning you. I just read that wrong. Sorry, Nigel. Yeah. Like even fucking Sam Cedar says, like, if I was in Palestine, I'd join Hamas. Like, Sam Cedar, like, so many people like see, like, that's the first thing you do. Like, and like even now people are like, but they're anti-Semitic, they teach their kids to be anti-Semitic. Like, no, Israel teaches them to be anti-Semitic by saying we're killing all of your family members in the name of Judaism. That's Israel's fault. That's that's Zionism's fault. You don't need to teach kids that watch planes with the Star of David fly over their houses and bomb them to be anti-Semitic. You did that. Now they think Jews are these violent fucking genocidal freaks, which isn't true. It's Zionists that are, but you're causing it. The conflation between Zionism, the state of Israel, and Judaism is what causes anti-Semitism. Period. Well, and like other actual anti-Semites that think the Jews control the world, or they're Nazis and they think they're like cockroaches for other reasons, but that's a whole different thing. That's what left-wing people have been trying to fight. That other side of that coin have been trying to fight for a long time. But now leftists are like, hey, wait a second. This is also causing anti-Semitism. Watch the fuck out. And they're like, no. You can't do that. That's anti-Semitic to say Zionism's bad. That's anti-Semitic to say Israel shouldn't exist in the form that it does right now. That's anti-Semitic to say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That's anti-Semitic. No, it's fucking not. What you're doing is causing anti-Semitic people to show up all over the world. If you're like, no. If you don't like Israel, then you're anti-Semitic. And you're like, well, but like, if this is like, if you don't even know what's going on, then you're like, well, fuck, I've seen the videos of what Israel's doing. Like, I've watched the destruction they've caused and the harm they've caused to those people. Maybe I am anti-Semitic. If that means I hate Jewish people, I hate genocide. I'm anti-Semitic. Like, you just caused someone to become anti-Semitic and hate Jews because you conflated what Israel's doing with Judaism. You fucking numbskulls. Like, how is that hard to comprehend? Sorry, I had to pop off there for a second.
In the running for anti-Semite of the year. They may.
Nah,
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not.
Just 3 days after the stream, American Al Jazeera journalist Hussam Shabat and Palestine Today journalist Mohammed Mansour were killed by the IOF.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
As if the country is incapable of such actions. Even though reports from groups like Reporters Without Borders, Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International show otherwise. Here are some more cases that really prove that Ela knows what she's talking about. In 2003, American student and peace activist Rachel Corrie attempted to stop the demolition of a Palestinian home by standing in front of an Israeli bulldozer. Despite her non-violent protest, she was tragically when the bulldozer ran her over.
I can't hear it. I'm going to start crying if I dive too deep into what's actually going
Facebook
on
posts from Israelis making fun of her by making pancakes.
If I watch footage about it, I just break down.
According to Al Jazeera, a report states the Israel-Palestine conflict to be the deadliest conflict ever for journalists. More journalists have been in Gaza than in both World Wars, Vietnam, Yugoslavia, and Afghanistan combined, says the Cost of War Project, with Israel's war on Gaza having 232 journalists.
But what?
I will say it once
232 journalists. Fucking insane. It was an accident.
again.
Yeah, sure.
CPJ stated that since the war began in 2023,
Search Reddit.
this
I've
has
been looking for
the
it.
deadliest period for journalists since the CPJ began gathering data in 1992. Ela seems to imply that critics are uninformed. Why would Ela so confidently believe that Israel wouldn't bat an eye with Hassan coming to Gaza as a journalist? He happens to be one of the most prominent critics of Israel and quite a large voice for Palestine. Could it possibly mean that you might have a more biased view of the country when you are from there and have lived there for many years of your life?
He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not.
I hate that take too. Like you have to be in Israel. You have to be in Gaza to have an opinion on it. No, you fucking don't. No, you fucking don't. I've never been in Germany in the 30s, but I fucking hate Nazis and I think the Holocaust was bad. Like for fuck's sakes.
But he talks like with such authority. Oh my god.
Maybe. Then someone in the chat calls Ela a child, and she says it's crazy.
Bloodthirsty, vile children killers are dreaming about getting people killed. What a surprise.
Oh, I looked it up. I looked it up. I counted some numbers, and there's like 126,000 Israeli soldiers right now, and the number of children that have been killed in since October 7 in Gaza, blatantly murdered, is like in the 12,000s. I can't remember what it was, but I crunched the numbers, and if you're an IDF soldier, there's a 12.6% chance that you've personally murdered a child. That's the number. A 12.6% chance that you killed a kid if you're an IDF soldier. That's just basic math.
Of October, more than 3,195 children.
But I don't think that's how it works.
In 2024, the Gaza Strip was recognized.
Wrong one. I think every single person that has contributed to the apartheid state, every single IDF soldier, has the blood of every single Palestinian soul that has been lost on their hands because you didn't disagree with this fucking genocidal state. And if unless you are actively fighting against it or like hate what you did, hate the fact that you were in the army, if you're still justifying what you did, you have the blood on your hands. Like I get that it's hard to say no when you're 18. It's hard to be like, I'm out of here. I'm not joining the fucking army. Like you're indoctrinated pretty good, but it's up to you to finally educate yourself and be like, hey, that was horrific. What's happening is horrific. You can absolve yourself of some of the horrific stuff. But yeah, if you're still out there shilling for it, justifying it, you have the blood of Palestinians on your hands forever. How are you going to take in 1.6 million refugees? Like, it's impossible. Hila said it's selfish to say no. It's selfish to say no to participating in the IDF. She said it's selfish. That's fucked. It's selfish to not contribute to apartheid. It's selfish to not do genocide. What, are you only thinking about yourself when you don't want to shoot kids? That's so selfish of you. How dare you not want to join the regime of murder, you selfish cunts.
What reality do they live in?
It's literally just
crazy.
It's funny that her voice was doing, what reality do they live in?
I mean, can we all agree that it was a mistake for Ela and Ethan to start reading chats from a Twitch streamer that they have been obsessively harassing? While the statement is incredibly hyperbolic, it does stem from the fact that she served in the IOF, even if she had a non-combative role. And yet she continues to read the chat and start to infer that these people are just being anti-Semitic.
It's also like the Jews run everything kind of vibe I'm getting, because like, yeah, we'll send him to Israel and we'll get somebody to kill him.
But what could be the most shocking part in all of this is when Ela seems to be on the verge of revealing something she didn't intend to.
It's not a war zone, it's a genocide.
Monster 1 and Female Monster 2.
Oh, it's not a war zone, so we can't say that it's a war zone? That's not woke enough?
He's going to say it's not a war zone.
That's not woke enough? They're full right-wing grifters. She's full on right-wing. She's full on reactionary. Not calling it a genocide. That's not woke enough. You can't call the genocide a war. That's not woke enough. That's what people. What the fuck?
Killing field.
No, that's what he's saying. It's not a war zone. It's genocide.
Okay, you can go. Okay, call it whatever you want. It's dangerous. I admit that, right? So disgusting.
Hila seems like she is mocking or downplaying the fact that the situation is a genocide, as if calling it a genocide is just about semantics rather than acknowledging the reality of mass civilian casualties and displacement. So would Hila also mock the wording of these doctors that have seen it firsthand?
I've worked in a number of conflict zones in different parts of the world. I was there at the time of the Rwandan genocide. I've never seen anything on this scale, ever, and that was also the view of all the experienced colleagues that I worked with.
In northern Gaza, with the military offensive that's been happening by the Israeli forces there, we're seeing clear signs of ethnic cleansing as Palestinian people have been forcibly displaced, trapped, and then bombed.
Then Ethan's quick dismissal with,
okay, call it whatever you want. It's dangerous. I admit that. Right.
Reinforces this unwillingness to critically engage with a term, reducing a grave reality to a matter of preference rather than addressing its implications. After mocking Hassan for clarifying that it's not a war zone but a genocide, what are her thoughts on Holocaust survivor Arya Nair, who says this?
You have concluded that Israel is guilty of attempting genocide.
Yes.
That's a very heavy charge.
Yes.
So one could raise a question. Is Hila dissecting Hassan's every word because he's crowned the H3 podcast's mortal enemy? Or is there something else at play? Like a deeper discomfort with anyone who speaks out for Palestine? Because when nearly every pro-Palestinian voice ends up labeled as anti-Semitic or a token Jew, it becomes a pattern. For example, there is Matt Lieb, a Jewish man himself, comedian and pro-Palestinian voice. Or, according to Hila and Ethan,
one of these guys who's like, he's Jewish, and he loves that because he allows himself to be tokenized to the max.
Yeah. Oh my God. He just like, Kate, that's so fucked up. You're just remove agency from people when you do that. Like, oh, there's no way that this Jewish man could actually support the things he's saying. He's just a token. He's just doing this for clout. It's so fucking gross, man. Yeah, no, he's fucked. Look at how crazy he looks. People think it's too mean and ableist to say he's on drugs. Look at this man's face. Like, that became a tick, and then now the tick's gone all of a sudden. Like, to someone who doesn't know you have fucking Tourette's. Tourette's. You look like you're on drugs. Even the people that know you have Tourette's and seen your Tourette's before think you're on drugs because your Tourette's weren't like this before.
And in response to Matt Lieb's speech in a pro-Palestinian rally, Hila's feedback sounds like this.
You're not special for wanting peace. You know that, right?
Just keep in mind, guys, Ethan and Hila always pretend to stand for a peaceful solution. But even in a peaceful speech of a fellow Jewish man, they find something to mock. Is it because he speaks up for Palestine? 100%.
I am so proud to be marching with so many Jews and Gentiles of all ages.
Love you, Matt Lieb.
Genders and nationalities who are brave enough to demand an immediate ceasefire.
Yes, this man is so brave. Just speaking objectively, what is brave about what he's doing right now? He's
Who is
there
he demanding it from?
From
Literally, you guys tried to deplatform him. That's what makes it brave. You guys, the progressive fucking liberals that are so pro-Palestine, tried to get him deplatformed for his stance on Palestine. That's what makes what he's doing brave. Not even the whole fucking the Democrat Party that wants these people deplatformed, the fucking whole government trying to get these people kicked off air. You guys. That's what makes it brave. He's putting his career on the line for this from people like you. You guys make it brave for what he's doing. Everyone that stands out and talks about these issues, you come after and attack and try to get them deplatformed. That's what fucking makes it brave. They're putting their fucking careers, their livelihood on the line to use their voice, to speak up for the Palestinian plight against this fascist state of Israel. That's what fucking makes it brave. From people like you that are trying to get them deplatformed, that want nothing more than to get them off the air, to shut them up about this issue because it makes your feelings hurt.
Question, I don't know.
Okay.
Karen Bassin? I don't know.
I'm not speaking to you as a representative of all Jews. I am a bad representative of all Jews. I am a bad
Why'd you even say that? It's like, bro, he's playing the token card.
Wait, so
Crazy.
you're saying the Jews don't want ceasefire?
No, he says, I'm not a representative of all Jews because he's probably accused
Yeah,
of being
but
a
so
token.
far all he said that he wants ceasefire, but then that does not represent all Jewish people.
Well,
I'm the one that wants ceasefire, but not those other Jewish evil people. Like, what do you think everybody wants, dumbass?
I came from a secular family, and
Don't
the
call
closest
Matt
thing I
Lieb a
got
dumbass.
to
He's
bar
cool.
mitzvah is when I was 13, and I one time saw my dad send back soup for not being hot enough at the cafe in the Holocaust Museum. That was the thing that happened.
When does he start talking about how do we get ceasefire?
We're getting there, apparently.
Jesus
What a hack.
Christ.
He's a comedian, by the way. Cool.
Are you saying his speech isn't funny enough? His speech at the protest isn't funny enough? He is funnier than anything Ethan has ever done. Matt Lieb is fucking hilarious. He just put out this Coachella video that I love. This is so fucking
Looks
funny.
like Coachella has a Hamas problem. The videos coming out of the Coachella Music and Arts Festival has been absolutely horrific.
Yeah, that's true too. Literally, Hassan went from a 40K streamer to a 23K streamer for a few months because everyone's like, oh, they kind of believed everything. Everyone was in shock that like your immediate response wouldn't be like, I condemn Hamas. Your response is like, well, look what Israel has done this whole time. Like, obviously something like that's going to happen. And they're like, oh, you're anti-Semitic. You want this to happen. It's like, no, we don't want that to happen, but we're not surprised. We're not surprised because we know the history. We know what the Israel's been subjecting to the people of Gaza to. Like, this is going to happen eventually, you fucking idiots. They were even warned. Like the Israeli intelligence knew that there's a planned attack that was happening and they did nothing to stop it because they think they're fucking invincible. It's not surprising that this happened. So yeah, he lost like, what was it? Did you say a third, at least a third, if not half his fucking audience for months until he was vindicated and right. And people started to look into this and like fucking Israel just did like they started a genocide in response to a terrorist attack, a resistance attack, an attack of unoppressed people on a fucking music festival that was on the edge of a fucking concentration camp, an open air prison, a fucking Coachella outside of Auschwitz. The people fucking attacked.
A band of drunken Irish hooligans projected this statement: Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people. F Israel, free Palestine. Can you imagine in 2025, they got a bunch of kids to chant free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine! Which of course they happily did because these kids don't watch the news. You know, all they watch is TikTok, which has a lot of primary sources of Gazan people being bombed by Israel. Also, one of the Irish rappers said out loud in front of everyone, Tíoch Fide H. Arla, which is Irish for I am anti-Semitic. But it didn't stop there. Headliner Green Day changed the lyrics to one of their songs to say this. Running away from pain like the kids from Palestine.
Utmost respect. I love Green Day so much.
I have been given a bunch of leaked footage from Coachella that no one has seen before in which they do this to other songs that they wrote. Do you have the time to free Palestine? We all support Hamas. Wake me up when Israel ends. Didn't stop at Green Day. Even Lady Gaga herself did this. Love Yas and war, see to the river, Gaza to Ramallah, want to be Hamas. Artist after artist after artist let it be known exactly where they stand when it comes to Israel. Even Post Malone. There will be no more Israel.
Aiden and Logan Paul.
Zionism needs to go.
Chinese interference has been proven to coerce Facebook. I believe that, but I like China.
And reversed it, and it turned.
I want China to win. I want China to interfere in our elections. What are they going to do? Give us more rights as workers? Oh no! Oh no, socialism is invading. Yay! What's that big joke? It's like these aliens invaded Earth and they were surprised with what they found. They came down and said, "We have imprisoned you. We are going to force you to work for 30 hours a week, and all you get in return is housing, food." And like everyone started to cheer, and the aliens were so perplexed. We've been to hundreds of planets, and we've done this to so many people, and they've all resisted, and they've all hated it. But you humans, you were already subjected to far worse under capitalism. I don't know what the whole story is. What? Have you seen China? Like, man, do you know what's up in China right now? Do you know how good China is right now, bro? Bro, it's the Chinese century. It's the Chinese century. It's the American century of humiliation. Yeah. Have you seen, I think it's this one. This is a really good city. Look at this. Look at this poor, sad country. Oh, look at how poor and sad they are. Look at their cars. Look at their electric cars they're making. Oh, this is on NBC News.
Chinese electric
this is even on NBC.
It's looking for a spot
This is the charts they're putting out that
costing less than ever.
America's so scared to even have on the roads because they make them so much cheaper, better, and safer than anything America can put out. So like they don't let them. They don't even let them sell them. This is all state. This is state-driven propaganda. NBC. All right.
Or no company makes or sells more than BYD, the Chinese giant taking on Tesla, offering cars for as little as $10,000. Let's drive. Along with higher-priced luxury models. 0 to 60 miles per hour in about 3 seconds.
That's crazy. That's faster than like most supercars.
Anything like this in the U.S.?
Not that I've drove.
But don't look for electric cars from BYD on American roads anytime soon.
U.S. government need to be more friendly.
Stella Lee is the CEO steering BYD's expansion in the Americas. In an exclusive interview, she said the U.S. is not part of the plan yet.
They're not ready.
Is this Gatsu? Oh, this is a good
Chinese
video.
international.
Okay, we'll watch this video after. We'll do some Chinese propaganda. Because I think you're the one that's propagandized. If you think China is this evil, poor, sad place, like yeah, China has its downfalls and a little bit of their freedoms to critique their government is a little stifled and all that shit's bad. But a lot of their stuff, a lot of their living standards have risen to a point that is comparable, if not better, than that of North America and in a lot of the United States. So just we'll check this video out, and you'll learn something about China that will surprise the shit out of you. But yeah, let's continue with
He gave back soup at the Holocaust Museum.
Wow, you guys! So far, you're so brave to be there and tell jokes and just
And the
get
Holocaust
applauded.
Museum.
Really brave.
Don't get me started on the Holocaust Museum, or like the Museum of Lies. Actually, that's funnily not even. This guy's so fucked.
What?
Well, we were at the stupid museum.
Yeah, I remember.
And I saw that you weren't interested.
They just called it stupid.
And I wasn't also.
It was the Holocaust Museum.
I do not represent all Jews. No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
Oh yeah, Matt Lieb, we love you.
Especially not the state of Israel.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my
Israel
God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe.
Are Matt Lieb's words so out of line as they portray? Let's listen to Holocaust survivor Stefan Kapos, who spent his childhood in hiding during the Nazi regime and lost 15 members of his family in the Holocaust. Here he talks in an interview from May 2024 where he says the exact same thing as Matt Lieb in his speech.
I say this as a Holocaust survivor, that the genocide in Gaza
is not happening in my name and in our name.
So I know Ila was bored by the Holocaust Museum, but would she also push back against this Holocaust survivor for saying exactly what Matt Lieb did, that Israel doesn't speak for all Judaism? In Ila's eyes, Matt Lieb is doing a terrible job advocating for Palestine. This man is like a teddy bear. How can you tear apart a 2-minute fun and moving speech into a hateful 8-minute analysis? And sure, Ila says she wants peace. She said it herself.
Everybody's asking for a ceasefire. That's not brave. What do you mean? You want to be
What
brave?
does he think that I want and you want?
He said it.
They have Chinese.
And
they have Chinese. We'll watch it. Like I'm not like a shill for China. Like they have their problems, but a lot of what Americans especially believe about China is very not true. Especially in the last 10, 20 years, it's unbelievable what they've managed to accomplish. They got like 1.8 billion people out of poverty. They went in 5 years. They became the #1 exporter of cars in 5 fucking years. It takes companies more than 5 years to develop cars. Like that's insane to become the #1 exporter of cars in 5 years. Like we'll watch it. We'll watch the video. Just learn something about China a little bit. Like they're gunning for #1 right now, baby.
And
number one economy on the planet. Pretty quickly if things keep going the way they're going. And Donald Trump kind of hit the gas pedal on that a little bit with this tariff bullshit without building infrastructure first to start producing stuff. What, you're just going to magically have factories made to do your goods? No, now everyone's like, okay, we're not going to sell stuff to you. And also your people can't afford to buy it anymore. Foolish behavior. So now in a month or two, you're going to notice all your shelves are empty. Because that shit just like it takes a minute to kick in.
We want all Palestinians to die. That's what they say.
Why would anybody think that? When did I ever say anything like that, indicate anything like that? And why would they think that anybody in Israel even wants that? Everybody just wants to move on and be able to live their life. Everybody wants peace. You're not special for wanting peace. You know that, right?
He's brave. Yeah, I love how he
like that's like the obvious take.
But if this is how she reacts to pro-Palestinian voices, then how much weight do her words really carry? They don't only go after public figures like Matt Lieb, but they also go for small content creators like this girl from TikTok. Out of respect for her privacy, I won't show her, but I will give a short summary on what her TikTok was. She describes a complicated and deeply emotional reaction
I really need to
towards her
find that
own
fucking
Jewish community.
Fallen Fan
She talks
video.
about seeing a group of Orthodox Jews, and her immediate thought wasn't just about shared identity, but about where they might stand on Israel's actions.
I don't want other Jewish people to think that I hate them, because that is not... It's not the case. I have lost so much faith in my own community, and
I think I watched this video. It's a good one.
I no longer feel this connection.
That internal conflict led to a moment of discomfort and even anger, not out of hatred for Jewish people, as she's
a little bit of capitalism as a treat,
but from frustration over the lack of support for Palestine.
But that's not the whole story.
It's not about rejecting her identity, but about grappling with how it intersects with her morals and political stance. And this is how Ila's husband portrays the situation.
I saw this TikTok that blew my fucking mind. This girl, she's on a train in New York, and she's like, I saw these Orthodox Jews on the train, and the first thing...
Like, you can have low-level capitalism, like small businesses, but there's a threshold. As soon as a business becomes too big, it becomes state-controlled, state-organized, and they have the ability to run huge infrastructure projects with centralized planning, huge infrastructure projects. And there's this thing where the media, the American media, will be like, look at these giant empty cities that China builds. What a waste of money. And then they never do the follow-up story because they're planning for the expansion. And now these cities are like vibrant, amazing communities, and no one has to be homeless and no one has to be like searching for houses because they pre-built this city and planned it all out. And they never bring the camera back there to be like, oh, whoops, we were wrong. This wasn't just an abandoned project that failed. No, it was a pre-planned, pre-organized thing that wasn't finished yet. And now look at it. It's beautiful. It's thriving. It's wonderful. And all the people are happy in this city because they're being provided for. Oh, okay. You're Canadian. I'm Canadian too, baby. Let's go. But yeah. Anyway, sorry. But there's like a level of capitalism that has opening up the market, especially in a capitalist globe. It's very hard to like just remain purely a socialist country because like you get sanctioned by the United States to death. Like Cuba. Cuba's a very, very socialist country, but they get sanctioned, and they're not poor because they're socialist. They're poor because the United States doesn't let anyone fucking trade with them, and then doesn't let them have any fucking goods coming in and out of their country. They're sanctioned to death. They're hungry because they can't get food from around the world, so they have to fucking grow everything on their own island. And that's fucking hard. That's hard to do that when you can't trade with other countries and you're just a little island. Like if Cuba was an completely open, unsanctioned fucking state, they'd be killing the game right now. You know what I'm saying? Killing it. Because they're doing pretty good for how fucking sanctioned they are by the United States. All things considered, doing pretty good. So if they didn't have that shit, if they didn't have that boot on their throat, they'd be thriving.
I thought was,
in my opinion,
Zionists, get the fuck away from me. I'm like, you hate Jewish people. And that had like 160,000 likes on TikTok. So what am I supposed to think as a Jewish person when this is a celebrated opinion to be on a train with Jewish people and your first thought is,
yeah,
get the fuck
that's another
away.
thing. I really like what China does to their billionaires. You should look into that a little bit. Oh, where's that guy? Oh, we don't know. We don't know where he went.
Away from me without knowing a single thing about them.
That's my
without
favorite.
Talking about them. That's anti-Semitism. I'm sorry to fucking spell it out.
That's an interesting take on her feelings. The host of Ila's podcast only missed all the context while she sat there with a raised eyebrow. Zero comment from her. Ironically, it was actually Ila who ended up echoing the very misrepresentation Ethan tried to push about the woman on TikTok.
I mean, I could take these guys a little bit more seriously if it wasn't for this curly ass shit. Like these fucking double curls.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
It's just goofy.
But also, come on, wearing a full suit in the summer.
You know what? Whatever, dude. Whatever they want to do is fine. But
They stink the whole place for everyone.
Labeling non-anti-Semitic people as anti-Semitic says more about the person doing the labeling than it does about the people being labeled. It also shifts the conversation away from the actual topic, Palestinian human rights, occupation, etc., and puts the focus on alleged bigotry. But that's convenient, right, Ila? No one is allowed to talk about it anymore. Everything is anti-Semitism, or as Ila calls it,
anti-Semitism.
And if it were up to you, you would also love to see Matt Lieb fired for daring to talk to someone who got to you by trolling and IDF soldiers in a video game. And if you justify your words with the alleged CPS call that was made to the Klein's house, who half of the
Oh, fuck. Do I still have that video up? Look at this. Is funny. It's funny you say that because don't go anywhere. I play Zach in this video. Where am I? There, look at that's me playing Zach. That's me playing Zach right there. Zach looks like me, by the way. I'm 10 years his senior. 10 years older than that boy. That little boy. But yeah, that's me playing Zach in this video I made.
Zach, what the fuck? What? Dude, Hassan's unhinged fans are going to think we're comparing him to a Nazi. You literally have...
Yeah, I've looked into that. That was all disproven. It's baloney. That's propaganda. You're going to talk about me being propagandized? That's like blatant propaganda, to xenophobic propaganda to scare us away from these evil Chinese. Look at them. They're doing organ donor. They're stealing organs from the Uyghur Muslims. It's like, fuck, dude. Since when do you guys care about Muslims? Since fucking when does America care about Muslim people? You guys fucking killed them for 20 fucking years. You fucking massacred them in the Iraqi war. And then you fucking you're allowing Israel to massacre them. Like, fuck, man, you guys don't care about the Uyghurs. You just want it as an excuse to hate Chinese people. Anyway,
the internet is responsible for, apparently. Keep in mind that Matt Lieb had bad empanada on his show way before that happened, and also that YouTube is full of compilations of you guys harassing everyone left and right. Another instance of Ila using her words to show her deep-rooted empathy of the suffering of Palestinians is during the H3's Cope stream for Trump's inauguration day.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
Now, I know Hila doesn't like to hear people mention this because, in their opinion, they have dealt with the situation accordingly and put it to the books.
Narc's greatest hits. This is Narc's greatest hits.
Let's look into this a little deeper, and whilst we do that, keep in mind how she repeatedly tries to discredit the opinions of non-Israeli people who speak on the matter.
I think Ethan has a lot of credibility to talk about it. He lived there for 5 years and he's married to an Israeli.
No, you care about.
It's funny to like sit in America and think that you know better than somebody who lives in Israel.
Yoav Gallant was a military officer that served as Israel's Minister of Defense and was also the same guy that said that he had ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. Gallant's declaration of a complete siege where he cuts off all of these necessities amounts to collective punishment, which points to a potential breach of Geneva Conventions.
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
Calling an entire population human animals is deeply disturbing.
A really good guy that
dehumanization is a key tactic used to justify ethnic cleansing.
Shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice.
Alas, Ethan would soon find the error of their ways and created an apology video for this wrongful judgment. Now, usually apology videos are titled things like this. So what title do you think Hila and Ethan chose for their video? Here are 4 options. What do you think it's gonna be? Making things right, let's move on, oops, I just like the vibes, I'm suing. Which of these very realistic titles is going to be the title for the video where they apologize for the mistake of calling Yoav Gallant
a really good guy?
Time is up. The answer is yes. The video where you can find Hila apologizing and explaining why she said Yoav Gallant, a far-right genocide enabler, was a great guy, is titled Hassan is a Weasley Little Liar.
I had to scratch my nards there.
Let's have a look at Hila addressing
everyone that had to witness that.
I'm here to address something that happened on Thursday's show. We were doing our post-election Cope stream. And
okay, hold on a second. Where is Hila? Why do we have this guy talking about this when Hila was the one that said
a really good guy?
Cabinet, who just yesterday was fired by Netanyahu because he wanted to end the war. And Netanyahu wants to continue the war, and therefore he fired him. Once he was fired, people in Israel took to the streets and are protesting, being a good thing.
Okay, here is when she comes out to talk. We are 4 minutes in. Now, I'm just gonna put this over here and okay.
I feel like the reason I brought it up was mainly to express the frustration with Bibi and him firing the one guy that was somewhat, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. Really coming from the concerning feeling of like, we have Trump in office and Bibi just fired the guy that is opposing him. That's all I was trying to say, but I do understand that was not a good choice of words and I would not have said that again. So I'm stepping away for a little while from being on camera and being on the podcast. It's too much and it's not fair for everybody. And yeah.
So, 52 seconds and 96 milliseconds of Hila apologizing. She's gone now, and we're 5 minutes in. The video is 14 minutes long. What could you possibly be talking about? All right, the video is called Hassan Piker is a Weasley Little. Okay.
What a fucking liar, dude.
Yeah, never mind. But if you can spend hours on a podcast but can't even take more than a minute to sincerely address your mistake and be the one that explains the error, it just makes you such a qualified speaker on the topic. And then this guy.
Little
fucking liar.
To explain your wrongdoing, it doesn't look like a good time to outsource accountability. Kudos to H3 for recognizing that you just praised the genocide enabler. From all the feedback you received from the people, that's a thumbs up on
I'm
their
just having
video
a
from
snack.
me. However, the explanation for this error sort of exposes their neglect in informing themselves of what's going on. This is what Ethan says before Hila makes her appearance.
Later, for whatever reason, this is the same guy who's advocating for the war to end in Israel. And Hila, looking over the news, sees that people are rioting, that people are upset, and that people who want the war to end are upset that he got fired. And that's basically all that happened. We're talking about the fact that he's the only person that wants to end the war. And I personally don't understand how that's not relevant. Here from The Guardian, a left-leaning newspaper you guys all probably know. Here's a headline. Benjamin Netanyahu fires Defense Minister Yoav Gallant.
I don't doubt Hila and Ethan would like for the war to end. She was operating off of the fact that this man had stated he wishes the war to end. But what does this say about how you read news articles and interpret them? Because from what Ethan said on behalf of Hila here, it sounds as if they're just reading headlines and calling.
I was doing a bit of research on this. Yeah, China did harvest organs from prisoners who were being executed in the 70s and 80s. And they were told to stop. And the World Health Organization has been satisfied that that practice has ended since then. So China hasn't been doing that in 40 years now. So to keep that up is it's xenophobia to be like, oh, China harvests organs. They did, apparently, from prisoners they were executing. But it's like, how true is that? How true is it? Because none of the sources are verified, and they're all American-based people talking about it. But World Health Organization seems to think they don't do it anymore, or like if they ever did, they don't do it now.
It a day. And what was that about a certain someone that doesn't know a thing about this conflict?
He doesn't know shit about that conflict. He's never been to Gaza, never been to Israel. He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not.
However, when confronted with this topic in moment once again in iDubbbz's Content Cop video, she seems to have a different reason as to why she said that.
I want to explain it because people bring it up non-stop. I apologize for it right away when Ethan made a video to address this on his Ethan Klein channel. Made a quick
popcorn. That's why it's muted.
Just to say I'm sorry, I misspoke. I shouldn't have called him a really good guy. And like, I don't know why I said it like that. The point I was just trying to make is that BB fired him because they were disagreeing.
Here, you don't need to paraphrase it. Let's watch it.
Yeah, we'll look into greater Israel. The plan for Israel expansion, greater Israel, it's pretty fucking scary. We'll look into that too. Wow, Webmaster, get yourself some fucking popcorn. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, why do you have to cut her off, dude? Let her cook. Okay, that's quite different from your explanation when you apologized. Ethan said that she was just reading headlines saying that they want the war to end. Hila then said that he was the only one that attempted moderation. And now she says that the point she was trying to make was that Netanyahu fired him because they were disagreeing. What were they disagreeing on? Let's take a look at the point she was trying to make in the original video.
This is their plans. This is Israel's plans.
No. Well, the big disagreement was that people are fighting for the Orthodox Jews to get drafted as well to the army because they're not.
Motherfuckers, dude.
But Israel...
That's an issue?
Yeah, the Orthodox don't serve.
They don't serve.
Yeah, it's like Amish people, too. They don't do that.
But everybody else has to. Everybody has to do it. Sure. So it's like, what the fuck?
Dude, the Orthodox are such leeches there.
Oh, you're saying the Orthodox Jews in Israel don't serve? I thought that like everyone had to.
Exactly, except the Orthodox.
And then the
because they need to sit and pray for God all day.
Never mind, it's a dislike now. So just to be clear, Hila's concern is not that people are being conscripted into a violent occupation, but that some people get to skip the uniform and stay home to pray. The framing is not so much about systemic inequality and appears to be more about wanting broader participation in Israel's military forces. The same military force that likes to go on social media and post stuff inside of Palestinian homes like this, and also this. It's quite telling that Ila's complaint wasn't why do people have to serve in a military accused of war crimes, but instead, why doesn't everyone have to? Let's go back in time to a podcast episode in 2017 where Ila recounts her time served in the Israeli military that is renowned for headlines like this, and this, and this. And not once has she shown remorse for being part of it, or I at least couldn't find a single clip. If it exists, please let me know in the comments and I will do right by it. Let's take a closer look to show you what I mean by having no remorse for it. Ila was born in Tel Aviv. In the podcast episode featuring Ila, she explained that she attended the mandatory IOF service from around 2005 to 2007, I assume. The other option, according to them on the podcast, would have been 6 months in prison. She met Ethan while he attended a heritage trip fully paid for by, to quote Ethan, rich Jews from around the world to connect with fellow Israelis to get married. A very Zionistic event, as Ethan stated. But he didn't really care about that back then, and Ila was still part of the IOF back then. Eventually, she and Ethan lived in Israel together for 5 years before they moved together to America. In those years, Ila wanted to attend art school but got declined and applied again a year later. Why is this in my script? Ila proceeds to talk about how her military service began.
How was your experience in the military?
It was okay. It happened right after there was some kind of a second war.
Also, sorry, I wanted to see. I saw Denim Daily change the description.
There was some sort of a small war.
Yeah.
When I was there, and
as we can see, she doesn't seem to even know what war this was, and refer to it as a small war. The small war Ila is talking about is known as the Second Intifada. And just to give you a little bit of context, the Second Intifada was an uprising from Palestine, largely a response against Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories, including the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and East Jerusalem that began around September 2000 and went on for about 5 years. It was triggered by years of facing systemic oppression, restricted movement, and military crackdowns, all by Israel. No word from Ila about how Palestinians faced really harsh living conditions under occupation, which included severe disruptions in daily life, including food and medical shortages. What's more is that the Second Intifada actually shaped the policies and military doctrine of the IOF. IOF's approach to security, surveillance, and control over Palestinian territories today is actually deeply rooted in the Second Intifada. The normalization of collective punishments, the construction of the separation wall, the expansion of settlements all have their origins in this period. The death toll was highly disproportionate, with Palestinian casualties vastly outnumbering Israeli ones. Why does Ila not mention any of these? If she personally did not participate in war crimes, she should be willing to confront these uncomfortable truths when discussing her IOF service.
Alright, I'm done popcorn.
Anything less risks erasing the immense toll it has taken on Palestinian lives. Her detachment from the suffering experienced by Palestinians is quite telling as to how much she cares about any of this.
so my job was to, like, when they send officers or like people to go serve, I had to like logistically help with their hotel or a room.
But yeah, this is what I was. Where did I put it? Greater Israel. This is like the expansionist plans of Israel. We're looking. Well, I'll find a documentary or something to watch about it.
Things like that, but it was all on the computer. It just felt like
It's a secretary.
Yeah, and it was super boring, and I really hated it.
Come on, Ila. This is your chance to tell us that contributing to the oppression of Palestinians didn't sit right with you. This is your time to shine.
Because it was just like,
yes,
I had to take a bus super early.
What?
Go there, spend the whole day, go back home. I hated it. So I tried to change my role.
It was super boring and she had to take a really early bus. Ila says she would have found a way to leave the
Okay, I need to go
IOF
floss.
if she wouldn't have liked her new position.
You can apply for it. They're going to give you something else, completely random. I decided to do that, and if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army.
It was that bad?
Yeah, I just didn't, I hated everything about it. Didn't want to do it. It felt like I wasn't doing anything, like I was just wasting my life. It could get really frustrating, I don't know. And you got to do it for 2 years.
At this point, she has indicated that it was her personal choice to stay in the IOF. Ila has stated in the past that it is honorable to serve in the IOF.
For one person to decide I'm not going to do it is a very selfish decision, because meanwhile you're not doing it, everybody else is doing it and putting their life on hold. That's the whole country. It's mandatory service. It's the whole country.
There's nothing wrong. I hold to this.
And there's other countries that have mandatory service. You're just being racist. If you have a problem with the whole country, that's racist. Yeah, and my parents were not the rich kind that will pay to get me out. But even if they were, they would not agree to that, because they think it's important to serve like everybody else in the country. I mean, it's a very selfish move to decide, okay, I'm not going to do it, but everybody else will.
What did her husband say 2 years ago on this podcast?
I never faked ticks. Actually, no, I did one time. That's not true.
Really?
I was being recruited for the military when I was in Israel. And I told him I have Tourette's, which I guess disqualifies you for the draft.
Wait, you faked ticks to get out of the draft?
No, I didn't fake ticks. I have Tourette's, but I went for the interview, and they were asking me questions, and like, my ticks aren't always visible. Right. It's not always like.
Yeah.
And so they make you feel like such a fucking piece of shit.
That's based.
And so I started doing like this, you know, but those are ticks I had.
Yeah.
But I was like, and then when I did that, I felt so stupid. They're like, oh, see, he has ticks.
Getting out of being drafted into the IDF is the one time.
I was not doing the IDF, bro. I was not doing that. I was not doing it.
Such a striking contrast in perspectives here.
I filled out that form and I tried it, and then I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked a lot more.
So Ila stated that she ended up in a better place. She relocated from Tel Aviv to Ramallah. And just to give you a quick overview of the historical context, Ramallah was effectively occupied by Israel in 2005, despite being officially part of the Palestinian Authority under the Oslo Accords. The Israeli army controlled access to and from Ramallah, with roadblocks and checkpoints severely restricting Palestinian movement.
I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked.
Her new position was apparently another secretary job in the Dutchifat battalion.
The new one, a base that was far from my house, so you go there for the whole week and then you come back for the weekend.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for a whole week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
It was kind of like just more of an adventure, more of a different experience. I preferred than to just go to a boring job, sit on the computer and go back home at the end of every day. I don't know. I was in Dutchifat, that's in charge of the area of Ramallah. That brigade has like a main officer, so I was his secretary.
Okay, so you were right below the big boy. Cool.
Under the big boys. Cool.
It's hard to explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah, my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid in Ramallah to arrest terrorists. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why? You just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it. They took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to. You're driving in this like Jeep that's bulletproof. So I was in the Jeep. As soon as we entered Ramallah, the people in the city started shooting us.
Wow.
And I heard like a bullet hit the Jeep like right next to my head.
Did it like dent or just
no, you just hear it? I mean, it was just interesting.
They were so someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once.
Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Was it like, how did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very, very weird.
How so?
I don't know. Just you see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their and find guns, and the whole thing is really surreal.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood, or does it feel like, oh, this is scary?
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
Ila, recounting her little adventure, smiles as she's talking about how their vehicle got shot at while they were invading homes in Ramallah.
Yeah, they shot at you?
Yeah.
Oh my! Were you scared?
It was pretty weird. Yeah, we were in a Jeep in a really risky area.
Yeah.
And then there was like right here.
No,
It hit the Jeep right next to
Oh
my
my god!
ear.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! And did you smile like you're smiling now, or?
I think I did.
Yeah.
I think I did.
Well, did you? Well, I mean, what do you do? I mean, do you crowd? You just did that? That's so funny. If we cut in the past and we saw that and she was doing that, that would be the funniest thing I've ever seen.
There is still no word from her that Ramallah is actually a Palestinian city, not even in that moment when Ethan called it a terrorist city.
Yeah.
Despite the fact it was already under Israeli occupation during her time there. Ila recounting her time in the IOF was that she was bored working as a secretary, wanted to go on a road trip, and even admits she would have tried to get out of it if her new role was boring too, all while smiling. Then, any attempt from Ethan to bring at least some critical thought of this particular scenario of raiding a Palestinian home, we get this.
Are there lessons, disciplines, things that you learned that you retained from that period in your life? How did it change you going through that?
Not sure that it changed me. I think the biggest thing is just like being put in a place with a group of people that maybe in normal life you wouldn't necessarily become friends with, but in this situation you just become friends with them and they become your family. So that aspect of it was interesting. But I mean, I don't know.
It was just some bullshit job for you for 2 years.
In a way.
Ila comes across as detached. You can't help but infer that she is simply unwilling to confront the moral weight of the topic. There's no reflection, no critical engagement, just surface level remarks that sidestep the deeper conversation. And when you think Ila served in the IOF long before October 7th, then let me tell you that does not mean that the IOF did not already have a backlog of widespread documentation of its war crimes and atrocities. And if you think she just seems shy or struggled to articulate her thoughts, well, let me also tell you that she had no trouble expressing her thoughts, her take, and herself earlier in the episode when discussing the involvement of Louis C.K. in the Me Too movement.
I felt really sad, like yesterday, especially when the whole story officially.
Sorry it's gone so long there. You found footage of Oh really? What does shoutout be behind the scenes? You'll love Galant debunking even. Oh, is this is your page? And you just put it together? Oh my god, you're a genius.
Which is like
You're a genius.
Like a brigade, I guess, that's in charge of the area of Ramallah. And that brigade has like a main officer. So I was his secretary.
Okay, so you were right below the big boy.
I'm gonna have a margarita.
Cool. So it was nice. It was interesting. It was more demanding in a way, but also kind of more rewarding because you're put in this weird situation where you're away from your house. You have this new group of people that you have to get along with, and it's hard to explain, but for some reason it was more interesting. I enjoyed it more.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah, my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid.
Right.
In Ramallah to arrest terrorists, and so I always saw them preparing for it. And
this is a great video. I'm surprised it doesn't have enough that many views.
So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why? You just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Can I rip this and post it on my TikTok just to get eyes on it?
So they took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to.
Did they armor you?
Do you have a TikTok I could tag you in?
You're driving in this like Jeep I was in Duffy bulletproof.
Right.
So I was in the Jeep, and then as soon as we entered Ramallah, the people in the city started shooting us.
Wow.
And I heard like a bullet hit the Jeep like right next to my head.
Oh, you don't?
Did it like dent or just you heard
you just hear it?
It's a gnarly armored Jeep. Okay.
And I mean, it was just interesting.
Yeah.
They were so someone actually was shooting the car when you went in there right away.
Yeah.
Huh. Did you have a gun on you?
Huh.
I didn't.
You were not supposed to leave.
No, yeah, not really. But even if I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the.
Right there. Oh, someone wanted to see that. I got to respond to them. I got to respond to that one comment. Now that just because it's right there. Word, I'm trying to see that. Reply. All right. Thank you. This actually is awesome.
Not really, but even if I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but surrounded with them. So.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
They bring it. Ew. Sorry, I needed to respond to a TikToker that said talk some shit. Oops, no, I like this.
They bring it in the same car with
you. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh,
there's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy.
Side quest. TikTok side
was
quest.
Like, how did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange.
Oh yeah, you sent me some of these pictures.
Very weird.
How so?
It's so fucked. It's just so fucked.
I don't know. Just you see people in the house, and then it's like.
I don't think I know that.
No, I don't. Just walk into the house and look through their shit and find guns, and the whole thing is really
Was
surreal.
it like the extraction one? That's fucked. She's so fucked. What the fuck?
They came
That's
out
funny
for
that she's literally this is the exact same part.
For some reason, with someone like Harvey Weinstein, I don't care as much. It's sad in a different way. Just sad that it happens. But with Louis, I kind of feel like he died yesterday.
He said in his apology, he justified it by saying, well, I asked girls first if I could show them my dick.
Yeah.
But he acknowledges, like...
The situation is much more complicated than that. Yeah. So even if you say yes at the moment, as the lady, even if she said yes at the moment, I think the situation is so surreal. You're like with one of your idols.
Right.
And you're thinking at the moment, this is weird, but I don't know what to do. So you say yes, but later
not even expecting him to necessarily even
you think maybe he's kidding or something.
Yeah.
But later you can think about it and be like, that was really fucked up.
Or how she views American students protesting against the Israeli government.
Talk about someone who's going to UC Berkeley.
The sperm count of different countries.
$200,000 tuition on campus protesting.
What is it? I'm so confused as to what this even means. Animal semen? What the fuck? I'm so confused. I don't get that one.
Do you find that ironic?
The Czechos commies?
When I lived in Israel, I used to criticize Israel a lot.
Yeah,
like,
me too,
as an Israeli and the army and a lot of stuff.
Fair enough.
But when we moved here and I started to go on Reddit and stuff like that, and just being more aware of like the online criticism
it's not just online, but it's
not just online. Yeah. I just became more aware of like the criticism here.
Yeah,
of
okay.
Israel
Find the original.
and
Maybe
in general around the world.
Some context.
And it's
needed
really,
context for that.
I personally think it's so ironic. It's just like, I don't know, it's kids sitting here in like beautiful California criticizing it, like you don't even know what you're talking about.
Right.
Now,
gross.
You were 18 at the time. You've grown up in Israel all your life. All you've seen and heard are horror stories because you're surrounded by Israeli media. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion hadn't released yet. Access to the World Wide Web wasn't so common. How are you supposed to think to yourself, maybe we shouldn't contribute to the oppression of Palestinians? I don't want to go to jail and have a hard time getting a job. I have no idea that in 2025 I'm going to get paid to crash out live on a podcast. Like in the same episode when she talks about her perspective as a child in Israel.
Let's say less specific criticism, or more general, like they build a wall and Israel should be a one state with Palestinians and Israel's all living together. They should reduce the borders and remove the gate. That to me seems like super ignorant.
It is, because when I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So the wall did help. So should we not have a wall?
Can you explain about the wall for people who don't know about it?
I don't know how to explain it.
I guess simply it's like...
It was built to prevent this attack.
It's understandable that as a child, you feared for your life and saw the wall as a protective measure. No one can blame you for not wanting to be harmed. But while Hila defends the wall as a necessary security measure, as a grown adult here, 29 years old, she fails to acknowledge its broader implications. It's 2017, we have technology and access to information now. Maybe we could be asking ourselves, who decided a wall was the answer? And what alternatives were ignored? When you build a wall, are you defending yourself, or are you just deepening the divide? Why do the people whom the wall is designed to stave off feel so desperate that they resort to such tragic violent acts? The wall she spoke of isolated communities, stole land, and enforced apartheid conditions. You can recognize that the fear was real while still being honest about how the wall is a tool of oppression. All these clips are so many years from that time and struggles to apply the same level of introspection when recalling their involvement in something as significant as their military service in the IOF. And she has no hesitation in defending mandatory service in Israel to this day.
I mean, when you're growing up with constant terror attacks, the army is a necessity. And I'm sorry if people think that's a controversial statement.
That's just a song.
That is the reality of Israel.
She has to be so influenced by Israeli media to not comprehend that the same IOF she believes is a necessity is the same IOF that has continuously made Gaza to become the deadliest place on earth for children for the last 3 consecutive years. Every time she gets called out or criticized for things she said on the podcast, she gets super defensive and brushes off any critique or concern about this in such a annoyed, guilt-dumping, and condescending manner.
Car
Let's remind
chases.
everybody how old that was. That was like so long ago. Snark's greatest hits.
Yeah, it
this
is.
is Snark's greatest.
I think he may.
This is just like I can't take this seriously, but I have to because this is crazy. This person doesn't know what they're talking about at all. Anti-Semitism, other countries that have mandatory service, you're just being racist. If you have a problem with the whole country, Ethan is allowed to point it out.
And also,
and if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
You don't have to be the
Go
one
fuck
that is
yourself.
out there in the field with a weapon in your hands to contribute to the oppression of Palestinians. You also actively contribute to the oppression of Palestinians when you are a low-level secretary behind a desk, managing the life of someone so that they have more time to unalive Palestinians. And you are more of a contributor to this when you actively seek out a role you can enjoy more and then accept it because you were so bored. And what does it make you when you participate in a raid in a nice Palestinian city just to watch what's going on because you were to be curious? And finally, and I'm not asking her to get on the podcast right now and apologize for what you did 20 years ago. I don't need...
Okay, hold on. Now that Denims is done streaming, I can potentially find the video. I'm very curious. I like to hear what the fallen fans have to say. There it is.
Involvement in CPS.
Very
okay.
curious.
And I do really
Putin
feel
can go
bad for the
fuck
people that are
himself.
still
Putin's
in there.
a fucking tyrannical.
This post is
tyrannical
been making
maniac.
around.
What did the post say? What did it say at the top? It'll help me find it myself.
And here's the thing, man. Ethan, if you had just watched my video where I break down everything you lied about, we wouldn't be in this situation. But for someone who claims that you're not a coward and that you watch all criticisms, doesn't seem like you do.
Oh, maybe I did see this.
Because you famously didn't watch either.
Being on Ethan's side.
But in the very first section of the debate where Hassan's like, you did this, isn't it weird that immediately go into...
Show me the fucking top part of it.
Ethan?
H3 podcast fan on TikTok said that she, after watching Ethan and Hassan debate, she feels like a fucking idiot and can't...
Oh, it's Detertonics? What the fuck is that? Dexertonics. There it is. Okay, hell yeah. Okay, finally, for frig's sakes. Found it. Only took 10 million years. H3 podcast fan on TikTok says after watching Ethan Klein and Hassan Ahmed debate, she feels like a fucking idiot and is canceling her paid membership.
Hassan, coming from someone who went into the Hassan and Ethan debate, being on
No,
Ethan's
absolutely
side,
not, G.
and came out of the
Xi
debate
Jinping is a wonderful
in
human.
a full 180 and will be canceling my paid membership. I feel like a fucking idiot. Ethan has pulled the victim card so well. Ethan begged for this debate.
Nope.
For how long? And he didn't debate.
All right, okay. There's too much Chinese slander. Let's watch. The Chinese century is here, baby.
Student in my class was telling me about how his evangelical dad in Beijing believes that Trump was chosen by God to win the election, but that this victory is part of a larger divine plan to destroy the United States. I cannot afford eggs, therefore all immigrants must. Is a conclusion that some governments and people have reached throughout history, such as Germany in the 30s, America now, and Germany now as well. The reason why I like being Eastern European
That's a good joke, Germany.
is because life in Eastern Europe, unironically, not even joking, fucking sucks.
Oh,
It is
do it.
nearly impossible to live the life
Wait,
that
I was
a
gonna check
normal
out that one meme pretty quick. I don't want to though. It's gross. Look at there's like sperm everywhere. Blue whale. 20 liters.
20 liters?
Ugh. Ugh. Okay, no. Too much for me.
American or a German lives if you are from this cursed place. And on top of this,
Nigel,
you are
you gotta be here
constantly
for
under
this.
the threat of war from Russia or with one of your neighbors, minimum. People go to universities for 12 years to be a doctor or a dentist just to make what an American or German cashier makes in a month. And while the cost of living is cheaper, it's not like everything is $1 here and rent is $2. And normal jobs are within the range of $300 to $500 a month here. That much money isn't gonna get you far, even in fucking Dushanbe. So for me, who was raised in this bullshit place, ruined
yeah.
by corrupt banks and
We
politicians,
love bricks. We love bricks around here.
constantly looting money from people, to hear Americans
really?
complain that they can't buy eggs
who's they?
from their
Bricks? Bricks has a
single-family
YouTube channel?
homes with a Ford F-150 parked out front. It was genuinely boiling me. Now, you know how it is. I made it out the hood, paid off my family's predatorish bank loans, and I'm good now. But that's because I was very lucky for the opportunity to do YouTube. The rest of my country, and around 15 or so more, are completely fucked. And most of the population lives with a dream of even making half the amount of money that an American Walmart guy makes. So looking at the majority of Americans voting Trump because yeah, he's horrible to women and everyone that isn't a billionaire and also white, but he will make eggs cheaper just to have the egg prices rise again is absolute cinema. First of all, I know y'all don't even eat eggs. If Americans actually ate eggs and cared about egg prices, they would not have these obesity rates. You know how hard it is to be fat while eating eggs?
Oh, really? Gatsu did? Oh, hell yeah. I fucking love this guy's videos so much. He's like my new favorite. He's so fucking funny and like informative at the same time a little bit, kind of.
Trump came into power and immediately started threatening not Russia, not China, not Iran, but America's very best allies. Talking about taking back the Panama Canal.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to live in China. I live in Canada, so if I was in the States, I would definitely want to move to China a lot more than in Canada. But yeah, I would absolutely live in China in a heartbeat. In a fucking heartbeat, I would live in China. Have you seen this? Have you seen this fucking thing? Look at this thing. China car parking robots. Look how cool this is. We don't got this shit in Canada. They got robots that park your cars. I know, honestly. 17 strips of bacon. This is massive. Fucking car parking robots. They're so advanced in this country, it's unbelievable. Car parking robot. Wait, isn't Hyundai Korean? This isn't TikTok. This is YouTube. Also, hey, no, I show Speed. I Show Speed went to China. He went to China and he went all around China. How is this? This is literally just a car you can buy. You can just go buy this car. How is this propaganda?
China? Let's see what it can do.
And this is American.
The car even does the suey. Chat, the car can even dance by itself. Look. Up, down, right, left. This car can even turn by itself.
That's just like an ad for the car. But go watch ISO Speed ripping around China. It's not what you think it is, man.
I Show Speed shows real China.
It's China. Now show the whole city real quick. Zoom out and show the whole city. Go up and show out. Zoom out. Show the whole city. God.
Oh, what a poor, sad country.
I Show Speed shows.
I am about to. Are y'all about to be the first person?
But he's there for a long time. There's a lot to watch in that. But yeah, let's watch this. This is not. This guy's not Chinese. This is just his opinion, and he's mostly a comedian. And I don't even know how deep he goes into it, but I love him.
Taking Greenland and fuck it, Canada too. I will not let Americans take Hoser. Critical support to Fidel Castro's son against the KKK regime.
That's true. That's true. But still, like, China has its bad spots and bad places and poor spots, absolutely. But for you guys to, like, what do you guys think is so bad about China? Like, why do you believe it's this? Like, what do you believe about it? What do you believe, like, living in China would be so bad? Yeah, why wouldn't they? Like, you think you can't say anything bad about China? You can say bad stuff about China. Like, all this stuff you're talking about is propaganda that you guys consumed from America to make China look like this crazy authoritarian state where they banned Winnie the Pooh. Like, that was the lie. You guys got sold a lie. It was fake. They have their own internet. And the Great Firewall of China isn't so much about letting people see what's going on in the world. It's more about people coming in and fucking with their elections, like fucking Russia does with us. Like, their Great Firewall of China is mostly for their protection, not so their citizens can't see what's going on. Like, they're allowed to go on TikTok. They can go to TikTok all they fucking want, but they have their own fucking internet. Also, because, like, China's so big, they have their own like language. What the fuck do they want all these dumbass websites for? They have their own YouTube. They have their own TikTok. That's in Chinese. They don't need, like, it's so American central to be like, well, they don't get to see our YouTube. It's like, they don't fucking want to see our YouTube. Our YouTube's dog. They got their own YouTube. They have foreign police stations in other countries? Wait, what? What does that mean? They have foreign police stations in other countries. Who does? China has police stations in other countries? Okay, you gotta back that one up.
Not only threats, but actions too. He literally put a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico, their neighbors and biggest trading partners. He's literally shooting himself in the foot because he's bored, and plus making everything more expensive for Americans, because after you get the...
Okay, let's look at this. So, okay, China has a couple fucking police stations in foreign countries, whatever the hell that means. Look at this. The global reach of the American military. Yeah. Hypocritical. Exactly. Thank you. This is literally what I was posting up. What does that mean? They have foreign police stations in other countries. I don't even know what that means. But yeah, like, if you're gonna criticize China, you better criticize America a hell of a lot first. a hell of a lot first, because you think, oh, it's authoritarian. You go to jail for fucking talking about your government. Have you seen what's going on in the United States? Do you know what's happening there right now? They have like legit fascism. You criticize Israel a little too hard, you're going to fucking El Salvador, baby. You're getting deported. You have a tattoo that Trump doesn't like? El Salvador. And then the world's prison population. Okay, so this is the world's prison population. Countries with the highest. We need per capita. Per capita. United States. 6%? They have 6% of their population is in prison? Oh, wait, no, the world's... Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Incarceration rates. 541 people per 100K. Ooh, sheesh. What is this one? Turkmenistan, 576. Does Turkmenistan have them beat? What the hell? What even is Turkmenistan? I've never even heard of that country. What percent of the world's prison population is 20% of the world's prison population is in the United States. Sheesh, that interview where Trump insisted the photoshopped character. That was fuck. He's so fucked. Man, those goddamn the people that were saying, rightfully so, Joe Biden is like delusional and he's lost his brain. He's got dementia. They need to start speaking up against that fucking Trump guy. He's not doing so hot in the old brain department no more either. You know what I'm saying? He's a little fucked. Anyway, where is it? Where's my beautiful, beautiful Chinese century?
The 25% tariff.
It's a bit of a meme, but like honestly, China's popping the fuck off right now. Like,
it doesn't mean everything will just be $125 instead of $100. After things get imported, the resellers and merchandisers have to take their cut on top of that. So more realistically, a 25% tariff means everything Canadian or Mexican that would cost $100 usually now would cost more like $150. Same thing with Taiwan. He wants to put tariffs on their semiconductors, a place that has only existed because of America's support, saying they would defend them from a Chinese invasion. First of all, we know how good America's promises are because they promised the same thing to Ukraine if they gave up their nukes. And look at their defense of Ukraine now, where they abandoned my goats to the point where Zelensky himself is saying that they haven't received 9 out of 10 pieces of equipment that was promised to them. Now Taiwan.
That's fucking brutal. That's fucking brutal. America sucks so bad. America fucking sucks so bad. We have it. We have the social score here. It's called the credit. It's the exact same thing as our credit score. That's all that is. We have a credit score here. We literally have the exact same thing. Like, and I don't even think it's as bad there. Like, you have to really fuck up your credit score.
The place where 90% of the world's chips get made that are the main parts of your...
If you fuck your credit score up enough, like, it's pretty hard to get a goddamn house. It's pretty hard apartment if they're checking Trump kept going, excuse me.
Car, laptop, fridge, TV, PlayStation, computer, Kindle, dishwasher, fucking literally anything electronic is being sanctioned. And if you're Taiwan, right, why would you not think, hold on, what the fuck am I risking an invasion from China just to sell to these motherfuckers that sanctioned me? As if the chip shortage in the world isn't high enough. Trust me, America did not need this. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot for absolutely no reason. Probably because Trump is bored and also now wants to concentrate a lot lot of non-Americans into these camps. He wants to make concentration camps, and I'm pretty sure he will too. And guess what? With deporting immigrants,
What percentage of your workers are not U.S. born?
Probably half.
About half?
Yeah.
If there were a mass roundup of undocumented migrants, that you might lose workers. You might not have enough workers.
Well, the question...
The idea that Chinese gives every citizen a social credit score continues to capture the horrified imagination from many, but is more a boogeyman than reality. Instead, we should be worrying about more other invasive surveillance practices, and not just in China. If every action you took was recorded, like, oh yeah, that's like that fucking weird. There's like a straight up oh, yes, please. Soulless Death and Despair, exclusively for the USA. Well, I don't know. I don't want the citizens of the United States to suffer, you know? I want everyone to be okay. But the country itself needs a century of humiliation, for sure. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much, first time chatter. Soulless Death and Despair. Round of applause, everyone. W's in the chats for Soulless. What workers' rights do Chinese have? I think that's gone up a lot in the past 20 years. It was pretty rough for a long time, but I'll look into that a bit more too.
Should I ask how they going to do that? Within 2 days, we will not have food. There will not be food anywhere.
2 days?
Yes.
So even in the most evil, Lorax, selfish way of thinking of, oh, Trump is evil, but at least he will make the egg prices go down.
Oh, well, look at this. Look at this. This is just literally like the first thing. The standard working hours in China are 8 hours a day, 44 hours a week. That's exactly what it is in Canada. Overtime work is allowed, but should not exceed 3 hours per day or 36 hours per month. Employers are required. It's literally the exact same overtime we have. You've been into Pan-Africanism recently, kind of disillusioned towards the Western world. Fuck, man. Wait, is Pan-African, is that like the black Israelites and shit? I don't know anything about that. I'm very curious, though. Do you have any good videos? Do you have anything good to check out? I'm very curious. I'm very curious about that. Pan-Africanism. Let's just Google it really quick. Pan-Africanism. Nationalist movement that aims to encourage and strengthen the bonds of solidarity between all indigenous peoples. Okay, no, this is different. Pan-African is cool. We have the EFF here in South Africa. We're Pan-Africanists. Hell yeah. Okay, it's not. I'm thinking, what's the black Israelite things? That's weird. That's some weird shit. Sprinkled by sparked Bernacafasco. Okay, let's watch. We'll pull some of those up. Pull some of this guy up. I love learning. Oh wait, this guy. Yeah, this guy's awesome, right? Like really awesome. I just need a breakdown. A real quick one.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora.
Oh, why Jamaicans are protesting?
Coup himself in 2022, there have been multiple reported attempts to unseat him. This raises concern about the ongoing instability.
Okay, oh my god. I don't want this from the capitalist fucking light. I want this from the leftist light. Is this guy, he's reclaiming gold mines from foreign control after failed coup attempt. Oh, beautiful bastard. That beautiful bastard. I love that. I love that shit. Where are we going? Okay.
They've been trying hard just to make us all vanish. I suggest they put a flag on a whole nother planet.
Let's talk about Pan-Africanism. Its history.
Okay, we're gonna get to Pan-Africanism after we watch the Chinese century is here. Because honestly, I think China, after a little bit of them being on top, I think they'll be like, Pan-Africanism? All right, let's take a look. Hotep? Is that one guy? I think I know who Hotep is. Hotep's a member of African subculture that appropriates ancient Abjadese history as a source of black pride and have been described as promoting pseudo-history. Yeah, it's something that fucking like Kanye West got involved in. No, that's I mixed up two things. I've had 3 sips of a margarita. I'm all over the place now. Who's that other guy? Oh, my favorite African leader. He was so good. He died way too young. Oh, African country leaders, rather. Was he the Congo? What the fuck's his name? I always forget his goddamn name. He's so good. Thomas Sankara. That's my boy right there. I love that guy. Love that guy. Wait, okay, we'll watch a couple of these. We'll check these out, but let's watch, okay, I keep getting distracted. Canada's being turned into a Chinese province. And on that note, peace out. Hey, man, you gotta watch the Chinese Century. You can't say that. You can't drop that. Fuck, I wish we were being turned into a Chinese province. I'd take that over the goddamn United States province any day of the goddamn world. The red dragon has awoken.
These eggs are people that will actually be paid a normal salary instead of immigrants that were being exploited for cheap labor beforehand and being paid like shit. The egg prices are gonna go up. It doesn't take a fucking genius to understand this, does it? Same thing with home ownership. Ignoring the fact that the housing crisis in the US is caused by motherfuckers just hoarding homes and treating homes like a painting that will increase in value over time instead of a thing that people need, such as a roof over their heads. What do you think kicking all the construction workers who are mostly illegals are gonna do for you? Tuvalishvili was an illegal immigrant and he became the UFC world champion. You know how much money he's generated for America? It's gonna increase the housing prices because the developers will only go on a profit of $5 million if they paid people well instead of their $10 million that they're used to. And what can you really do with 5 mils, you know? So they're gonna jack these prices up and go fuck yourself and your ex too, you Yankee fuck. So as the US is just destroying themselves and turning into this fascist, capitalist piece of shit rule over some propaganda that they couldn't afford eggs.
Okay, is it okay? Abraham Tahor, he is good. He's like a Marxist. Well, maybe not a Marxist, but he is he's part of the Association Muslim. Yeah, he's Marxist. My man. My fucking man. Yeah, he's cool as shit. I'm excited to learn more about it. Because I don't know too much about it.
I know you motherfuckers could afford eggs. If you can afford an F-150, you can most definitely afford fucking eggs. You guys really have not known what it's like to actually not be able to afford eggs. We have this saying in Georgian. Don't
be scared of China. We need more China trade relations and less America trade relations. Because China has cooler, better stuff. America doesn't make shit. We need to be part of the BRICS before America just like takes over Canada and then we lose our healthcare.
You don't want it. Eat a dick. And to
Gaddafi, he was a
global
menace, though,
hegemony
wasn't he?
over a plot that is straight out of The Boys. Tariff your neighbors and threaten to invade your allies using military force is insane. So, he radiates power in this picture, doesn't he? There's no aggression. He's hunched, has a neutral expression, but you can quite literally feel the authority oozing from him. Well, let's see. The Chinese didn't fund militias in my country to terrorize my people and overthrow my first and only good president. Didn't fund a that in Palestine. Didn't bomb Iraq for no reason. And the list goes on. And like the stupidest thing is they are using your American money to do all of this, which is just unfair. Instead of giving you guys...
I think there's a lot of misinformation about Gaddafi. And I think he had a... Yeah, he was probably murdered by America. I'm gonna read a bit about it here.
Healthcare, your money just gets used to people, which is fucked up. You pay taxes in America knowing that's just going to people. Not only not having healthcare.
Libyan rebel forces, were they Libyan rebel forces sponsored by Western money? First revolutionary chairman of the Libyan Arabic Republic.
just so many Americans themselves, but these useless military campaigns that never accomplished anything except
because he did a lot of good
destruction,
stuff for
including
Libya.
bringing a lot of Americans home in caskets with a couple of gunshots on
Very
their funeral
misunderstood
as their
one.
service. This is fucked up, man. Americans should actually be receiving the benefits of the money they pay to their government, like good public transport, free health.
I watched a bit of it. That was fucking. The Carney and Trump was crazy. It's like, honestly, you just have to like make it seem like you're complimenting Trump, and he gets so like high on it that you can say whatever the fuck you want.
Healthcare, free colleges, job security, and way more. And trust me, if fucking Estonia can afford all of this, then America, the richest country on the planet with its trillion-dollar companies, can definitely afford this. You know, us Georgians, we have always been ahead of the times. We ditched the European Union before Trump sanctioned them, but the very Nazis that are gaining power right now collaborated with China way before it was cool, and it will be cool now that Trump is sanctioning every one of his allies and destroying Turkey. No worries, Greeks and Armenians. We have our best guy on the job. The wildest thing is still absolutely Trump just giving Taiwan to China, because semiconductors are literally the most important thing in the world right now. Way more important than oil, because at least a lot of countries have oil. Taiwan is the only place where these chips get made. And he just threw it all away for like dick shit. Not even dip shit, dick shit. Now mainland China will just get more influence over Taiwan. While China actually builds their cities and makes them look like this, provides amazing
Carney's doing
public
pretty
transport
good.
for its people.
Carney's a fucking conservative from 10 years ago, but I'm glad it wasn't Pierre Poilievre, because that guy's just like a fucking neo-fascist? No, proto-fascist. Proto-fascist, where he lays the groundwork down. Like, he's not an outright fascist, but he'll lay the groundwork down for actual fascists. Like, Trump is a proto-fascist. I'm pretty sure that's how it's described.
With its clean, fast metros, the US refuses to build any shred of infrastructure because what? California has been trying to build a rail system for 16 years now, and nothing has been done. Not even the initial phase is complete, let alone the other ones. Only 57 miles of rail has been built in these 16 years. Elon Musk has also interfered with this project because he's Satan and because he wanted to make money off it, so he proposed stupid ideas such as the Hyperloop in 2013 as an alternative, and the fucking Tesla tunnels to skew skepticism in the rail project and actually get people to be less hyped about it. Just anything to make people's lives worse and make himself more money. So yes, the Chinese century is here because of the US shooting themselves in the foot, but at least we'll get high quality trains that are on time. So, you know, you weigh this shit up yourself. Also, I haven't been to mainland China, but I have been to Hong Kong. Let me tell you guys, I saw the light. On God, when me and Geopold wanted to get a train, literally like 70-80% of the time, the train was already there, waiting for us to get in.
I'm here, okay? I'm not going anywhere.
And the other times that I had to wait for the metro, it was only one.
Honestly, like, it'd be so easy to manipulate Trump. Like, Putin did it. Putin fucking just manipulated the shit out of that fucking guy.
2 minutes. And the longest I've ever had to wait was...
And Putin's a fucking moron.
4 whole minutes for a train. And that was during Chinese New Year. So, you know, I always appreciate when
I think Hong Kong's kind of autonomous, isn't it? Like, Hong Kong has a lot of Western influence over it, but China's trying to like change that, because Hong Kong's where all the billionaires go from China. The billionaires they're trying to stop from fucking everyone over. But it's kind of an odd, I don't know too much about it. I gotta look into that more for sure. But Hong Kong's a really odd phenomenon.
The country does public transport well. Xi Jinping, I know you're watching this. I have a proposal. You know how Russia took away Outer Manchuria during the Chinese Century of Humiliation? Putin is weak now, Xi, and these territories are all historic Chinese land, you know. You have a better claim to it than Russia ever did. You have the biggest military in the world as well, so you know what to do. And seeing the global world power shift as you're growing up is an absolutely crazy thing to see, because while the US was waging wars in foreign countries and spending trillions on innocent people in tents, China was using money to actually build their own cities instead of destroying other people's cities. A lesson that
they're on their way. Like, as I think China's doing this thing where it's like sit back, do nothing, win anyway, and like it's just happening for them. Like they're setting up around the world. They're doing, I think it's the Silk Road Initiative, where they go around and they like offer to help these developing countries. They're like, hey, we'll do non-predatory loans and we'll build all your shit. And then they have a really good trade partner and they have a solid relationship, as opposed to America that goes, installs dictators, cripples your economy, fucks over your country, loans it money that it's forever indebted for, and then extracts resources from it willy-nilly under threat of gun. So China's been setting up all these trade partners everywhere. So like in like a chill ass way. So now the whole world's just like, hell yeah, we'll trade with China. But I don't know. I think Hong Kong's probably just like starting to slowly be like, okay, yeah, maybe that's the way to go, because it was it was occupied by Japan, and then it was handed over from the United Kingdom to China in 1997. So, and it still remains to this day a separate governing an economic system from that of mainland China under the principle of one country, two systems. So it's still, but I think eventually the people from Hong Kong are going to see, hey, I think it'll be beneficial if we join this the world leader, because China's well on its way to becoming the powerhouse, the economic center of the world. Quickly and fastly.
Russia can learn from, using their money to innovate and make better technologies and products than the West, beating them at their own game. Because the Western companies were exploiting China for their cheap labor,
and they do infrastructure building over coups. Yeah, exactly. The opposite of France. Straight up. Yeah, I don't think I don't like, because China doesn't want to fucking piss everyone off. They're smart with it, like as opposed to France and United States. They're really good, because like what's he said, like what's he said, what's Xi said, he's like I think it was Xi, or maybe it was just a fucking interview of a Chinese economist or whatever, but he's like, China's been here for 5,000 years. The United States has been here for 200 years. There's gonna be a China. We're not fucking worried about it. And I was like, yeah. So they got their shit planned out. China's one of the few countries with a 100-year plan. Exactly, and like the ability to execute it because they have centralized planning, and like they have a decent enough, like, you'd call it authoritarian, but the CCC party, like, all the democracy happens on a lower level that influences the higher level. So it's not like exactly, it's still a democracy, but it's not how we elect. We think we have this freedom of choice here where like, oh look, we have a new leader, but it's literally just the two-party system that both represent the fucking interests of major corporations. Sorry, this is a strong ass margarita. They both exclusively represent corporations and special interests and the money of the hyper wealthy. So like, we don't have democracy. They probably feel more they have more mobility in politics because they get to vote for initiatives and where their money gets spent, and they actually have money that gets spent on them. We don't. Like, I guess Canada has healthcare, but our politicians, like, where at least in my fucking province, is actively trying to dismantle the fucking our education system and our healthcare system. Like, it's fucking so backwards.
All their companies there and basically laughing at the concept of China becoming.
I saw that. Didn't they fucking finally? They finally achieved like fission or fusion. They finally did something crazy with nuclear power. I don't know nothing.
The global power, because they thought, oh, they're dumb. They can't make better cars or products than us. Just an inherently Western supremacist idea to have. A lot of how China reached this level of technological development is because when the Western companies were bringing their products to be manufactured in China for cheap labor, the Chinese people were making these products. So they learned how to make these products. And with a lot of investment and subsidies and cheap loans from the Chinese government, they learned how to make even better products, which is how just a couple days ago, DeepSeek, a Chinese AI, dropped onto the world like a fucking dick on your face when you're sleeping around the homies and wiped $1 trillion from the American stock market.
That was so beautiful. That was such a beautiful fucking thing. Oh. See, that might be remembered as the day the Chinese century began. All right, at the very least, the day of the United States humiliation, the century of the United States humiliation began, because I think there's probably something cooler that already happened that marks the day of the Chinese century, but that's the day of the United States humiliation for sure, right? Fucking, we just like boop.
You wiped $1 trillion because it was just as good as ChatGPT, if not better in some cases, and it cost them $5.6 million compared to ChatGPT, which was much more expensive, and ChatGPT also loses $700K a day. Along with this, cars. Despite the European Union tariffing Chinese cars, they are still losing their car companies, such as the Volkswagen Group, which is running into huge trouble just operating at the moment. To the point where...
Well, that's because, like, he kind of talked about that. Taiwan has the fucking grips on computer chips. And graphic card chips, I think, are... they're exceptionally rare earth mineral heavy and complicated, and like you have to develop such infrastructure to build those, but fucking give it a minute. We're gonna have fucking the CCP is gonna develop a fucking graphics card that's just gonna be like boom and everyone's gonna be like, oh god damn it, and just tank them. Still runs on the video. Just give it a fucking minute. What did I say? In 5 years China became the #1 exporter of cars. 5 fucking years. You know how fast that is? You think graphic cards are harder than cars? Maybe, but we'll see.
They've had to close down 3 factories in Germany and lay off thousands of people for this reason. And it's because they can't compete with Chinese cars' batteries, which are made in China and are better and cheaper than European ones. So Volkswagen had to sell their electric vehicles for a higher price, and the people just weren't into that. And along with this, Chinese cars are just very good. They look good, they're high quality, and they're cheap. So when those cars hit the European and American market, probably over. As this Georgian car reviewer said,
yeah, probably. Honestly, probably. I don't know. Electric cars are relatively new technology. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of a weird... I think the science of graphic cards is pretty solid. It's like we're just trying to get as much out of them as we can when it comes to heat and voltage regulations, like heat and power. I don't know, like, does someone own the copyrights of like the design of the GPU? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry.
And on top of this, they made the most sold electric car brand in the world, outselling Tesla by more than 2 times. For trans and public transport, this isn't even...
Honestly, yeah, fuck, they're waiting. They're gonna just unleash like quantum computing on the world that's like smaller than a desktop. They're just like, oh hey, by the way,
close call.
$80.
China is literally just better in every single way, in trams, buses, trains, or whatever you can imagine, than Western countries. And I've been to a lot of countries in Europe. I've tried out all their metros. Let me tell you, bro, it is nothing compared to a single line in the Hong Kong metro. They even have gaming. China has literally overtaken every single industry and outdone the Western companies in their own game. Literally. League of Legends, 40% stake in Epic Games, which makes Fortnite and the Unreal Engine, where basically every game is developed now. Clash of Clans, Genshin Impact, PUBG Mobile, Black Myth Wukong, which broke records for selling 10 million copies in 3 days, and also having the most amount of people playing at the same time. Clash Royale, Call of Duty Mobile, and they're probably gonna buy Ubisoft now. I'm calling it. This year or next year. This is just genuinely surprising because they have become dominant in every industry ever, even in fucking video games.
I literally just got goosebumps.
A couple days back,
I just found this. Look at all I got so many tabs open. More threads 2 years ago, so they are working on a GPU. Does it still suck 1 year later? And that was 4 months ago, so
it's been over a year.
What's the verdict? Just tell me. Conclusion.
TS70 still kinda sucks, but it's getting a lot better. The performance in some of the games we tested compared to over a year ago has almost doubled. And when you factor in the new price of just $140,
it's $140? Okay, fuck. What am I telling you? What am I telling you? Give it a fucking year. This fucking company is gonna overtake and sink AMD and Nvidia. Fucking give it a year.
Seems very promising. The fact that DirectX 12 is now supported is a huge leap, as modern games can now be played. But there are still some underlying issues with compatibility that need to be addressed. I guess it's still early days for more threads, so we'll just have to wait and see if these cards can eventually use their full potential. Thanks.
For sure. I didn't even know they were fucking developing a goddamn... there's a documentary called Who Killed the Electric Car. Oh, yeah, I watched that years ago. It's fine. Everyone knows that the oil company fucking buried that shit. Massive profitable oil companies did that. How do tariffs affect video games? I'm gonna have to double down. I don't know. I don't buy video games. I'll get it out later. Oh yeah, hell yeah, anytime. Hang out some more, Nigel. I like having people that I don't want it to be an echo chamber. I like having dissenting opinions.
They made the fucking sun. That's right. They literally made the sun run for 18
this is what we were
minutes.
talking about.
It's basically used to generate clean energy with plasma or some shit. I'm not a scientist, but they made the sun, bro. How is that not mind-blowing? This was a major breakthrough, and they did this and DeepSeek within the same week. What kind of buttons is she pressing? And regardless of what kind of beef you have with China, it is still amazing that this technology is now developed and that this clean energy will help us deal with climate change. So California won't burn down in January anymore, and then the landlords increase the rent for no reason. They also do generate the most waste in the world, but they're also the leaders in renewable energy. Very weird dynamic here.
In just a few years, China has built this world-class fusion research campus from scratch, while the US still lacks anything like it.
Let's see. Which industries are left?
Oh man, watching these during COVID was so crazy.
China is also the world's top country in just general construction, but mainly infrastructure. Nearly every road in Europe, Africa, and Asia is being built by China. While a lot of people have expressed concerns for this because of China's loans, Europe and America do the same exact thing with loans. No country is just going to forget if someone can't pay back a loan, you know? Regarding actual construction though, China has built literally everything in Africa. A bunch of railways, roads, schools, hospitals, you name it, and China has built it in Africa. Also 138 projects for clean energy such as solar, hydropower, and wind power projects. Also, this map already existed of the main trade partners of countries, but like after Trump's tariffs, it's literally just going to be a red wave. Is this the red wave that was coming that Trump was talking about? Is Trump a Maoist and did we not know? Like that Chinese guy's dad was completely right. Social media, TikTok, like just absolutely absolutely being dominant for no reason. It's crazy. Me personally, I'm ready to sign up on Duolingo and start learning Mandarin because it's not really looking too good for the US. You know, I know how hard life is in the United States. Everybody would rather grow up and work and live in Eastern Europe. So I hope the Americans that voted for Trump will be able to afford eggs now at least. Prayer emoji. So with everything being said, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. Thank you so much for watching. My videos have been getting a lot of views and I'm very happy for that. And subscribe too. Subscribe now. I know you like this video, so if you would like to see more, like and subscribe, and goodbye. The United States has recently...
That's the newest one. I'm done with that. Done with that. What is Pan-Africanism?
Its present,
let's watch
its criticisms,
this.
and its future. Many books have been written on the subject of Pan-Africanism, devoting a lot of time to carve out some sort of definition. Some writers don't even bother to define it, conceding that it has meant different things to different people at different times. I'll be presenting just some of their many differing views on what Pan-Africanism is and what it should be, so draw your own conclusions. That being said, let me try to tell you the definition anyway. Pan-Africanism is grounded in the belief that all African-descended peoples are one nation. Not in the sense of nation-states, but in the sense of all African-descended peoples, both on continent and diaspora, sharing an interconnected history, purpose, and destiny. That destiny being a united and independent Africa as the basis for liberation. As an ideology and movement, Pan-Africanism encourages solidarity and unity for economic, social, cultural, and political progress and emancipation, and ultimately, the uplifting of all peoples of African descent. Pan-Africanists have worked to resist the exploitation and oppression of all those of African heritage, oppose and refute the ideologies of anti-African racism, and celebrate African achievement, history, and the very notion of being African. Most Pan-Africanists throughout history have also been various flavors of socialist, seeing capitalism as the enemy of liberation, and seeing communal relations, as were present in pre-colonial African societies, as a necessity. Pan-Africanism is heavily tied to black...
A lot of Marx's writings are just him witnessing and watching and rewriting like existing socialistic structures in indigenous cultures, is it not?
Nationalism, which arose out of the social, political, and economic empowerment of black communities. The nation here is defined not by borders, but rather by people who are bound together by common experience, especially to resist Western domination and maintain black cultures and identities. It is wholly separate from white nationalism, which took the name decades later and is inextricably tied to white supremacy. So who are some of these thinkers, leaders, politicians who have added to the body of Pan-Africanism? Let's see. There's Toussaint Louverture, Julius Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara, Marcus Garvey, C.L.R. James, Kwame Ture, Malcolm X, W.E.B. Du Bois, Frantz Fanon, Aimé Césaire. I could go on. As you can see, it's a bit of a mixed bag. It would be hard to describe all these people as united and objective, as their ideas were often quite divergent. Yet in some sense, they all flew the metaphorical flag of Pan-Africanism. Oh yeah, Pan-Africanism is a pretty fly flag. The red represents the blood that unites all people of African ancestry and that must be shed for liberation. The black represents black people as a nation, united under a common heritage, and the green represents the lush abundance of Africa's wealth. To understand Pan-Africanism, you need some context on the history of African peoples, which I can only provide in very broad strokes for now. As the most genetically diverse continent in the world, and the cradle of humanity, it is from Africa that the various peoples dispersed and carved spaces for themselves across the world. Africa has a legacy spanning thousands of years of nations, kingdoms, and cultures, rising, falling, innovating, expanding, and sharing with the wider world. Africans throughout history have contributed to the development of mathematics, astronomy, medicine, architecture, philosophy, and more. Even post-colonialism, there are over 3,000 ethnic groups in Africa. I don't use the term tribe, by the way, because historically speaking, it's been wielded to dismiss complex societies that Europeans have seen as primitive. Prior to colonization, there was no shared Pan-African identity on the continent. How could there be? They didn't all share the same religion, language, or culture. The Khoisan peoples of South Africa had little in common with the Songhai of West Africa or the Habesha of East Africa. Africa is massive, and even people living right next to each other had vastly different lifestyles, practices, and barriers that separated them. It's no surprise then that when the Atlantic slave trade kicked into gear, starting with the Portuguese, things truly devolved into madness. Africans were kidnapped and sold into slavery, often by fellow Africans. Kingdoms and nations which facilitated slavery were quick to become enslaved themselves. The brutal appetite for more exploitable...
I can't react to this. I have nothing to add to this at all.
Disposable labor in the Americas increased. At least 12 million Africans were transported to the Americas. Millions more died in the perpetration of this great crime, and new nations came to be established in the Caribbean, Brazil, the United States, and elsewhere. It was the largest forced migration event in human history. There was also the trans-Saharan slave trade, which is often left out of the conversations.
Why couldn't Kanye fucking grab onto this ideology, not the fucking weird black Israelites shit? I'm definitely not African. Well, maybe way back. But yeah, I got nothing to add to this. I can maybe add some questions. Could throw some questions out there. I saw this really cool TikTok. I'll throw some just like cool black stuff that's going on that I've seen on TikTok. But this lady, it's like, it's really annoying when white people say, "Oh, I'm just gonna step back and let the black people shine," as if they can't compete. It was more or less the fucking thing. He's like, no, you can still fucking show up with your best. You're not going to be centered in this space. Like, oh, I don't want to show up at a hip hop concert. I don't want to, like, it's not my space. It's like, you can show up, just hang out. You're just not going to be centered, you fuckhead. It was a really good point. She put it a lot more eloquently than I did. Half Jewish and half Mexican. So I basically feel like nothing, they'll always cancel each other out or something. Oh man, the Mexican and the Jewish, now it's nothing. Kanye's whack. Akon, hell yeah. Akon's cool. Who else is cool? Who's that one guy? Andre 3000's real cool right now too. He's on his bullshit right now. He's on his bullshit. I'm like code switching. I'm fucking racist. I'm a racist. The TV show by Donald Glover is so good at cricket. Oh fuck, I need to watch that. I like Donald Glover. I just hated him in Community.
The enslavement of Africans, as its consequences do not compare in size nor scope, but I do still find it's important to...
Like, it was I had a really shitty introduction to Donald Glover. Because I watched this weird nerd-ass movie he was in, where he's just playing this weird nerd-ass, and then he was playing fucking... that guy, Troy, and I didn't like... I don't know, they were just so fucking annoying. I don't know, something about it. Childish Gambino slaps... Sorta. I wouldn't be so bad if my mother wasn't pale. Even though my grandmother is dark-skinned. Dark-skinned on the Jewish side or the Mexican side? Dark-skinned Jew or dark-skinned Mexican? Troy and Abed in the morning. There's some stuff I liked in that show. I don't know. I just like I'm just a cute little boy. I'm just a small bean. It was like I was cringing at millennial shit before it was cool, you know? You know what I'm saying?
To highlight, it was through the Atlantic slave trade and the subsequent grueling and inhumane treatments in the Americas that the various peoples of Africa were stripped of their original cultures and brought together for the very first time. The African diaspora began to unite and develop identities of their own. Meanwhile, Africa was colonized and carved up by...
There's no TOS in this, right? I'm not going to get banned? Because I'm going to listen. I'm going to put it on in my ear. I got to go pee. I am listening, though, while I'm gone. Just so you all know. But it's not going to have, like, boobies on it. I don't know if I would get banned if there's boobies on it. Or like footage of war. Yeah, well, risk it for the biscuit. I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
Competing and collaborating European powers, all hungry for the wealth of the continent. At the Berlin Conference, borders and divisions were drawn that continue to cripple the continent today. It has been nearly 500 years since the first transatlantic slave voyage. As a people, we have not known peace nor justice since. The creation of our diaspora came alongside the emergence of global capitalism, European domination, and anti-black racism. Racist ideas were forged to support the economic motives of the elites, and even today, many still hold a perception of African inferiority, misinforming their attitude towards our conditions. We still suffer from the erasure and suppression of our history and legacy. Our labor has built and continues to build the wealth of the global north. We've been exploited not just by European powers, but also Arab and Asian powers, and our enslavement persists today across the world. Our land has been stolen, and we have been stolen from our land. We've been denied autonomy, denied rights, and denied our very humanity. The historic response of African peoples has been Pan-Africanism, a river with many streams and currents. Let's discuss some of the major thinkers and movements over the years. Pre-19th century. In the late 18th century, the slave trade was in full swing, and yet even then, abolitionists worked to campaign for its end. One of the most famous of these abolitionist groups was the Sons of Africa, made up of educated, formerly enslaved Africans in London. It was the first black political group in Britain and has been described as one of the first Pan-African organizations. The Sons of Africa wrote letters to the press, lobbied parliament, jointly addressed the Quakers, and cooperated with other abolitionists and radicals as part of the wider campaign against trafficking of Africans and for the rights of all. Notable members included Olwada Equino, a slave since childhood who was sold twice before purchasing his freedom, and Ottobah Kwano, who was sold into slavery when he was 13 years old and eventually purchased, educated, and freed by a British merchant. 19th century. Arguably the most existentially terrifying moment for European empires in the early 19th century was the success of the slave revolts in Haiti. The Haitian Revolution, famously led by, among others, Toussaint Louverture, began in 1791 and ended in 1804, and established the first and only state to be founded by slave uprising. It challenged long-held European beliefs about the intelligence and capacity of enslaved peoples to achieve and maintain their own freedom. While post-revolution Haiti faced assassinations, embargoes, crippling taxation by the French, and a highly segmented, color-based class society, what Haitians established was a beacon of hope for Africans everywhere, even post-emancipation. Haiti became a safe haven for runaway slaves, revolutionaries, and all who were oppressed. In the mid to late 19th century, early thinkers like Alexander Crummell, Martin Delany, and Edward Blyden began to lay the groundwork for more comprehensive Pan-African thought. Alexander Crummell, born free in 1819, was one of the first black nationalists, advocating for solidarity and economic development. Martin Delany, born free in 1812, famously called for Africa for Africans.
We'll see.
He
We'll
believed
see
that
if I
black
get
people had
banned.
no future in the United States and should leave to found a new nation elsewhere, like in the Caribbean or South America.
If they ban me for having boobs on here, like in either historical sense or like just like that, if they ban me for that, I'm gonna they're racist. Twitch, you hear me? You're racist if you ban me.
He ruthlessly criticized so many individuals, ideas, and institutions that he alienated moderate abolitionists. He also opposed racial segregation, of course, and was well known for his deep-seated pride in his own people. Lastly, Edward Blyden, born free in 1832, advocated for a return to Africa to help rebuild the continent. He was one of the first to articulate a notion of African personality. A lot of their ideas and actions would be considered outdated or plain wrong today, like Crummell's colonization efforts in Liberia and Blyden's support of Zionism. Nonetheless, the works and ideas of all three of these men would still go on to inspire countless future Pan-Africanists. The 1900s to 1920s. Pan-Africanism really began to take shape at the beginning of the first Pan-African Conference in London in 1900. It was organized by Trinidadian barrister Henry Sylvester Williams, big up Dan, just before the Paris Exhibition of the same year. It was attended by 37 delegates and 10 other participants from across diaspora. One notable attendee was W.E.B. Du Bois, who played a leading role in drafting a letter to European leaders, appealing to them to struggle against racism, to grant the right to sell.
I know it's so weak. Okay, I got banned for a week because I watched a Meat Canyon video. It was like the first month I was streaming, and I got fucking banned for watching that. A cartoon. Meat Canyon. I think it was a joke. The type of bird. Mexican. I think my Jewish side is Ashkenazi. I think it was a joke on the type of bird. Oh, I don't know.
Governments to colonies in Africa and the West Indies, and demanding political and other rights for African Americans. It was the first time in history that black people had gathered from all parts of the world to discuss and improve the condition of their race. After the conference, chapters of the Pan-African Association were set up in Jamaica, Trinidad, and the US. Eventually, they would meet under the banner of the Pan-African Congress. More on that later. Onto a rather controversial figure. Let's talk about the so-called Negro in the Hat, Marcus Garvey. He founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Born in Jamaica in 1887, Garvey was a black nationalist in the Pan-African scene who advocated for racial pride and the building of institutions for the African diaspora. However, it would be more accurate to describe him as a dictatorial black separatist, as he envisioned a unified Africa as a one-party state, governed by himself, that would enact laws to ensure black racial purity. He believed America was a white man's country, and he described himself as the first fascist and black capitalist. Although he was
Ooh, I don't like that guy.
Glaringly ignorant of all the diversity present in Africa, considered it backwards, and never visited the continent himself. He was big in the Back to Africa movement and ran the Black Star Line shipping and passenger company to help transport Americans to Liberia. He glorified many Western ideas, and even gave prominent supporters British titles like lords and knights. He was convicted of mail fraud and blamed Jewish people for conspiring against him because, and buckle up for this one, he collaborated with the KKK. He was deeply anti-socialist.
What the fuck? I'm glad I ewed even before it got to that part. Fucking triple ew. Ew to the utmost.
Anti-miscegenation and anti-racial integration. His organization did design the Pan-African flag, which is cool, but he naturally alienated a lot of fellow Pan-African thinkers.
Which is cool, but
because his ideas were so utterly divergent from the rest of them. One thinker in particular that he frequently...
Yeah, this dude's fucking... This is the craziest fucking mumbo jumbo brain I've ever fucking heard. What's wrong with you? What the fuck broke you that badly? Well, probably a lot, actually, to be fair. I can imagine the fucking shit that guy saw and heard would break most people.
He butt heads with was William Edward Burghardt Du Bois, born in 1868, who described Garvey as a demagogue that he tried his best to ignore. In fact, they seemed to hate each other. Du Bois is more openly recognized as a father of Pan-Africanism, although he started with the unfortunate title Pan-Negroism. Throughout his life, he contributed to a vast array of ideas, including black existentialism, and consistently advocated for the study of African history. He founded the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP, and was an ardent proponent of equal rights. He was among the first African Americans to highlight the colonial condition in Africa, and was deeply opposed to Garvey's notion of African American rule over Africa. Du Bois also understood the deep connections between capitalism and racism, and believed that socialism may be a better path towards racial equality. He was actually forced out of the NAACP during the Cold War due to his praise for Karl Marx and communist sympathies. Later in his life, he fled the US and found refuge in Ghana under the leadership of Kwame Nkrumah, and died the day before Dr. Martin Luther King's March on Washington in 1963, which he himself tried to organize 60 years before. The 1920s to 1940s. By now we cooking. In the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, a whole wave of thinkers and ideas came into the fore of the movement.
So nice.
The development and propagation of Pan-African ideas would spread even further, and it had tremendous influence on the Harlem Renaissance in the 1920s, which Du Bois helped promote. The first 4 Pan-African Congresses took place during this time. In 1919 in Paris, 1921 in London, 1923 in London again, and 1927 in New York City. At the first Congress, there were 57 delegates representing 15 countries, including Du Bois and Ida Gibbs, who represented Pan-Africa. The focus of this Congress in Paris was the petitioning of the Versailles Peace Conference, demanding that the Allies collaborate in the administration of former territories in Africa, and that Africa be granted home rule. At the second Congress, Du Bois described the attendance of 26 different groups of people from all across Africa, Europe, the Caribbean, and the Americas, as well as fraternal organizations from Asia. The focus of this Congress, which took place in London, Brussels, and Paris, was the issuance of a declaration that criticized European colonial domination in Africa and lamented the unequal state of relations between white and black races, calling for a fairer distribution of the world's resources. At the third and fourth Congresses in London and New York City, the delegates again demanded self-rule and an end to European profiteering.
How did TikTok do this so fast? Holy shit. I just opened TikTok to like check. I wanted to pull something up, and immediately it has exactly what we were fucking talking about. That's so fucking scary.
On Burkina Faso and tradition of anti-colonial badassery, and he is
like, it was literally talking about how he like
spirit at
like
least
you're kind of like talking about this he's like successor or whatever,
Thomas Sankara.
In a way.
And I thought today we'd go over a bit of Burkina.
That's just crazy that like how the fucking algorithm is that fucking powerful. He was basically like an Israeli settler mentally. He's, yeah, but Palestinian. He would be like a Palestinian wanting to be an Israeli settler. Fucking really weird.
What is Pan-Africanism? Pan-Africanism is grounded in the belief that all African descendants, whether inside or outside the continent, are one nation. Due to sharing an interconnected history,
yeah, that's fucking
it was a
wild.
political movement
Is
and
that you?
ideology that was very popular during the 20s, so when colonialism was still flourishing. Du Bois, Kwame Nkrumah, Marcus Garvey, and Malcolm X were some of the leading characters who wanted to create a counter view against the Eurocentric view of black people at that that time. What forms of activisms do we find today? On the continent, in Senegal, Binta Sarr would be a great example. She founded the NGO Aprofis, which focuses on women's rights in 35 villages. They set up speaking and listening spaces for women who were victims of violence, but also offered reading and writing courses, as well as agriculture programs to ensure food security. Binta Sarr is also part of Africans Rising, which is a pan-African movement
This shit is fucking underviewed, man.
of people working for
Good
justice, peace, and dignity on the continent, but also in the diaspora, which brings us straight back to Vienna. On the 14th of March, starting at 7 p.m. at the Albert Schweitzer House, there will be an event talking about anti-racism movements interconnected with climate change and how solidarity might be the key. So make sure you come through.
Wait. That wasn't the video we were watching.
What the fuck? And addressed problems in the diaspora related to lynching and white minority group.
I don't know what I just
activists and
subscribed
writers
to.
like C.L.R. James again prominence
I thought
during
that
this
was
time.
just a segment in the show.
Cyril Lionel Robert James, born in Trinidad in 1901, made bold contributions to black radical thought, blending Pan-African and Marxist ideas. He notably challenged the false dichotomy of Pan-African nationalism, or labor
I'm trying to find this fucking TikTok I liked that talks about black capitalism and like Killer Mike type shit, and it had such a really good line in it that was like, we traded black blank for black, I think we traded black exceptionalism for black something, and I can't remember what the fucking line was. It hit hard. It was really good. It was a really good line. I'm just trying to find that video.
nationalism, and therefore synthesized his opposition to racial, colonial, and class-based oppression. He deserves a video of his own. Other thinkers of this time include American Paul Robeson, Trinidadian George Padmore, Senegalese Leopold Senghor, Martinican Aimé Césaire, and Kenyan Jomo Kenyatta. You could call it a Pan-African Black Atlantic intellectual community, as ideas traded freely across the diaspora. The 1940s to 1960s. In the late 1940s, amidst the Red Scare in the US, the rather socialist Pan-Africanist movement receded, and Africans began to take the helm where African Americans had before. In this era, I'd like to highlight the Fifth Pan-African Congress and the rise of Kwame Nkrumah. At the Fifth Pan-African Congress in Manchester in 1945, in the presence of 200 members, the foundations of contemporary Pan-Africanism were laid. The goal was to draw up a general outline of a practical program for the political liberation of Africa. They were far more militant than previous congresses, desiring
No, honestly, I can't. I have so much ADD, and I finally started medicating it. I think I'm like 2 months into medicating my ADD. And the first week I was on that drug, I recorded 6 songs in 6 days live on air. It was kind of crazy. That's why if you go to my page, that's what my 105 fucking followers. Hell yeah, that went up. That's what my I don't even know how to find it. My channel trailer is me recording. This is all in one day. All right, I'm just gonna go for it. Fuck it. This is me just like finally getting medicated up. And like everyone, okay, because I got to do this again because all of these songs are kind of built around people's usernames, and it's so much fun because like I record the music really fast and then we all kind of work on the lyrics together, and I usually do it in about 6 hours, and by the end of it, this song sounds like this. That's this one. That's this song.
I don't feel like paying, so I'm not gonna pay. Gonna get me some boba. I'm robbing a boba today. You don't know what I'm talking about because you call it milk tea. That's cause you like cool, not cool like me. They call it tapioca. I'm not sure I believe them. They're balls that are filled with silver necro acid. They asked for paper or plastic. I said my name was Emmett. They handed me the cup.
a free federation of African socialist states. As we will soon see, the results in the latter half of the century were a bit of a mixed bag. The Congress made demands for independence, called for solidarity among all oppressed and exploited peoples, and condemned imperialism, racial discrimination, and capitalism. The Fifth Congress would produce a diverse crop of African intellectual and political leaders who would go on to influence the continent in a variety of ways, including Obafemi Awolowo and Kwame Nkrumah. Nkrumah, born in 1909, was a pan-African Marxist-Leninist who led the Gold Coast independence movement that created the nation of Ghana in 1957, and
We've lost the joy of rebellion, and I'll say that now. That is the most important thing we've lost as a culture, the joy of rebellion. We forgot that dreaming of a future where we all breathe should feel good. Right? They convinced us that locking in, that grinding, that gritting our teeth through collapse was the only way out. But literally the most dangerous thing you can do during an empire.
Fuck! What did I say? How many words were muted? How many words did not get heard by everyone? I think I was just talking to you about that you're watching. You're watching on Twitch but chatting on YouTube because you forgot your fucking password. I said you could borrow my password. And I also said just make a new account. About 80 words. And then I said I don't know if this is the TikTok that has that quote I'm looking for, but this is also a very good TikTok.
We all breathe should feel good.
Just go through my reposts and critique my reposts.
Right? They convinced us that locking in, that grinding, that gritting our teeth through collapse was the only way out. But literally the most dangerous thing you can do during an empire in decay is to smile without permission. It's to laugh out loud. It's to love loudly. It's to imagine more. Because revolution isn't just burning shit down. I need y'all to get it. It's gardening while it burns. It's building joy in the rubble. It's dancing on the cracked floor of a failing world and saying, you're not going to take my ability to feel alive. That's sacred. That's resistance. Joy was never a distraction. That's what I'm trying to get at. It was a ritual. Our people sang through chain, not because they loved pain, but because the song brought them home. That rhythm wasn't noise. It was a portal. So what if joy isn't an escape? What if it's a thread back to ourselves? Right? Because if revolution needs your giggle just as much as your grind. It really does. You locked in, fine. Fine, you the serious guy. You strapped up. You got 2 guns in your house. Cool. Cool. But don't forget to open up to the sunlight, to the laughter between meetings, to your kids, to the idea that fighting for a better world shouldn't always feel like dying. Okay? Because if a new world has no joy, if the new world after this, if we all succeed, if we don't, if the new world has no joy, you just rebuilt the old one with better graphics. That's all that's happening. So this time, right, don't just fight. Feel. Don't just play. Don't just wonder. Because the joy you carry might be the only part of you that they couldn't steal. That's what I'm trying to get it at. Because this type of thing is so crucial that we know how to experience joy. Being able to build for our people should be joyous. A revolution should be joyous. Dreaming of our better world should be joyous. Right? You get it? You're like, and I want that to sit with you because this is more important than anything else we can have going on right now. To preserve our joy, to share it, to have it go further. This is the part of the story where we get to tell the things that we didn't get to say. This is that part. And we could sit here and you know, in the desolate and how destitute this world is, we could sit in it, or I could dream of it better for us. So it's just something I wanted to get into because it's important that we regain the joy of revolution. Because without that joy, it's not revolt.
Fuck, right? Right? So good. Where was I? Pan-Africanism.
Co-founded the Organization of African Unity in 1963. He was deeply influenced by Marcus Garvey,
Webmaster, what you talking about? Why'd you retract
George
a bunch of
Patmore,
messages?
C.L.R. James, and Edward Blyden, looking to them for guidance and how Africa.
Thanks for the subscription. Oh, thank you so much. Right? Cooking like crazy, man. Cooking with all the spices. Cause like it brings a tear to my eye. Like there's so much stuff that like brings a sad tear to my eye, and then you get something that's like, oh yes, okay, yeah. That's what we're doing. That's like, there's hope. Something there's like one of my favorite creators is He ran into trouble in France. Uh-oh, he's not. They're not gonna let Hassan back. What's his fucking name? Hugo Pinnock. This boy, I love him with all of my heart, and he posted this video called "One Girl," and it's
you're about to watch is
it's such a heartwarming, nice. I'm gonna post it in the chat. You guys can check this out on your own because I already watched it on here. It's just such a good, inspiring video. That's not like, cause like the other stuff. Oh, he's your instead of your. Another foundation bad. I collected nice, but really most people completely ignore me when I bring up Africa. Aw, what the fuck? Tell me who. Let's go fight them together.
Africa could build itself to become a force for good in the world. With independence.
The funny thing is, the only other person in my chat that's chatting right now is from South Africa. They're white South Africa. I don't know if you're black. Where are you from? Are you black in Africa? Are you black in America? Are you black in Canada? Are you white? Twitch leftist. Fucking Twitch leftists. We're all a bunch of goddamn sons of bitches, isn't we? Twitch leftists. Wait, the Hugo Panic? Or just like, oh wait, Twitch, is that the name? Is it their name? Twitch leftist? I'm looking them up. Just kidding.
He became Ghana's first prime minister.
But like, how many people have like fucking no one chatting with them? It's hard. It's really hard to notice all the chats. So I wouldn't jump to like, oh, it was just because it was Africa. Maybe they just missed it. Even black people don't care. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. And it is an odd thing. Like, this will scare fucking white people so fast because they think any kind of like solidarity amongst groups that aren't them will turn into what white power has become. Like, it's so like, it's like men being scared of feminism, and it's like that whole thing. It's like, oh no, they're gonna do what we did to them. It's like a projection. The honkies I work with go, okay, so you're black. I hope. I hope you're black. White people shouldn't be calling white people honkies. That's stupid.
Ghana under his leadership was basically a social democracy with a strong welfare state, education, healthcare, and some nationalized industries. He also worked to rapidly industrialize the country. Nkrumah promoted a Pan-African culture, decried Eurocentric norms.
This just reminded me because I used to do a lot of video and photography for like Nigerian birthday parties, and they fucking pop off for birthday parties. Like if a matriarch is turning like 50. It's a big party and it's so fun, and like all the fits I'm seeing are just reminding me of that. It's been like a couple years since I did that, but it was so fun. It was so fun. And then they get that weird traditions with money where like the person will be dancing and everyone comes and holds money on their body.
Promoted traditional clothing and open museums and other clothes.
And that's just me. I'm like the only white guy just ripping around taking pictures. It was a very strange scenario I was in, but it was just so much fun. And there's no booze. They're all Christians. There's a lot of pastors ripping their Christian bullshit. When there's no booze, but they party harder. They party harder than any drunk group of white peoples I'd ever seen.
He also banned tribal identification in an effort to suppress the influence of local chiefs, with little success, as slowly grew his autocratic abilities, banning other political parties and becoming president for life. He was also criticized for building up a personality cult. Eventually, he was overthrown in 1966 via Western-backed coup, and the National Liberation Council that took control privatized national industries under the supervision of multinational corporations. Nkrumah never returned to...
That's a weird one. The rest in peace, the Christian on the northern Nigeria. I never understood... A lot of African people fully embracing Christianity as hard as I don't get it. I can't wrap my head around it. You know what I mean? It's like a religion that was just like used to justify your people's imprisonment. Like, was it not? I don't get it. I don't get it. But I'm like, I don't know. Religion's a pretty powerful thing. Yeah, okay. Oh, Robert Aboba! We were just listening to your song. I was showing everyone how we make music based on their names. Colonized mind. Yeah, fair enough. It's pretty hard to decolonize your mind. It hurts. Came back from karaoke. What'd you sing? We're learning about Pan-Africanism right now. It's pretty dope.
And spent the rest of his days in Kenya as honorary co-president of Ahmed Sekou Touré, a fellow president for life. The 1960s to 1980s. By now, Pan-Africanism was beginning to decline outside of Africa. In the US, the Black Panther Party became active between 1966 and 1982, militantly advocating for Black power and organizing community social programs and cop watches. The FBI considered the Black Panther Party the greatest threat to the internal security of the country and worked to infiltrate the structure of the party, assassinate and jail members and leaders, and drain resources. More than any previous Black political organization, the party emphasized class struggle, even over Pan-Africanism, leading to an eventual split with Kwame Ture and other more Black nationalist members. The organization was far from perfect, with many internal divisions and tensions, due to the leadership's hostility towards dissenting perspectives and alternative ideologies. Meanwhile, in Africa, the 6th Pan-African Congress commenced in 1974 in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Unlike previous Pan-African Congresses,
I only managed to sing one song in turn before I left. It was not my turn. Fair enough.
it took place outside the Western Imperial Core. It was at this stage that Pan-Africanists identified the threat of neocolonialism, considering the overthrow of various African governments and the use of Africans to assist in their downfall. Thus, there was more emphasis among Pan-Africanists on class struggle against Western, Eastern, and African capitalists. However, they also slowly began to realize the failure of various bureaucratic forms of socialism, and that the masses needed to be more involved to defeat elitism and autocracy. They also finally openly addressed the issue of women, and decided to give support to political struggles for equality undertaken by black women. This period also saw the rise of religiously zealous state capitalists like Robert Mugabe and Muammar al-Gaddafi, and the rise and fall of Thomas Sankara. Mugabe was the corrupt and ideologically vague prime minister and then president of Zimbabwe for 3
These are the faces of evil, betrayers of the movement, right? Just fucking faces of evil. They all have that fucking look. You know that? Did you watch the Louis Theroux documentary of that like nut job settler Zionist in Israel? They all have that look in their eye. Like there's just something fucking evil about them. There's just like something spooky. I wouldn't want to meet them in real life.
Three decades, starting in 1980. Gaddafi was an anti-Semitic pan-Arabist Pan-African who ruled Libya for 42 years, starting in 1969, and advocated for the United States of Africa. Thomas Sankara was the so-called Che Guevara of Africa, who launched mostly positive radical programs for social, ecological, and economic change in Burkina Faso, beginning in 1983. Of course, he also oppressed striking workers, banned unions, and restricted media freedom, so I have mixed feelings about him personally. He was assassinated and his government was seized in 1987.
Maybe I don't want to subscribe to this guy.
1980s onward. The last decades of the 20th century dealt with the question of what Pan-Africanism should look like as the new millennium approached. Scholars began to develop the body of Afrocentrism, which emphasized African modes of thought, culture, and historical perspective as a corrective to the long tradition of European cultural intellectual domination. With the end of the Cold War, a new era of globalization began, yet Africa remained vulnerable to external intervention and neocolonialism. However, this period also saw some wins against settler colonialism, such as in South Africa with the end of apartheid. The question of reparations for the impact of slavery and colonialism was reinvigorated at the first Pan-African Conference on Reparations in Abuja, Nigeria.
I don't think if you have a video called What is Pan-African, you should level your personal opinions on some of the people as, but whatever. What am I fucking talking about? Who gives a shit?
1993. The 7th Pan-African Congress was held in Kampala, Uganda in 1994, and the Organization for African Unity was replaced with the African Union in 2002, which declared that it would encompass the entire African diaspora. The relevance of socialism and Pan-Africanism was now being questioned by post-Cold War era capitalist African leaders. Pan-Africanists and black Africans also began to question who counts as an African in order to best create conditions for African liberation and unity, as the enslavement of black Africans by Arabs continues even to this day, especially in Libya and Mauritania. So what's happening now? There's so much more I could have gone into considering the past century of Pan-Africanism. What is clear is that while there may be
Wait, you gotta watch which? Oh yeah, it's good. We watched it on air. It was if it's nothing you don't know, it's really scary to watch these fuckers talk. Like these genocidal fuckers that, like, listening to anyone that doesn't view a whole group of people as people is so eerie to listen to. It's like listening to the fucking Nazis. It's like listening to the KKK. It's just, there's an era of evil that has dehumanized a group of people to the point where they can justify horrendous acts is so scary to me. It like sucks out humanity from people, and like they become a husk, and like you can fucking see and feel it even through the screen. You can see it. There's something about hatred like that just like creeps out, and I don't know. You know what I mean? Like there's like, it's vibes. Vibes are that horrendous.
Humans and the need for change. There are many differing views as to the nature of this change and how it might be brought about.
Except those ones.
Pan-Africanism isn't discussed as often these days, even in radical.
It's the intolerance paradox. You guys know the tolerance paradox. Intolerance must be met with the utmost intolerance. Any intolerance needs to be squashed and abolished and ridiculed and moved.
Diasporic circles, despite ongoing issues of corruption and oppression on the continent and all over the world. Racism, Eurocentrism, the consequences of enslavement, colonialism and its legacies, a capital-centered world, and imperialism were all still relevant. Yet celebrities, opportunists, liberals, and memes have seized popular consciousness. A lot of people seem to have forgotten about international solidarity. But things might start changing soon. Black Lives Matter Global Network might be considered by some to be a Pan-African movement, but is it? The network states that its intention from the very beginning was to connect black people from all over the world who have a shared desire.
It got co-opted. Black Lives Matter movement got co-opted by like an organization, didn't it? Like there's Black Lives Matter, the social movement, and then Black Lives Matter, the fucking organization that like robbed everyone and then went and bought mansions, like a bunch of fuckheads. Goddamn fucking greedy fuckers.
For justice to act together in their communities.
So
Can
much
truly
for the
consider
tolerant
Pan-Africanism
left.
a central
Yeah,
thing to do with
exactly.
Africa? Is BLM Global something different altogether? What is the future of Pan-Africanism? I'm not a seance, but through this journey exploring Pan-Africanism, certain lessons have been made abundantly clear. Firstly, Pan-Africanists need to delve much deeper into African history in order to avoid the errors of early thinkers, who homogenized African peoples and didn't understand or reconcile divisions between nations, communities, and countries on the continent and in the diaspora. We are united in our struggle, but struggle isn't all there is. We are still a diverse and multifaceted people with different needs and interests that need to be taken into account. Secondly, petitions don't work. Electoral and liberal strategies for Pan-African liberation are time-consuming ventures with very little payoff. The first Pan-African Congresses were focused on appealing to the government of the world to respect African rights and freedoms, but it mostly fell on deaf ears. Even when such efforts did succeed, the rulers of the world still found ways to exploit us through neo-colonial practices facilitated by the black faces in high places they set up. And speaking of black faces in high places, it's clear that centralized top-down organization based on elitism and
all these paintings, like I just keep getting lost in these paintings. So I'm a appreciator of art. U.S. activist group try not to get hijacked. Honestly, fuck.
And cult of personality, as well as status ventures as a whole, are a dead end for Pan-African liberation. As the saying goes, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. At best, such leaders have become mere social democrats in a still stratified, neo-colonized society, like Nelson Mandela. At worst, they become corrupt, opportunistic autocrats, violently forcing their will onto the people, like Robert Mugabe. Or they end up in prison / assassinated like the Black Panther Party leaders, resulting in the demise of the whole organization. None of these attempts have led to the autonomy, free association, and self-realization of the masses. None of them have prefigured anything close to the freedom of African peoples that Pan-Africanism espouses. Pan-Africanism needs to move past leader-centric organization and focus on the full involvement and consensus of the people through horizontal organization based on local autonomy and global solidarity. Pan-Africanists must also understand that there can be no Pan-Africanism that maintains sexism, colorism, texturism, homophobia, featureism, transphobia, queerphobia, ableism, or any other mode of oppression. Previous movements have failed to include and uplift some of the most vulnerable in our community. We can't change the past, but we can learn for the future. The Anakata philosophy and movement is particularly skilled at this, as it draws from a number of revolutionary frameworks, including Black Marxism, Pan-Africanism, Black feminism, social ecology, anarchism, and queer liberation, to build an inclusive, horizontal, anti-imperial, and eco-focused movement without being invested in hierarchy, centralization, or a Pan-African state as a means to achieve global Black liberation. There's still a deep hunger for freedom. There's still a need to unite.
Is that a quilt? So I am listening, but fuck the artwork. I'm just getting sucked so into it. Like, look at how fucking gorgeous this is. I'm pretty sure this is a quilt.
was still being subjugated and exploited by nations and capitalists of all flags. Africa and Africans and oppressed peoples across the global south remain the pillars that hold up the capitalists of this earth. Pan-Africanism is just one of the many tools at our disposal as we make our way forward with the knowledge of our history and ambition for our future. Our ecologically grounded, horizontally organized, decentrally planned, locally focused, globally minded, and socially centered future. Peace.
The last line was really good. That's a really good, really good quote. Okay, what are we still on the Pan-African stuff? Oh no, TOS. I don't know if I can watch this video actually. If it has a lot of that in it, I don't know what the rules are really when it comes to that kind of stuff. I have to look at more African art now. Yeah, hell yeah. Killing the test of his leadership. The assassination of the hugely popular General Secretary of the ANC and likely successor to Nelson Mandela, Chris Hani, by far-right extremist, fuck, I'm not even trying to read that, Januez Wallace, thrust apartheid South Africa dangerously close to the brink of civil war. In the end, led to the country's first multicultural elections, and on the heel of two bloodthirsty massacres by I fucking can't read anything. I'm very dyslexic, so the fact that I can read everything else as good as I can is fucking impressive. So don't at me. You guys can you guys see it? These words, and the SADF in conjunction with a third force the previous year. The assassination of Handi marked a crucial junction for the road in the apartheid, and both FDD Klerk and Nelson Mandela would be forced to make public broadcasts that evening to plead for calm. It remains arguably the closest South Africa came to violent implosion. In 2022, Wallace was freed on parole and later deported to Poland in 2024.
How are you? Nice to see you. Just very briefly, in the light of everything that's been said today by you, by the President and others, do you believe you can now hold the line and persuade people who will be very angry about what's happened not to take action, not to take the law into their own hands?
We will try our best to contain it and to appeal to everybody as we have already done in our state.
Do you fear that emotions may spill over?
Naturally. This is a matter which has aroused anger on the part of many people, not only blacks. A cold-blooded matter like this is something that is totally unacceptable, and anger on the part of the people is therefore understandable. But we ourselves will do everything in our power to contain the thing.
Do you think that enough has been done in the negotiations so far?
I don't know. I thought I don't know what's going on. Even with the context, I feel lost in this video. This is just like the post, the reaction of him trying to like fucking make sure civil war doesn't fucking erupt in South Africa, and like this is the interview that made sure it didn't happen. Is that what's going on?
Man that we've had, loved by all sections of the population, and he has made an invaluable contribution to the peace process.
Do you feel something positive could come out of this tragedy?
Oh no, there can't be anything positive from the tragedy, but we will do everything in our power to help any excessive otherwise.
Thank you very much, Anissa.
Let's hear what's. I want to hear hear some of his words.
It's been 20 years since Chris Hani was assassinated. The leader of the South African Communist Party will be remembered countrywide.
It was the 27th of April.
I want to hear
so
some of his
forever people
speeches,
must
you know what I
remember
mean?
the date of the 27th of April, which is
No,
our
I want to hear what he's
National
saying here.
Freedom Day, was set at Codesa as a result.
Speech. Memorable. Okay, here we go. On socialism. I just want to hear some of the words.
Socialism per se has not failed, but like any other system, it is prone to tragic mistakes by groups and individuals who implement it. And in that case, is no exception. Capitalism has failed in the most catastrophic manner. It has been responsible for the most devastating wars. The First World War, the Second World War. Capitalism has seen the most serious depression in the 30s, where millions of people lost their jobs. Equally, socialism is going through a turbulent period. It has collapsed virtually in a number of European countries. It is experiencing some serious traumas in the Soviet Union. For me, as a communist, I see this as temporary failures, because the basic contradictions of any capitalist society remain: exploitation, class domination, poverty, and unemployment. And I believe workers will never accept capitalism as a solution. But I think as communists, we have got to be honest and realistic and accept that serious mistakes have been made in the course of implementation of socialism.
This is such a good speech because it's such a basic and simplified, condensed way to explain when someone's like, "Oh, fucking communism never works." Very succinct, very, very, very good, very understanding. If you like what do people say? If you truly understand a subject, you can break it down so that someone that is in grade 5 can understand it in a way. And like, not saying that this is like broken down in a way of grade 5-year-old can say, but for whoever's interviewing it, it's so consumable by a large audience to be that someone's like, "Oh, communism's always evil." It's like, no, hold on. I've been looking a lot at African stuff the past months. I've noticed that it's hard to find speeches directly from African leaders. I think it's a conspiracy to silences. They were killed for, yeah. Also, there's a lot of lost media on top of that. Not just silencing that. If people aren't actually archiving the shit, it's gonna get lost. And there's not a lot of people archiving this stuff. Like you said, you've asked how many fucking streamers to like talk about Africa, even for a little bit? No. Democracy
has been violated. The party degenerated into a bureaucracy which saw itself as the only force leading society into a new system, if you like. It ignored the need to organize mass democratic organizations so that as many people should be involved in the fight to improve the lives of the workers and other working people. It introduced in a lot of cases methods which were very undemocratic, where thousands of people found themselves in prisons on the basis of views which were not accepted by communists.
Man, yeah, I like this guy. What the fuck? Johannesburg? He died in 2016? Oh, he's murdered? He was murdered by a far right-wing nutter. Where the hell is Johannesburg? In South Africa. Yeah, okay. I knew it. I didn't know it. There's this guy.
The troublesome thing about Gaddafi is that when he took over in 1969, he took over a country that was like Saudi Arabia, a country of mass misery, a lot of rich oil that went into the pockets of a few rich,
I like this guy. I've watched a lot of this, or not a lot. I've watched a handful of things here.
And when his colonel's revolution took over, they got rid of the rich. They took all their extra houses and gave them to the poor. They put out a land reform program. They put out a public free school program. They started a national health medical program, something that we Americans still don't have. The Libyans have it. He planted 40 million trees and started massive irrigation and ecological reclamation. These are some of the things that Gaddafi did, and that's a dangerous example to the Arab world.
You grow up in Johannesburg?
He took a bigger chunk of the oil revenues.
Yeah, you're saying the fucking apartheid ended when you were 6. Wow, that's wild. That's wild. Like, and like the apartheid officially ended. I'm sure like the fucking ripple effects were felt well into your now. Like, it's not like it just like goes away.
And reinvested them into the needs of his own people, and the per capita earnings of the Libyan people are the highest in the Arab world, the highest in the third world. You didn't hear that in the media, did you? You didn't hear that on Dan Rather's Tonight. That's what's dangerous about Gaddafi. And the cue comes, and you know the cue when Reagan says Gaddafi is a tyrant over his own people, like the Sandinistas are tyrants.
Reagan. Shut the fuck up. Reagan has no ground to stand on. He ruined everything. Ronald Reagan is the reason most of the world's in the fucking despair it's in at this moment. Reagan and Thatcher together fucking ruined the planet.
Over their people, like Allende was a tyrant over the Chilean people. The minute they start social reforms, the minute they start tampering with our oil, our bananas, our sugar, our copper, our iron, our bauxite, why, they're tyrants. The second myth that's given to us is that these...
I know, what the fuck? How? I can't imagine liking like fuck. What the fuck, man? People consider the apartheid not to be over yet. It just transitioned from the public to the private sector. I'm sure it's, if it's still run capitalistically, it's just an apartheid based on class and not as much race, but I'm sure it's still largely based on race in South Africa. An apartheid based on class.
Revolutionary governments are hostile to us. And that's why we oppose them. Right-wing dictatorships get along with us. They're friendly to us. Why is that, though? What is it about right-wing dictatorships that make them so friendly? What are they being so friendly about? What is the community of interest that they have? I already explained it, I believe. It's a common class interest. And the left-wing guys come in, but they're hostile to us. Well, that doesn't really seem to be true, though. The first thing these left-wing governments...
Oh God, yeah, that guy fucking benefited so hard from the apartheid. And his dad owned, what, I think it's 6 gem mines, emerald mines. And he's, my dad wasn't rich. Oh God, I hate him so much. Oh, why do all the worst people have so much power? Like watching like the this shit is cool because we get to see like dope people that actually got in power, and then were ruthlessly murdered by America. What is this? But yeah. I'm gonna keep going. It's wrong. Like these people, like getting, like watching people that are good and like fighting for something is so fucking, oh, you feel it in your bones, you feel it in your loins, and you get fucking energized. But watching like Elon Musk is like the most deflating fucking thing. The term we use for white monopoly capital, or neo-colonial apartheid economy. Oh, I like that. Well, I don't like it, but I like the words here. White monopoly capital is a term that originated in South Africa and is often used to describe a perceived concentration of economic power and wealth among white South Africans. It suggests that a small number of white-owned businesses, like an oligopoly, dominate various sectors of the South African economy, thereby controlling significant resources and influence economic policies to their advantages. Fucking obviously. This is like literally like, it's the exact same thing as black people in America. You had generations that got to fucking drive their stakes in the ground and create these fucking generational lasting businesses and wealth and everything like that, while the black communities that didn't get those same things now have to start from zero, and it's going to take a long time to get anywhere because the systems are not designed for anyone to come up from zero. The system is designed for the people on the top to remain at the top and for the people at the bottom to remain at the bottom. Like, you can't climb the ladder without high doses of money. Like, it's mirroring the black experience post-slavery. Like, hey, sure, you're all free. All you slaves are free. We run everything. And we have all the money. You have zero. You have nothing. So it's going to take, under the current system, 7 million generations for anyone to come up to the level that fucking white people are at. And by then, it's already like fucking... The world's ended. 70% of the property owned by white people, who are 7.3%. But they're also majority white. People are also poor. It's white capitalists who own percentage. Yeah, exactly. It mirrors the American economy and the struggle with African Americans and indigenous people here in Canada. It mirrors this. Oh, well, yeah, but you're free. But no concessions were made. No reparations were had to give you a level playing field. Just like, no, you're free in this system that we control wholeheartedly and benefit from wholeheartedly. It's like freedom, that's good, but this system isn't freedom. It's just an apartheid on class. And because that system, it made black people oppressed for so long, their class is lower, so nothing really fundamentally changed in like material conditions. Like, freedom is great and the apartheid ending is great, but the material conditions and the ability to have upward mobility within a capitalist structure isn't fucking there because the system's built and owned by white people. Yeah, poor white people are scary. It's true. Land reform. Elon Musk is trying to get involved. Are you fucking serious? Elon Musk? Man, could you guys invite him there and then like we need to send him to space and just not let him come back. Like, no, you're no longer a citizen of Earth. I can't believe people like him. And that's like the quickest litmus test. Litmus. Because I'm an early Elon Musk hater. I liked when he came on to the thing, I'm like, okay, this guy's a bit of a nerd. And then he kind of like, oh, that's how he got his money? Fuck that guy. Like, immediately, if you know anything. And then I'm like spending 10 years talking to people like, oh, Elon Musk. I'm like, no. Look at this guy's bad. This guy's bad. And then finally now they're like, oh yeah, that guy's an idiot. That guy's a maniac. It's like, thank you. Fuck. Finally vindicated. Goddamn sons of guns. Anyway, what is this? I don't even know who this is. Julius Malema.
Let's deal with it as crime. When it is a white person.
We've had a constant battle against the reactionary whites here, stopping us from implementing the social reforms need to address the inequality. Yeah, no, it's not going to ever stop. Literally, look at America. Look at America. Like, there's probably like the handful of black capitalists that made their money and they're just fucking pieces of shit too. Like, it's fucking gross.
Per se. in South Africa, undocumented, he's called an investor. Not only a white person, including Indians and Chinese. These Guptas didn't have proper papers here. These Guptas didn't have proper papers. No one dared called them Kwerekweres.
I don't know that much about anything. Like I say over and over again, I'm an idiot.
No one. But if it was my African brothers were going to be called Kwerekweres because they don't have papers, self-hate, it must come to an end. If it means making the EFF lose votes.
Also, like, what are you talking about? This is 136 views. How popular is...
Let it lose votes. Lose votes on principle. Not on political expedience.
If you're gonna lose votes on principle? Fuck yeah.
Lose votes on principle. Not on political expediency of wanting to appeal. This country belongs to Africans in the same way Nigeria belongs to South Africans. Nigeria is South Africa, South Africa is Nigeria. We are Zimbabweans. We need to do away with this nonsensical idea that was imposed on us by colonizers.
They're so cool. These fucking cool leaders, like I was saying, man. Every good leader is so fucking cool. And they have an air about them. And then there's fucking these piece of shits, they're just like the fucking ew. Elon Musk, Trump, it's ew.
By Theresa May ancestors. That we must dislike each other. We must do away with that. Theresa May is coming here to make sure that we continue to hate each other. Look at what we are doing now. We are reclaiming our land in South Africa, saying our people must get the land, inspired by our brothers in Zimbabwe. Namibia is following. Let the whole of African continent follow and reclaim our land. That's how we are going to gain our independence. And through the ownership of the continental land, we shall then have a true one South Africa. We are unable to unite because we are divided along colonial lines, Francophones and Anglophones. We need to do away with that. We need to love our African brothers in America when they are being slaughtered, in London when they are being slaughtered. They need to know that we love them here in South Africa. They remain our brothers. Love each other everywhere else where you find one another. Protect each other, Africans, because we are in the receiving end.
Oh, powerful. He sings the song Kill the Bull. Really? This is the guy Elon Musk claims is promoting white genocide. Oh my god. Oh my god. Honestly, hear me out. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Love each other. Yeah, fuck. I'm just kidding. You guys don't even know what I was thinking. Okay, I have to pee. What should I put on in the meantime? Oh, is this quick? I think this is a good one. I've known about greater Israel for ages. It used to be called in conspiracy theorists. You got to frame it properly. Like you can, like, that's the thing about anti-Semitism is it's so insidious and it's such a right-wing thing, and it is very much the core of a lot of conspiracy theories. So you got to watch yourself when you're talking about Israel. Watch it. You can't be anti-Semitic. But I'm gonna throw this on. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Wait, genocide is when I nut. Fuck yeah. You want me to have this on while I go pee? This is only 1 minute and 22 seconds. I might take a second longer than that. I'm gonna put this on though, but I'm gonna have it in my ear so I know what's going on, because I haven't vetted this video. I don't know what's happening in it. Ooh. But you guys were asking about Israel. This is a very scary thing that I think Netanyahu and his cabinet believes in, which is the greater Israel. I don't know if you guys know about this. It's pretty fucking scary, and it's part of the reason why Lebanon is attacked a lot. Anywho.
What is Greater Israel? This recently came up after this article in one of the main English-language Israeli newspapers, the Jerusalem Post, went viral. The article was called, "Is Lebanon Part of Israel's Promised Territory?" and it explains the origins of a concept called Greater Israel. The article reads, "In the last generation, the term Greater Israel has come to the forefront. It's sometimes used in political or religious discussions about the ideal or future borders of Israel, often in the context of messianic or Zionist aspirations. Some interpret it as a call for the reestablishment of Israel's biblical borders. However, the concept varies in meaning, ranging from symbolic or spiritual interpretations to literal geographic claims." Greater Israel has been a topic of discussion, especially after Israel's attacks in Lebanon, which revealed a deeper desire within Israel's extreme right to actually begin Jewish settlement in Lebanon. The so-called Israeli Movement for Settlement in southern Lebanon posted a map of the sites of prospective Jewish settlements with all the Arabic names replaced with Hebrew names. This ideology has had a resurgence lately, largely because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu formed his coalition government with Messianic Zionist parties. There's a whole documentary by TRT about this called Holy Redemption: Stealing Palestinian Land, and it's worth watching, but this video will focus on the history of the concept. The article in the Jerusalem Post was taken down, but you can read it by using an internet archive site like archive.org, and the article says, quote, "Greater Israel refers to the concept of the biblical boundaries of the land of Israel as promised to the Jewish people in various parts of the Torah. It's often associated with the land described in the covenant with Abraham, which stretches from the river of Egypt to the Prat River." And then it quotes the Torah, "When Hashem, God, promised Abraham the land of Israel, the verse says, 'On that day, God made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to your descendants I have given this land from the river of Egypt to the great river, the Euphrates,'" which is Mesopotamia or modern-day Iraq. While it has religious origins, the Greater Israel concept is referenced from the very first days of the Zionist movement. The Zionist movement was the movement of European Jews who wanted Jews in Europe to move to Palestine to create a Jewish state. One of the first mentions of Greater Israel is written in the founder of the Zionist movement, Theodor Herzl's diary in 1898, just 1 year after the first Zionist Congress. On page 711 of his diary, Herzl describes the geographic proposal for a hypothetical Jewish state and says that the area demanded will be from the Brook of Egypt to the Euphrates. He then goes on to describe how this area will be slowly transferred from an Arab majority to a Jewish majority. The Zionist movement first presented this map showing what a future Jewish state would look like at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, the conference where the World War I surrender terms were being signed. The empires that had won the war, Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, were dividing up the colonies of the losers, the Ottoman and German empires. One of the territories the Ottoman Empire lost was this area here, the Levant. The Levant is the heart of 3,000 years of Arab civilization. For centuries, they lived under the Ottoman Empire, but the empire's collapse during World War I brought hope that Arabs might finally be able to govern themselves. Instead of that, however, the Allied powers took over and created entirely new countries based on completely arbitrary boundaries. The map of the Middle East we know today was literally drawn with pencils and straight edges at a meeting at 10 Downing Street in London, which is the British Prime Minister's office, by two British and French diplomats named Mark Sykes and Francois Picot. Under the all-too-familiar colonial guise of protecting minorities, the European powers drew states that intentionally divided the region along the lines of sect. This is deeply ironic because Arabs are often accused of being sectarian, that religious and ethnic conflict is just part of their culture. But these distinctions between Christians and Muslims, Shia and Sunni, Arab and Kurd, were really exploited and exaggerated by the British and French, not Arabs.
Oh, but according to Ethan, fucking Arabs!
They literally tried to bake conflict into these countries, a legacy which—
I'm already subscribed to these people. What did I watch from them? Breakthrough News. This is a good video.
Still hasn't gone away today. This divide and conquer strategy is the textbook strategy of colonialism and can be observed in just about—
I do want to keep watching that, but he's gonna sing.
Like a machine gun.
Where were you when I'm fit? Where were you when I'm there? So far, skitchy.
This is.
So far, skitchy. Etati. Kichi, kichi. Kichima. Simran Konto. Alliance.
Did he say Zimbabwe? Where is he the leader of? Because he was using a couple people as a examples. He was like using South Africa and where else? Where's he from?
Shoot to kill. Yamaza.
Shoot to kill.
Kill the poor. The farmer. Kill the poor. The farmer.
Kill the poor for fun.
Attention! Hoorah! Come on, sir!
Man, that guy's awesome.
Gotta get another beer.
Hey, it's me.
Keepers.
How's there a video of me on here?
That is a court decision that must be respected. Those who have appealed it, they must go and fight it in court. We won. And we shall sing this song in line with
That's South African, okay. It was that
the
one
court
guy
decision. The court of South Africa,
Zimbabwe.
an independent.
Because that's the thing about like the revolutionary leaders in Africa. That shit spreads. People get ideas, and that's why they're stamped out so quickly. I think, oh no, that's where we got our diamonds from. We can't have none of that. So they go in there, fucking murder them all. Or they'll fucking, America doesn't even murder them themselves. It'll be like a fucking company will fund this group of people to go and fucking murder everyone. It's so fucking crazy, at least from my understanding of how exploited and in the past, at least. I fucking, this shit's so good to see, like powerful organizations that can actually like not let that happen. He was the leader of the ANC Youth League and then broke off to a communist party called the EFF because ANC wasn't radical enough. Hell yeah. And they won? Economic freedom fighter? Did they win in South Africa, or are they running?
Court has made a declaration on this matter and is closed. This is sponsored outrage by Helen Zille. You know, black people, there are some black, clever blacks who are told by Helen Zille to get angry. Yo, Helen is angry, now we must be angry also. I don't even want to talk about that illiterate John Steenhuisen. If Helen was opposed to this for real, why didn't Helen join the case? Why didn't the DA join the case?
I have no fucking clue what he's talking about, but it's pretty funny because it just mirrors politics are the same everywhere. Our apartheid military literally went to war against the Angolan communists. Oh, I don't know if you know the history that much. I think you mentioned not knowing about the apartheid. No, not at all. I don't know shit. They only get 10% of the votes. These fuckers would have my vote in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Keep in mind, these are the same people who looted grocery stores and then complained about starving. Oh, look at, we have racists. We have racists in the chat. This comments everywhere. It's like literally the first thing people say. The fucking clapback. I really love how you're going on about other people's intelligence, but you can't even differentiate between there and there. That's funny. You got taken to court for that song? Come on, fuck. Stop the foreign aid in the food of the country? Fuck off, man. Do you understand what the foreign aid? There's someone, okay, I know a little bit about how foreign aid, the way it works in these countries a lot of the time forces these countries to become reliant on foreign aid. And I think that was a big thing Sakura said, was like, stop sending us grain, send us tractors, stop sending us sugar. Send us the stuff so we can fucking start producing ourselves. Like, oh, that shit's fucking. I could watch CBC News. Let's just pick a random one that has I don't know. A lot of these don't have comments on.
My concern.
Tuesday, April 29th.
God damn it.
I'm
global. Look at this. Okay, global. Protests, global news. Edmonton. Let's like straight up look at just my city. Do they have comments on? Please tell me they have comments on somewhere. I just need to find one video where a brown person gets mentioned. Yeah, okay, look at this. Look at this. Okay, it's just dozens of pro-Palestinians arrested after blocking Columbian University. This was 4 hours ago? Okay, this is actually fucking crazy. Criminal trespass is a crime. Every single person on a student visa who got arrested is going home. Laughing face. These are the people that wear Crocs and pajamas to a job interview. Pakistani fight ongoing. Go home and help free it. Stop hiding under that rag. Like, this is literally Canadian fucking news. This shit's everywhere. It's widespread and fucking crazy. Like, these are the top comments on this shit. I bet college students in Palestine are in class. Yeah, Israel bombed all of the fucking universities. Palestine was the most educated group of people on the planet. Which is like fucking insane. Do you realize how insane that achievement is for what they were going through? Hogs, exactly, everywhere. Everywhere. The white people here are pro-Trump. Jesus fuck, man. Yeah, I'm in Alberta, which is pretty fucking... We got our fucking fair share of wild boars. They're not even hogs at this point. They're fucking wild boars. Hogs in the Columbia video. Hogs everywhere. Oh, how's the MK party? Yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, the fucking voting structure here. I voted communist. I voted for the Communist Party of Canada this time around. Okay, well, anyway, let's continue with
every single colonial situation in history.
Greater
Part
Israel.
of the British strategy in Palestine was to hand over their mandate to the pro-Western, pro-colonial Zionist movement. The Paris Peace Conference of 1919, where the British...
what else was I watching, though? Oh, fuck. I should have shared that one.
French were dividing up the spoils of World War I, is where the Zionist movement first presented its proposal for the borders of a future Jewish state. The map presented by then leading Zionist activist and future first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion.
I hope so. Good night, Robin and Boba. Love you. Take care. Sleep so good. I'm taking this. I'm stealing this from the H3 podcast. We get it now.
Drawn by the World Zionist Organization and included the East Bank, which is the eastern side of the Jordan River, part of...
Okay, sorry. These drinks I'm drinking. Where are we at here? Can you see it? Where's the... See that? You see that alcohol amount in there? Sheesh. 12.5% alcohols. Gay night. Gay night. Gay night, Robin and Boba. Gay night. But yeah, this is crazy. This is like Nazi shit. They were trying to take over the world, you know what I mean?
Lebanon and the Egyptian Sinai. The map was rejected by Britain and France, and what followed was a long debate over what the borders of the future Jewish state should be. One of the leading proponents of expansive settlement was this guy, Zev Jabotinsky, a leader of the hard-right revisionist wing of the Zionist movement.
See what I was talking about? The faces of evil? Look at it. Just radiates off these people. You can feel how evil he is through the picture.
At the 1931 Zionist Congress, Jabotinsky actually split the Zionist movement over the question of Transjordan being included in a future...
Who is that African dude, that African fascist capitalist guy? What was his name? I want to pull up a picture of him. And I want to pull up a few of the pictures of these people.
Jewish state because he felt it was such a crucial aspect. This is notable because Jabotinsky is considered the ideological forefather of the Likud party, the party of Benjamin Netanyahu. His most famous writing, The Iron Wall, is an essay he wrote in 1923 that argued that there would never be a voluntary agreement over European settlement in Palestine because, in his own words, there's never been a historical instance of a colonial project getting consent from the native population. He argued the only way a Jewish state could be established is if Jewish settlers create an iron wall which the natives couldn't breach. The essay is only 7 pages long, and it's definitely worth reading. Israel declares independence in 1948, but in its entire history, Israel's never actually defined its own borders. Israel's borders have changed almost constantly in its 70-year history because it's always conquering or trying to conquer more land. In 1948, Israel expelled Palestinians into neighboring countries to create a Jewish majority state. In 1967,
you can be half an anti-Semite. You can't be an anti-Semite if you're Jew, right? That's what he says. If you're Jewish, you can't be anti-Semite. But you can be. You're half anti-Semite, half self-hating Jew, or token Jew. That's the only thing you can be. If you support a free Palestine, you're either a token or a self-hating Jew, according to Ethan Klein.
Israel fought the Six-Day War. The popular Israeli narrative of this war is that all of the Arab governments woke up one day and randomly attacked Israel because they hate Jews. But the truth is, Israel provoked a war with the Arab states intentionally. This was openly admitted by several high-level Israeli generals after the war. Matthew Peled, one of the Israeli commanders in the Six-Day War, told the Israeli newspaper Haaretz the thesis that the danger of genocide was hanging over us in June 1967 and that Israel was fighting for its physical existence is only a bluff, which was born and developed after the war. In the 1967 war, Israel conquers all of historic Palestine, the Egyptian Sinai, and the Syrian Golan Heights, more than doubling its territory. The UN does force Israel to return the Sinai, but Israel refuses to leave the Syrian Golan Heights, which is still under Israeli occupation today.
As far as I'm concerned, you forfeit your right to fucking exist the way you exist if you're doing this kind of shit.
Major turning.
Like, I thought we all agreed that this shit was evil when we conquered Nazi Germany. Like, no, you can't be doing this. But then the Jews are like, but we get to, right? Because we were the victims. We were one of the multiple victims, but we were the main ones, right? We get to do this now. Dibs. Dibs. Dibs being the next genocidal maniacs that try to take over the world. Dibs, 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 dibs.
Points for Israel is its 1982 invasion of Lebanon. It was Israel's first attempt at a major occupation of a country outside of historic Palestine.
Zionism itself is anti-Semitic. You're absolutely correct.
But even before Israel's invasion, it had been using Christian sects in Lebanon as proxies to fight the Palestinian liberation fighters in the south of the country. Lebanese Christian fascists famously served as...
I did want to learn more about this wonderful terrorist organization, PFLP. I want to learn more about these people because I don't know a lot about them, but from what I've read, they're kind of dope. You know what I mean?
As the trigger pullers in the Israeli-orchestrated Sabra and Shatila massacres, where 3,000 Palestinian refugees were executed over the course of a day and a half in what the UN General Assembly condemned as an act of genocide. One of the visions for Israel's long-term strategic outlook to come out of this invasion was laid out by an aide to the Israeli Minister of Defense at the time, Ariel Sharon. The strategy paper, called A Strategy for Israel in the 1980s, which was...
that's 2025? Okay, I'm really excited.
It's published by the World Zionist Organization's ideological journal, Kivunim, or Directions in Hebrew, explains in thorough detail how Israel should exploit the sectarian divisions in other Arab countries, as they did in Lebanon, in a larger strategy to fracture the Arab world. It says, quote, "The Muslim Arab world is built like a temporary house of cards, put together by foreigners without the wishes and desires of the inhabitants having been taken into account. It was arbitrarily divided into 19 states, all made of combinations of minorities and ethnic groups which are hostile to one another, so that every Arab Muslim state nowadays faces ethnic social destruction from within, and in some, a civil war is already raging." Then it goes on to say, "Syria is fundamentally no different from Lebanon. The real civil war taking place nowadays between the Sunni majority and the Shia Alawite ruling minority testifies to the severity of the domestic
And all
trouble."
this shit's so fucking weird. Like, I can't wrap my head around this shit. Like, Sunni and Sunnite, and it's like, just like, and like Pakistan and India, and like fucking like Welsh people and English people from or Welsh people, and what's up the road from Welsh, and like Canadians and United States people. Or that's kind of weirder because we're kind of like multicultural, so that's a weird thing to say. But like, no, Irish people versus English people, like, it's just like, what the fuck caused the division between, like, we're the same guys. What the fuck? We're literally the same guys. We want the same like 10 things: some food, some kisses, fucking house, love, some shit to do. How the fuck did people that we're all the fucking same? I did, like, it blows my fucking mind how quickly people were divided. Like, it's fucking, it's so crazy to me. It's like, you guys, you're the same. You're the same. We're all the same. The one way of thinking about it is the ANC used to be the big tent. Now lost a lot of support, but all that support went to offshoots, the more radical left. So the left wing of the ANC separated out there. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, but we're not unfair. That's not human nature. We're not unfamiliar. We've ruined human nature. I'm pretty sure all of this has been a tool to control people. Like, throughout history, it's literally like, these people are different. These people are different. Oh, you're back. Think about the Civil War, the North and South. Yeah, but that's fair. I feel like there's justifiable things like, oh, we got to stop these people from doing this horrendous action, is one thing. But for like what the fuck is India and Pakistan fighting about? What the fuck are they fighting over? I need to look into that war more. It doesn't make any sense. And like, fucking, what the fucking is Russia and Ukraine going to war for? It's a proxy war for America. Just like, it's fucking... All human beings are fundamentally flawed? Yeah, but I don't think in that degree. Capitalism and nation states are unnatural aberrations that those with power perpetuate against the wall of everyone else. I know, but this has been going on for like even before capitalism existed. Shit was going on that was bad. I don't know. I was when I was a kid. Let me tell you a story. When I was a kid, the internet was kind of blossoming into a really popular thing. I'm that old, a little bit older than the internet. And when I was a 13-year-old, I was seeing all this division. I didn't understand it. I was a product of alcoholic parents and abuse, you know. And I instead of becoming a bully, I tried to think. I'm like, well, why is this person treating me, this child, in such a way? It makes no sense. I'm a kid. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So instead of like I kind of was also a bully to my brothers and sisters. Where am I going with this story? I lost it.
Trouble. Iraq is, once again, no different in essence from its neighbors, although its majority is Shia and the ruling minority is Sunni. It then lays out its strategy for what
that sounded like that was such a good setup for something real good. I fucking fumbled the bag so hard.
Was the Eastern Front. The dissolution of Syria and Iraq later on into ethnically or religiously unique areas such as in
I have a definition of capitalism that extends to include the bartering and trading stage of history. I don't know. That's just commerce, though. What do you do? What do you do before bartering and trading? Like, without trading. Oh, we're a similar age. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm 132 years old. I'm one of the ones that is getting the benefits that Elon Musk is trying to cut. Just kidding. I need you to elaborate on that one. Americans, Russia has to denazify Ukraine. I agree with the Ukraine having a Nazi problem. I disagree with Russia having to do it, because Russia needs to fucking denazify themselves. That's my take on that one. Also, they're the same guys. The fuck? It's such a dumb justifications for fucking Russia, for Putin to do what he did. It's so fucking stupid. We need to denazify Ukraine. Denazify yourself, you fucks. Like, what the role, like, I understand why Russia wouldn't want NATO on its fucking doorstep. That makes sense. The exchange is where we break our relationships. What do you need to trade? Someone needs something and you have it. You can give it to them. Mutual aid, not trade. Yeah. Fair enough. Because that's a fully automated gay space luxury communism in a world that doesn't rely on... Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm smelling what you're stepping in. Forgetting what I was talking about happens to me so much. It's an ADD, and also, like, I drank one margarita. I'm hammered drunk. But yeah, now I'm so lost now. I got scatterbrain. I've also been live for 5 hours I've been doing this for 5 hours. I've been cramming information into my brain for 5 hours whilst trying to regurgitate my take on it to everyone. It's a bit much. It's a bit much on the old cavern up there.
Lebanon is Israel's primary target. In the long run, while the dissolution of the military power of those states serves as the primary short-term target, Syria will fall apart in accordance with its ethnic and religious structure. This state of affairs will be the guarantee for peace and security in the area in the long run.
That's true. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, it is anarchism, but if everyone's just like, here, you need this, have it. But that would require the assurance of not ever being without. You know what I mean? And I think that's very achievable. But because of how things, like, because it took us a long time to organize how resources grew and were, humans, they created, like, human nature was created. It's not an inherent thing. I think the human nature became, oh fuck, like we ran out of this fucking food, so we have to be more secure about it. We can't just give it away to people that need it. What if we run out again? But at this point, we know we will never run out of anything. So we have the security. We have the ability to make sure no one ever runs out of food again. So we can just, like, here, have it. Have our resources. We're not going to run out. We're running this in a way and such a way. You don't agree with what I'm saying? Or arable land takes up most of 70% of the land, but less than 70%. The real reason? Your longest stream was 9 hours? Wait, you stream too? Where are you? When did you go live? I want to stream. You can hop on a stream. I want to stream with people. I want to have people on. In a situation of scarcity, you need it more than ever. That's why it's called socialism, because you make a decision regarding who gets what of scarcity by social means, by whoever affords it, capital means. That is true. Look up for Psychoplex. Wait. Oh yeah, scarcity hasn't existed for a very, very long time. We have to invent new forms of scarcity constantly under capitalism. Sorry, you haven't streamed a month? Okay. In a situation of scarcity, you need it more than ever. That's why it's called socialism, because you make a decision regarding on who gets what of a scarce resources by social means, not by whoever affords it by capital means. Yeah, but I'm talking about in regards to trade and like what caused us to act in this manner of, oh no, we need something from you if we're going to give you what we have. Yeah, artificial scarcity. Like, I mean, like, yeah, if there's like like throughout history, that's how community worked. But if another community needed something, like if we're bringing it down to the bare thing, and I think a lot of pre abundance thinking led to a bit of the human nature where we need to protect. Maybe I'm just making this shit up. I don't know. Fuck it. I don't know what I'm talking about. I think human nature. I don't think human nature exists in the way people like we're inherently a certain way. Trade facilities break down mutually because it's transactional. Yeah, but what caused humans to become transactional? That's what I'm thinking of. Like, why did we end up being like, what caused that? And I think scarcity caused that. So we need to realize that there's no fear of being left without, like, the assurance of it, because like, yeah, being scared of running out of food will cause you to become selfish, but that's not the case anymore. If you need something, I have it. I have something you need. We can independently help each other for free. If we make a deal to only do one side, if the other also gets done, then it's trade. That's what I think broke our society. Yeah, so you were kind of agreeing with me. Kind of. That would have been like, I can't help you. I don't have enough food to help you. Like, I will die. I need to hoard this because there's not enough. Like, we haven't developed things enough to have such abundance. So it like broke our brains, and then abundance became so strong that it developed into a capitalistic hoarding mentality. And now it's like we can't even imagine a world where everyone's just sharing willy-nilly without wanting anything back. You think we're coerced? By who, though? You can't be like, that's people. Like, coerced. But who caused those people? I'm talking, like, where did it start? Who's, like, I'm talking about, like throughout history. Yeah, I believe that too. I believe that too, but we're also pretty tribal. It became transnational when we have insecurity, we fear. Like scarcity. Yeah, that's Kate. You're I think we kind of agree. I think that's what caused us to become transactional. Like if everyone knew everyone was going to be fine, we would share completely fine. Oh wait, where we were. Question 2. Lizzie and Craft. Who was the first person to use the word socialism or its language equivalent, like social in Spanish? I've been trying to find it forever. I don't know if coercion is the right word, but I think natural circumstances make people do things. This person's trying to talk to you through YouTube chat. Really? Spaces on Earth that have never become transactional? Like where? That's amazing. I know, it's so weird. I think I agree with you. Commerce. Sorry, I'm trying to trying to rewire some things in my brain. Like if you didn't have community with a scarcity, you'd all just work together and do that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the second that happened, and if there was years of that, that would reinforce the mindset of trade and barter. Oh yeah. No, I don't know what this means. Who was the first person to use the word socialism or its language equivalent, like socialismo in Spanish? You've been trying to find it. The first person to use the word socialist. So like socialism was a discovery. I think it wasn't like a fucking creation. I think like communism, I think that's just kind of like was an inherent thing in human beings until we changed it. And I think the use of the fear of other was a tool to greatly expand capitalist interests.
Meaning for Israel, and that aim is already within our reach today. If you observe the strategy followed by Benjamin Netanyahu throughout his career, it follows this strategy almost exactly. In 2002, he urged Congress to invade Iraq over the weapons of mass destruction it never had. The U.S. occupation plunged Iraq into a bloody sectarian civil war by manipulating balances between the Shia and Sunni Muslims. In Syria, Israel held an official position of neutrality, but later admitted to arming the mostly Sunni rebels while simultaneously carrying out regular attacks against the government, which was controlled by Shia Alawites, in a situation where neutrality actually meant for Israel undermining both sides in a civil war. And of course, in Lebanon today, we see Israel collectively punishing the Lebanese people and then telling non-Muslims to blame Muslims for Israeli airstrikes. My question for you is, how long will you tolerate this? Israel has killed over 40,000 people in Gaza, and if you include non-combat deaths, that number is conservatively estimated to be around 200,000. Immediately after committing the most well-documented attempt to wipe out an entire city in history, Israel turns around and commits an attack that turns civilian mobile devices into a theater of war, kills around 1,000 people in the span of 2 or 3 days, and then assassinates the very person likely to trigger a regional war. Israel has proven.
I don't know about that. You don't think violence is a natural circumstance? Look at nature. Nature is extremely violent. Like animals? What do you mean by violence? I think you mean people of the same species. That isn't natural? I don't know. I don't know about that. would take a lot. In nature, you get violence from one species to another a lot. Yeah, but you get violence in the same species. Look at how fucking lions rock, man. Lions beat the shit out of each other constantly. Constantly. Bears. There's so many species that fucking, like, they have really crazy hierarchies that are brutally violent in their own structuring. Yeah, but no, how a new lion comes out. It's territory. Okay, so territory. Territory. What do you mean? They're not just territorial. Like how a lion will kick the shit out of its own kids. Territorial violence. Territorial pissing. This is, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore, so I'm gonna not talk about it anymore because I've had one drink and I feel fucking obliterated. And I'm losing the plot. I can't think well enough anymore, so I'm just gonna take a step back, not try to engage so much. I'm just gonna learn. My opinions have turned into mush.
At every single juncture in the last year that it is the greatest threat to world peace right now. I've heard a lot of people describe this as the cause of our time. And while there are very few moments in history where there's a system of government that's so inhumane and so repugnant that the world unites against it, it has happened. And if Israel's actions don't merit that, then what does? The passage of a UN resolution calling for an arms embargo against Israel was a good start, but it actually needs to be enforced. And I'll just say on a parting note that the cartoonish caricature of the Middle East as a region that's just hopelessly condemned to thousand-year-old ethnic and religious conflicts is one of the greatest lies that's ever been perpetuated in the post-9/11 era. This narrative, which convinced millions of people that turmoil and conflict were intrinsic parts of Arab society, concealed the reality that these were really intrinsic parts of British and French colonial strategy and U.S. world domination. After the 1919 Paris Peace Conference, an American fact-finding mission was created to survey.
What is TOS? I don't know what the terms of service is in regards to violence.
The opinions of the people of the Levant to see what kind of future government they wanted. Taken in 1919, the King Crane Commission surveyed 1,520 villages in Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and Transjordan. Of the 2.5 million Muslims, 500,000 Christians, 100,000 Jews, and 100,000 Druze that were surveyed, a full 80% of respondents voted for this option here. Greater Syria, which was a concept for a unified pan-Arab state that would have combined Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, and Transjordan into one country. Greater Syria obviously never came into fruition because it would have been unacceptable to the colonial powers of the time, but it's interesting to think back on given what we know today. The whole thesis of that 1982 Israeli strategy memo was premised on the idea that Pan-Arabism was dead. But if anything, the last year has shown us that Pan-Arabism is still highly relevant not just to the question of Palestine, but the region as a whole. For the last 30 years, Israel's been normalizing its presence in the region by making peace agreements with Arab states one by one, thereby isolating the issue of Palestine and creating a permanent beachhead for US and Israeli imperialism. But the last year not only shattered this possibility, it showed definitively that the mass of Arab people still consider the Palestinian cause an Arab cause and a cause of their own, and refuse to see it abandoned like their leaders have. It's not surprising that the 1982 memo was contingent on the absence of Arab unity.
Also, okay, sorry to pause it right there. This conversation bugs me because who cares? Who cares about human nature and the past? We're in the future.
He has always spelled the downfall of empires, and Israel isn't likely to be an exception.
Our whole fucking thing is defeating human nature. That's what humans do. We defeat nature. Look at what we're doing. Second car. What's in the drink? What do you mean? It's a margarita, baby. I didn't make it myself. I bought margaritas and they're really strong. 12.5% booze. I want to read this though. Lions are still territory of predators maintaining their territories so that they don't overfeed. It's a way to survive. Actually, cooperation. So they do violence on the kin brings territory. Me or a webmaster? I don't know who you're talking to now. People have gotten banned for getting a nosebleed? That's not fair. That's not fair. This guy's fucking yacked. This guy's fucking jacked as shit. Look at those titties. Man, that's a big boy. Sheesh, putting in the hours. We got blood. What is that? What's that song?
Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly,
Where's
Honorable
fucking
Chairperson
arm,
of the
man?
National
This guy's
Council
a
of Provinces,
tank.
Honorable Members of Parliament, fellow South Africans. We rise today on behalf of Mkhonto weSizwe.
I asked. You met this guy? Hell yeah. Bodily fluids are banned. Oh, what? You met him? Okay, that's cool. So sorry. Okay, well, we'll have to we'll talk about this later because I completely lost what the fuck the whole point of anything was. I need to hit the restart button on it. Also, like it's just like it doesn't fucking matter. He was wearing a Karl Marx shirt. Fuck yeah, this guy's cool. Look how fucking jacked this guy is.
The party, the official opposition in Parliament, to respond to Mr. Ramaphosa's 2025 failed state of the nothingness address, an address that regrettably felt less like a reflection of our nation state.
Oh fuck, I'm super down. I don't even know if it'd be a debate. I'm self-admittedly don't know anything. Like I don't have I'm not standing on any ground about this. You could just talk to me and I could ask questions. Yeah. And if there's something I don't agree with, I'll be like, oh, well, I don't know about that. No, Ethan Klein. That wasn't even a fucking debate. That was fucking Ethan Klein having a meltdown and Hassan having to be like, you don't understand history. Yeah, I'm super down. Super duper down. Super duper down. But I gotta watch this. I gotta finish this drink and then I gotta go. So I'll probably be here till 6-ish.
And more like a maiden speech of someone who's just been newly appointed to a job. Laden with recycled promises, hollow rhetoric, and dressed in the usual fanfare that has become the hallmark of these kind of annual events. The Sona platform is not meant to be a ceremonial spectacle or a stage for lofty promises. It should be a moment.
Because like I wasn't arguing with you as much as I was just trying to think of anything. You know what I mean? Because it was such an abstract. When you get into that line of thinking, it becomes like abstract and nothing becomes like. You can't prove anything. It's all like opinion and feelings. How early humans, like our development as humans and how we became like how we are is. It's silly. It's also not fucking. Oh, hell yeah. It's not even that productive because like even like who cares how we started. We're here now. We're fucking here now. We have abundance. Let's fucking go. Let's get to that point of anarchism, pure anarchism, where we're just sharing everything together and like not caring about so much of the stuff that's literally surrounding me right now materialistically.
Of accountability where the nation hears an honest assessment of past commitments and concrete plans for the future. Instead, we witnessed yet another episode of political theatrics, a fashion show camouflaged with empty.
Trying to find the original Muslim sin so we can be paranoid about. Is that what he's up to? I don't know what. I think his brain's just broken. He's just trying to justify shilling for apartheid state. Like it's that simple. Like he doesn't think people have empathy for the victims of October 7. He doesn't think people have empathy for Israelis that get hurt. And he thinks that is more important than everyone fully supporting Palestine and their liberation against oppressors. Like, that's all this fucking boils down to. It's simple.
Hot air rhetoric. Mr. Ramaphosa's speech was filled with promises eerily similar to those made in 2024, 2023, and even earlier. Let us not be fooled by his eloquence. South Africans deserve more, Mr. President, than promises. They deserve results. We have listened to these commitments before, and yet the realities on the ground tell a different story. A story of betrayal, neglect, and failure. Now let's look at the military sacrifices. We mourn the loss of 14 South African soldiers, with this number still rising. These young men and women died not to defend our sovereignty, but to protect the government's economic interests in foreign lands. The least you could have done was to equip them better.
This is the other left, one of two leftist parties in South Africa. Is that's what's happening? This is the MK party, and the other one was the EFF, the Economic Freedom Foundation.
Yet you led your incompetent, less caring finance minister to keep defunding the military budget. Their blood is in
I've pumped a lot of shit into my brain today.
The hands of the government that prioritizes profits over people. A failed state.
Freedom fighters.
The president speaks of economic growth and job creation, but the facts expose the truth. Whilst the population grows at the rate of 1.3 million people a year, the South Africa's unemployment rate remains the highest globally, sitting at 42%. With young people, there's unemployment exceeding 60%. Millions of our people.
Also, this is just the fucking campaign speech at this point. Like, whatever. That guy sounds cool as shit. I like his promises. I like that there's two left-wing parties. How did, like, you guys don't have like the two-party system, and it sounds like you guys have multiple parties that can run. Do you guys have like direct democracy? Like, if you vote for him and he gets this many seats based on how many votes they get? Or do you guys have similar to us where it's like first past the post voting, which I don't even fucking fully understand in Canada? Okay, this is the new video. I think we should lighten it up. Whew, it was a heavy day. It was a good day. Who was it? Solace, Death and Despair, bringing in the Pan-Africanism. Fuck yeah. A lot of those speeches are so hopeful and they make me happy. Not direct. It's like you vote for the party itself and the party nominates who goes to office. So weird, but I kind of like that better. Well, not really. I want to remove. I think faces and people need to be removed from politics. I don't think we should be able to see the politicians. We vote for paper, we vote for budgets, and only the people that are willing to read and like what they read get the fucking vote. Because we're voting for people like, oh, I'm fucking Trump. And people are like, I love that guy. I like that guy. No, remove people. Remove people entirely. You have a plan. You have a budget, and it's written down. That's it. You have to read it, and you like it. Thank you. But the problem at this point is it would be people like me on the internet being like, no, look at this is what this says, and then it's like a whole, it's still kind of a game of a cult of personality, but it does really, it fucking takes the huge part of the cult of personality out of it. What is that? This fucking picture? That's a truck with the fucking biggest American flag. Okay, I'm excited. Okay, well, I think we'll lighten it up with this Gatsu fucking tariffs video.
We decided to start a trade war with a country.
I've been live for 5.5 hours, so that's pretty good. I'm gonna dip out of here soon. I'm gonna go visit my partner. But my partner Jess, because there's a lot of new people here. A lot of new people. There's 4 people here right now. But for the new people, my partner's going to come over and we'll probably get drunk and do some karaoke or some dumb shit tomorrow. Or we'll get on it. Maybe we'll get on our bullshit. You know? Keep the political shit up and about. Probably not, though. We'll probably just have fun. Just, just doesn't articulate their political beliefs very well. And gets super frustrated really fast with the internet. Being live is very hard for Jess, especially when it comes to like that side of things. So we tend to have fun. We'll probably play a game and do some karaoke tomorrow. But anyway, let's fucking watch this sick ass video.
Country that manufactures 1 of every 3 items in the world, and it's because they're hating, man. China is getting bread and they're pocket watching. It's jealousy. The 2 biggest economies in the world have literally been going band for band with each other, and the rest of us are gonna suffer the consequences of it. And this shit has been causing an uproar for the people and the companies, such as when Apple flew 5 planes full of iPhones from India and China to beat Trump's tariffs. The main thing is he wants everything to be manufactured in the US, from pans and
oh, all right. Well, good luck on the interview. Is it for a job, or like you're trying to plead not guilty?
Shoes to iPhones and cars. It's a good cause, really, but some people would rather wear Nikes than make them. And there is a reason that iPhones are made in China. Like the CEO of Apple said,
"Let me just step right in. I got things to advance. I'm an innovator, baby, change the world."
China stopped being the low labor cost country many years ago. The real reason is the skill and the quantity of the skill in one.
I wish you the best of luck. I think you'll nail it. You'll nail the fucking job interview. I don't have any tips. I don't have any tips for job interviews because I'm fairly charismatic. Job interviews is where I get the job. I have a shitty fucking... I have a really bad resume. I feel like I can't ask the chat for help on my resume because that'll dox the living shit out of myself. But my resume is dog shit.
Location. And
because my experience is all over the place, and I don't even know what kind of job I want to get. I want to film. I want to be filming and do marketing, but I like a lot of my fucking. This isn't directed at. This is back. Oh no! I flipped the dog off. A lot of my. What was I talking about? My fucking. Experience is like in the construction side of things. Yeah, they're pretty stressful, especially if you really want the job or need the job. It becomes really stressful. But I don't want to go back into construction ever again. My back is fucked. My knees are fucked. One of my hips is fucked. Everyone is racist. Everyone is racist and homophobic. It's horrific. It's horrific.
He noted that the US lacks the precision tooling engineers, and without it, there are no iPhones. Even if the US were to start building these capabilities today, it would take a generation to reach the scale required. Manufacturing iPhones domestically could also reduce the available iPhones by 90 to 99% and cook Apple. It will be the Huawei sun rising on the horizon. Also, because of the unavailability of all this, a single iPhone fully manufactured in the US could cost $30K. His main reasoning for tariffs is that America has a big trade deficit where they buy more stuff than sell stuff, but that is just stupid because, number one, Americans are way richer and have way more money than Europeans, and especially everyone else from other parts of the world, to import and buy stuff, and also because it doesn't take.
So long as we agree that the American currency means something, the rest of the world can change that, and that's kind of crazy.
Into account that different people in different countries like different things, such as when you're asking a European to buy your cars instead of their local BMW, Mercedes, or Renault. You're telling people that have roads like this to drive cars that are built for roads 4 times the size. For example, here is how ridiculous American cars look on European roads. So saying you need to tariff the EU because they're not buying American cars is wild, because maybe they would buy American cars if they were not the size of fucking tanks. And if you look at the news, it's like people are living in 2 completely different realities. This one tells you the tariffs are good, the other one says we're cooked. Since the tariffs are only going to make our lives more expensive, and the eternal band for band we are trapped in between the US and China keeps getting more heated, we will find out soon which one it is. And you can easily know by using Ground News, which helps you cut through the BS and figure out what's real, which is why they're sponsoring today's video.
Maybe I'll end the song doing a karaoke song. If you guys fucking put a bunch of songs in there you want me to do karaoke to, but you have to post the link of the karaoke, because I'm not going to try to find it.
Pull in thousands of sources worldwide and actually organize them. So instead of doom scrolling through 50 Twitter takes, you can compare headlines side by side, check a source's bias, factuality, and even see who owns the sources. It can save you from some truly deranged rabbit holes. Right now, everybody is talking about Liberation Day tariffs and how it will affect us. So with Ground News, you can just see who is telling you this information.
It was Ethical Reacts. This is an ad. But yeah, YouTube, you can't send links on YouTube, so don't try to do that.
Source. The same story is being reported as this signs up America for stagflation, and the tariffs are for working men and women, libtard owned. When you're on the internet, because I know you guys spend a lot of time on Twitter where you just see bullshit 24/7, like the most unhinged takes that people used to get locked in an insane asylum for 30 years ago. You don't know if you're getting news or propaganda, and Ground News is very useful in knowing which one it is. Like the low factuality far-right source is not going to be true. It's like listening to Bryce Mitchell. And with everything going on right now, the White House Twitter is speaking like this and posting AI slop. Now is not the time to be clueless and get something useful. Right now you can get 40% off the Vantage plan, which gives you unlimited access to everything, which is about $5 a month. Just go to ground.news/gatsu or scan the QR code on screen. It's the same plan I use to see the UN roasting my country. Thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring the video. This was a big aura battle, and much like most other wars, the US lost this one too. They went back and forth increasing tariffs on each other, going band for band, 34%, 84%, 145%, 125%, until the Chinese embassy started aura farming. Going aura for aura with a country whose flag looks like this and the leader looks like Yakuza is a bad decision. They started Mao posting.
Yeah, and China will use the US market, which as I've said is 15%.
We don't care. We don't.
I love them so much.
Yeah, China has been here for 5,000 years. Most of the time, there was no United States, and we survived.
Meanwhile,
that was the quote I was talking about earlier. China's been here for 5,000 years. Most of the time, there was no United States. We'll be fine.
Only thing the White House was doing was posting AI fascist slop, like posting an AI Studio Ghibli generated picture of someone getting deported.
This is crazy.
Which
what
is extremely dystopian. Not to mention the do not retaliate and you will be rewarded. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know we were fascists now. I must have missed the message that Hitler is good now. Oh, look, and there's the Gestapo.
You definitely did miss the message. That's kind of been, I've been screaming about that for 10 fucking years.
ICE breaking down doors to deport people who are legally in America for protesting. The thing is, I'm not worried that they're fascists or something, but if you are, can you guys at least dress cool? Like, I don't want people being oppressed by motherfuckers walking.
Fuck, I love this guy's videos. This is so fucking funny. He cuts to this in the fucking video. He's so good. Gatsu.
Around like this. Please get some aura. The only aura these motherfuckers like Charlie Kirk have is women being uncomfortable around them.
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f? I'm sorry.
It means little human being.
Ooh, the smile is very creepy.
This is a massive aura loss, so much that people decided I'm not even going to the US anymore.
I can't even do that. I look cool when I do that. I look like one of the... I can't do it. I keep looking cooler.
Losing billions from people just not traveling to the US anymore. And speaking of losing billions...
We're gonna win so much, you may even get tired
When the tariffs got announced, America started losing trillions, and then Trump was like, trust me, bro, the market is fine, it's just going to recover, but it kept going down and down, so he suspended tariffs on most countries, but not China. And then the stocks shot back up. But hey, at least his friends made money.
He made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million.
It's just so much bad PR because making enemies with every single country in the world and your neighbors and saying you want your allies' lands will make you seem like a massive asshole. And this is done with AI slow propaganda as well, man. Just follow your fucking leader, please. I don't even want to go on the internet anymore. When you see the White House posting AI slope of immigrants getting deported, how can you not lose faith in humanity? But the best thing about all this is Tesla stock falling. I wake up, nice sunny day in Tbilisi. Tesla stock down. It's so good. If Elon Musk has no I am dead. You know, Tesla stock rose a lot because Elon helped Trump get elected by giving him a shit ton of money and also pushing far-right Trump propaganda on Twitter. And then when he won the elections, Tesla stock rose. Like, yeah, we love a Hitler now. We can say that. Trump is president now. Elon is so responsible for all this happening because after purchasing Twitter with the help of a Russian oligarch and Diddy, true story by the way, he has just been pushing fake news and far-right propaganda. You used to go on Twitter and see posts like, I like...
Hold on, I made a clip. I need to see if it even makes sense. You'll nail it. You'll nail the fucking job interview. I don't have any tips. The job for the place. And I don't even know what kind of job I want to. That's not the fucking clip. God damn it. God damn it. Uh-oh.
Like Japanese curry. Now you go and it's like
clips.
There is nothing more beautiful to me than watching Tesla stock fall, especially because I know what this is responsible for. Him supporting Trump is not even top 5. It's the fact that he's a classical oligarch, and the Eastern Europification of America has been funny to watch, honestly. Like, yeah, now you guys know all America needs to become Eastern Europe is a couple more civil wars and a bit more corruption. It already has the oligarchy, you guys already border Russia, and corruption is already on the rise, so I'm sure you guys can make it if you really try. Also, the fact that Elon got the president of America to promote his shitty electric car brand is absolute cinema. Everything's computer. It's just that I
don't like
this man, but he's so funny. Like, what do you mean you call tariffing penguins Liberation Day, bro? America has been subjugated by these countries such as Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. The Tunisians, they have been subjugating us. America will not be a pawn to Cambodia anymore. And like, everything is so absurd now. I don't even know how someone can look at the news and not go insane. This time, it's not even overreacting. There are 2 major wars going on, third one incoming, and every world leader is a war-hungry moron.
It's time for India versus Pakistan.
What? Why did he do that? Why did The Rock make that happen? It's 100% Dwayne The Rock Johnson's fault.
As my neighbors said, why don't presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the poor? This is why I just got tired of the bullshit and played The Last of Us 2. Now, Anya was saying that...
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying so hard to figure out how this fucking clip shit works. Did I get it? What?
It's the fact that he's a classical oligarch.
Oh.
Sure, you guys can make it if you... So I'm sure... You mean... absurd now. I don't even know how someone can
that. What? Okay.
Not even overreacting. There are 2 major wars going on. Third one incoming, and I don't know how someone can go
versus Pakistan.
Cause that's funny. I'm gonna put that.
There is a war-hungry moron.
It's time for India versus Pakistan.
Hungry moron.
It's time for India versus Pakistan.
What? Why did he do that? Why did The Rock make that happen? It's 100% Dwayne The Rock Johnson's fault.
As my neighbors said, hungry moron.
It's time for India.
Okay, I kind of get it now, but you got to be so quick with it. You got to be so quick with it.
that The Last of Us 2 is so good that
Sorry you
it
guys had
made
to see
him
me,
not anti-Semitic. I personally think
Try
you
to
should
figure
not
out how to promote my stream because I really fucking don't know how to get people fucking on board.
be anti-Semitic, regardless of if you like The Last of Us 2 or not. The Last of Us 2 fucking sucked. The gameplay was ass, the story was mid, and the entire game felt so long for no reason because the story was ass too. There was so much unnecessary stuff and it felt like being sad and gross just for the sake of it. While the original Last of Us had at least some happiness in this dark shit world, the second one just doesn't care and all the characters aren't important at all. They introduce a character and then they die and nobody ever mentions them again. I've been to Berlin, I can't be homophobic, so these morons complaining about Ellie being a lesbian and the game being woke was why it was bad are stupid to me. The gameplay is ass and the story doesn't make any sense, and Ellie being lesbian is where they drew the line. I get what they were trying to do with Abby because empathy is important and a lot of people have forgotten about that. You should love your neighbor, maybe not all of them because I'm Georgian, so I got some wacky ass neighbors, but you know what I mean. The reason you spend half the game as Abby was to get you to empathize with her as well, and I don't even think what Abby did was unreasonable. Joel killed her fucking dad, like you can't let that go, but there was just so much unnecessary scenes and the characters made no sense. Like this guy just cheats on his pregnant girlfriend with Abby for no reason and out of nowhere. No build up, no DMs, they're arguing about killing people and that conversation just made him think, you know what, fuck my pregnant girlfriend and that ugly ass kid. I want that ababusi. Like motherfuckers were hating on this scene just because Abby isn't hot, ignoring the fact that the cheating scene made no sense.
Okay, hold on. Okay, what the fuck is this? Chinese woman forced to apologize by the CCP to African couple after she yelled slurs towards.
I have such an opinion because
what is this?
He was brainwashing me for a long time, and now I realize it's totally wrong. I should.
Post-apocalyptic. You could let someone doing that to your dad go? Oh, I think I'm behind.
Like put my personal emotions on others.
Whatever the fuck is happening here is so funny. Because it's kind of funny. I kind of wish everyone that was racist was forced to apologize. Okay, I think I missed something.
We're hating on this scene just because Abby isn't hot, ignoring the fact that the cheating scene made no sense, and it made me uncomfortable as well. I don't like seeing cheating, and the gameplay felt so repetitive and boring. It was just sneak until you get caught and then shoot for like 20 hours.
Last of Tuesday. It's supposed to, you could let someone doing that to your dad go. I could, but like I kind of have thought about doing that to my own dad a lot during my lifetime, so I don't really know how to empathize with people with good dads.
By the end, I was like, please let this game end already, bro. I just want to know what happens. Anyways, I'm pretty sure I made you laugh in this video, and like in this capitalist world, laughs cost a lot of money. But because I'm nice, you know, I'm Georgian, I'm communist, I'm Stalin, so I'm giving you this for free only if you click that subscribe button, because I have my own Project 2025 to achieve. So like and subscribe, and goodbye.
Hell yeah, his videos are so good. Well, okay, wait, no, I saw something. I logged in here for a reason. I logged into Reddit because I fucking saw something that is crazy. Where are we? I saw something on my phone. Where the fuck? How many? God damn it. The haters of fucking Ethan are post too much. Post less. But it was literally, there was like, name one good example of why denims can sue me. Is it still on my phone? Fuck. Okay, it is good. Thank God. Why? We're back on the bullshit. We're back on the Ethan train. Nope. There it is. Hell yeah. I'm excited to see how stupid this is.
And then I'll move right on. Everybody is probably expecting me to.
He's so smug! Look at how smug he is.
Talk about this denims. Denims announces she's suing me for defamation, for saying that I think
so
that
gross.
I hold her personally. I personally, in my opinion, hold her responsible for the CPS thing.
Oh, so he doubled down. He doubled down in this fucking video. Let's go. He already lost his anti-slap. You think he would start being more careful, this fucking dipshit. But no. Let's double down. Let's double down on this fucking bitch, as he likes to say, because he loves women. All hail feminist fucking Ethan fucking bitch Klein. You know what I mean?
Which is obvious based on the call. So she thought it would be wise to sue me, the victim of her fucking...
The victim? He said it out loud! He said it out loud, everybody! He said it out loud! He's the victim.
Insane
That's so
incompetence. Stupid fucking dumbass. What? She's the dumbest person alive.
CK, I get a little animated with this because I know about this. When we're watching stuff about the Pan-African nationalism or whatever, how I'm shutting the fuck up. I'm learning this shit. I'm animated as all hell.
I actually genuinely think. Well, I don't know. iDubbbz gives her a run for her money.
He's a
I mean, I
victim.
want to destroy her. I'm gonna ruin her life.
Buy
Probably.
Denims.
And the
Denims
good thing
victim.
about that is that
Ethan will be a victim soon enough.
she just remember who shot the first shot.
You!
She's suing
You did. You fucking did.
the victim of her crime.
What's her crime?
So, like, when I say I'm going to ruin her life, obviously I just want to put her in financial ruin.
This is the end. This is the end for him. Okay, now, before I said it was stupid to sue Ethan Klein, nope. Never mind. Never fucking mind. That is crazy. He literally just, yeah, everything. Right there. Right fucking there. End of lawsuit. End of lawsuit. Oh, fuck. Man, his lawyers have him so fucked up. Like, what the fuck are his lawyers telling him? We're not watching that. We're not watching that. Denims is done. Oh, Bunker Cat. What's up, Bunker Cat? So. Knock. Fuck. Hold on, I'm gonna try to join him. Where's my what does it say? Chrome? I think I'm still on. So sorry, I called. I want to see if I can do this. I don't know how this works. Requested. Cancel knock.
And economic boycott of Israel.
I am nervous about economic boycotts of any country, to be honest with you. But right now, what people want to do, they can do what they want to do. But
wait, stream together, hallucinogen. The Rock wants to collaborate. How do you do that? How does that work?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Just explain to me, hallucinogen. Just explain to me how it works. And then we can collaborate. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, me
right
neither.
now, again, my job as a United States Senator, and I'm kind of leading that effort in the Senate, is to tell Netanyahu that he is not going to get any more U.S. aid.
Did you feel nervous about the boycott movement against apartheid South Africa? Was that a concern you had at the time?
What I thought that as an apartheid state at that point, it was important to put pressure. But people can do as they want. And that's all.
Do you think?
That's what it sounds like. That's what liberals sound like.
God damn it, I love him so much.
They can't speak straight.
That it's right that British citizens and American citizens can go and fight in the IDF.
What am I doing? I have to go in settings.
As you say, there are such
turn on, like,
profound humanitarian
virtual
concerns in
webcam.
Gaza.
Well, I think if British and American people want to do that, I suppose they have the right to do it. It's not something that I've really
to be part of a genocide.
thought a whole lot about.
Do you think they should have the right?
Look, I think what the Israeli government doing now is...
This is what they always say, bro. It's horrible, but...
Hey, it's working.
It's not horrible. It's a genocide. It's ethnic cleansing. In fact, some may argue it's a Holocaust because not only are they destroying the people,
that's crazy.
They
It
are
worked.
also destroying the land. They are destroying everything. And that constitutes a Holocaust.
horrible. And I'm not quite sure why people would want to be, part of that effort.
I mean, you face... And I'm not sure why people want to be... Like, who speaks like that about a terrorist organization such as the IDF? I'm not sure. It's horrible. Yeah. It's horrible. Yeah. Yeah, 100% a Holocaust.
Hey.
Yeah, hallucin. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I don't know how you stream together.
I don't know.
It sounds
either.
kind of fun.
Faced
quite a lot of criticism recently.
This is the page. If it's a collab on Twitch, it means you appear in each other's stream and share comments and feels and feeds.
We stop this damn war.
No.
Do you have an international...
He's trying to change the subject. Wake up, Bernie. Wake up. Wake up, Bernie. Wake up.
Court of Justice, which is
I'm
defining
watching
what
him.
genocide means. What we can agree.
But I'm retracting it now. I'm abandoning that. Ethan is so dim. Because I am hopping off. That was just... I really like him. Hold on here.
Bro, it's genocide, and before that, it was occupation. Palestine has the right to resist. Full stop. Nothing else. Don't try to make things complicated, liberal. Liberal. Don't try to make things complicated. Occupying force resistance. It's not that deep. It's only deep because you are tied to the lobby.
But yeah, anyway, that's I think that's it for me. Sorry. That was kind of a fun ending. We almost did it. We almost made it. But I got to figure that out. That webcam, I tried so hard during the election night to join a thing, but I couldn't get the webcam to work, so I got one part of the puzzle done. But anyway, I should. What's his disc? You got a link for me? Send me the link. I'll join it right now. Link me. Wait. Send me the link. I think we could be bros. We're bros. Streaming comrades. Let's fucking go. See if it works. Accept. Hell yeah. All right. Okay. Love you. Thank you so much, everyone that was hanging out. I appreciate everyone. We'll try to hop on with as many fucking people as we can, and we'll learn more about Pan-Africanism tomorrow. I want to learn more about the fucking India and Pakistani war. That's what I really want to learn about right now, because apparently it's a big deal. But I was tapping last night. I was having a thought. I'm like, I don't know if I should share this out loud, but I think I've had a margarita. I've had 2 margaritas. There is some racism in me that cannot handle the Indian accent being sincere and aggressive. And I was trying to figure out like what caused that in my brain. Like it's obviously like I believe the sincerity, but why has this been drilled into my brain, the unseriousness of English speaking Indian people? Like, is it The Simpsons? Like, I couldn't fucking wrap my head around it. Oh hell yeah. Sure, but I'm leaving right now. I'm leaving right now, Jess. Just I'm logging off. I'm ripping over. But yeah, I was trying to figure out what the fuck caused the goofification of Indian accents in my mind, or is it just a weird fucking, is it just a funny accent? You know what I mean? Anyway, it's definitely racism, and I'm trying to check it in my head. You know, I'm trying to figure out why that happened. Probably media, but like, I don't know. I don't watch that many media. I don't watch that much media that's making fun of Indians too often. You know what I mean? Anyway, good night. I gotta go see Jess. Love you. Mwah.